This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Yeah, my son, smite them all. The sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. Hope shines, bring it back to what it's now.
Today's matchup. JAG GreenWings. Everate winners. SK Telecom T1. Longzhu Gaming. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome, OGN Legion, to LCK Summer. We've got a massive day for you today. I'm, of course, Atlas. This is Papa Smithy. Thank you very much, Robot Atlas, for that intro as well. Always exciting to hear my voice being stupid.
I think Robatlas is what
Robatlas?
we should go.
Robotless?
I know we're moving away when Robotless is a possibility.
It sort of sounds like the, Robotnik from Sonic.
I wish Robotless would re-record JAG GreenWings. The JAG GreenWings.
But no. The thing is that we always have to get JAG GreenWings wrong, because even Robo Papa just for some reason didn't say an S at the end.
That was a singular then.
Yeah.
We changed it eventually. It got an S, but it was, as you say, a little bit rocky.
But when I say it, it doesn't have an I just sort of lose that bit, so that's exciting. But let's talk about the League of Legends, Papa Smithy. We've got some exciting matches today, which is a weird thing to say, given the fact that our first matchup is a new contender from the Challenger Series, Everate winners, who look pretty good. Scepted, a massive god now in the mid lane, up and coming. We say this a lot, but like, people need to start challenging Faker's position there in the mid lane, because this guy's been the best for way, way too long, and Scepted is the next cab off the rank.
And that's kind of the fun thing, is that 3 of the teams today finished in the bottom 5 of the standings, or weren't even in the spring season, with Everate winners, like you mentioned, Longzhu eventually finishing 7th, and JAG finishing 9th. The first 2 matches, the first 2 teams, today JAG and, of course, Everate, played in the promotion tournament. So you'd think on paper, a bit of a lackluster day, not going to be seeing the Deaths and Martyrs of the world. But actually, a lot of hype about today's matchups, because as you can see, equal 4th are Everate and JAG playing for outright 3rd in the standings with a victory here. And then in our second match, Longzhu, of course, are basically equal first. Have played less matches than Samsung, can join Samsung at 3-0. And SK Telecom, coming off a victory, are still perhaps at their most susceptible part of the season. We're opening up, like you say, with JAG versus Everate. A lot of new players to really put the magnifying glass on, and a very difficult matchup to evaluate, which is why it's going to be fun to see it unfold on the Rift.
Yeah, and I absolutely love where the power is located on both of these teams as well, because Scepted has really been the standout player. Malrung as well had a heck of a lot of props, especially in the promotion tournament, where he played incredibly well. But if you look on the side of JAG, which is where we're going to start, it's all about Teddy. This guy really does carry the team.
They need to make a JAG Teddy Bear Teddy, because Teddy is the superstar.
I would buy that.
I think it will be a hot seller. Teddy has once again been the focus of the team. He actually picks up basically all the team's gold after 15 minutes. If there's creeps to be given, Teddy will pick them up, and more often than not, he will stand and deliver. JAG went down 2-1 to MVP, but their 2-0 over Rocks was pretty flawless, actually, Atlas, and that's why there's a lot of confidence about where the JAG GreenWings are today. We'll be running So1, so Ixu, who has been dominating, will not be playing at least for Game 1, but we jump over to the side of Everate winners, and we didn't see him because, of course, Ella played on their first match day, but today it will be the return of comeback. Hachani is once again on the Rift.
He has come back once again to try and redeem himself from Europe.
Yeah, we actually had a video that played before we went live where Hachani said, look, it's my comeback. I don't want to think about my time in Europe. It's about once again redefining my story. And he did this once already, coming out of semi-retirement as Rebels Anarchy coach onto Katie Rolster, was expected to be a substitute, and he was in the starting lineup pretty quick, and guess what? He's back in the starting lineup now.
Yeah, right back in there, and it's so interesting. Both of these teams, of course, starting off with a 1-2 loss against their first opponents, MVP for JAG and Freaka Freaks for Everate, and then busted it out with a 2-0 victory over Rox and MVP respectively. But you can see that Ever8 Winners did it with a little bit more KDA flair, as whoever was trying to wrap that oddly shaped pebble in the middle there chose the wrong wrapping paper, Papa Smithy.
And look, Comeback has only played 2 games, but a 9 KDA is worth noting. And Malrang's KDA of 8.6 over 2 matches is interesting. The storyline between Snowflower and Comeback is a long one. These guys, Comeback, Dennis Hachani, used to be the coach of Rebels Anarchy, Snowflower's first team, which went on to become the Afrika Freaks. So there's actually always been a little bit of a rivalry in the preseason profiles. Once again, Snowflower was talking mess about Hachani, saying he would hold him down. So that storyline will continue. But this has been the superstar of Ever8. The word bus driver has been used too much, but everything has gone through Scepted as he basically monopolizes every statistic about any player. This is not mid lane stats. This is first of players in the LCK.
Just insane. And we were talking, well, I mentioned before that someone needs to challenge Faker's spot. Well, with stats like that, you're certainly starting off in the right way. We're definitely not saying anything just yet. We need a far bigger sample size, Papa Smithy. You know I run into that problem a lot, sort of negating the old sample size issue. But the fact that he managed to play Syndra was pretty ridiculous.
And look, Syndra will almost certainly be banned against him or taken away. The thing about Scepted is he's played 5 games, and all of them have been the same level of deft sidesteps and, in general, really good micro plays, and also his relationship with his jungler. The jungle mid lane duo has been of note as well. So a lot to like about Ever8, but a lot to like about the Jin Air GreenWings. So we load into, once again, a match that, hey, in maybe 8 to 9 weeks may not be the same level of consequence, but for now, this is very much for a top 3 spot.
Yeah, it's like the battle for definitive 4th place, I believe, right now, but it's only going to be equal with that of KT, who have looked interesting of late as well, so certainly could go either way. But first ban is going to be Rumble away from Helper. So on a little bit more of that carry player, Papa Smithy, up towards the top side, having given the fact that we have only seen Ixu so far.
Yeah, definitely by reputation. So1 was looking really good in the promotion tournament. Ixu started and was playing carries. His Jace from game 1 with Death Dance was an indication that Ixu has also buffed up his carry pool. But although So1 has been one of the more impressive recent converts to Rumble, Helper is one of these OG Rumble players, so they don't want to first pick it. They'll show respect, and basically they're looking for where Syndra will come through, because Kuzan has definitely played it, but he's not on Scepted's level when it comes to the Syndra. So champions like Syndra and Orianna, through the course of this draft, I think will be contested.
Yeah, and I actually think it's really, really interesting as well, looking at Kuzan's playstyle as well. This guy's been basically a Galio bot for most of the time, wants to get on these sort of beefy control-type champions in the mid lane, whereas Scepted wants to take the game by the horns and beat the crap out of it himself.
And Galio's been basically a mid lane pick. You're right,
Whoa.
It's been all about containing mid laners with the Galio, then being able to have the global impact from the heroic entrance. As I mentioned, that Kuzan's not big on the Syndra, doesn't want to play against it either, so I guess a little bit awkward that they have to ban it on blue side, but so far this season, Jin Air has banned Syndra on blue and red side, so it continues the trend.
Yeah, and it's intelligent to ban it away. Of course, 5-0 so far in LCK, and she's been first picked. We saw it a few days ago. Syndra just pretty unanswerable at the moment, as Elise is going to be the final ban. So Lee Sin sticking out like a little bit of a sore thumb.
And it's a big pick as well, so heavily expect it to be a first pick Lee Sin. They're showing the LeBlanc, which has been very low priority, so that's just going to be a bit of flair, maybe showing what's available.
Yeah.
But
bit of a psych out, perhaps.
Basically, Kuzan really wants Scepted to play LeBlanc so he can play Lissandra, because Lissandra has always been one of those safe picks into LeBlanc through many metas, and Kuzan is our resident Lissandra.
Yes, and certainly does like to play these control-based mages in the mid lane. Looks like our jungle is going to be snapped up relatively early here, Papa Smithy, as Graves being considered. Sort of the second tier of junglers still, despite his nerfs in recent patches, but hasn't had the success that he formerly did.
I mean, Malrang made his name on some Afrika streams from his mechanics on Graves. He was on point with the Q and R animation cancels, but of course animation cancels no longer part of Graves' kit. They were removed in the recent patches, so not going to be as mechanically intensive as he was before, but he is, again, very comfortable on the Graves, as Malrang's KDA was another one to note when we looked at those pre-match statistics, and Duel is going to be jumping on utility. It's all about Scepted when it comes to true calories, so no surprise to see Ashe on the Rift.
Yep, snapped up the classic utility AD carry. Looking over the side of Jin Air, we'll see what Teddy wants to be bringing to the Rift. Caitlyn makes a heck of a lot of sense. It is going to be locked away. So wanting to make sure he has as much money as possible in that mid-game, get towards those 3 items and take over himself.
Yeah, whenever you see Caitlyn, you can kind of plug and play that the team wants to take a tank in the top lane, take the enemy bot lane turret early, and just have Kate wave clear in mid lane. That's pretty much the standard play style with a champion like Caitlyn. You see Karma being selected here, especially after we saw Samsung recently and Crown just playing in the mid lane. Once again is the flex pick, because people are really experimenting with both the support and carry mid lane builds. So true flex pick on the blue side is always a nice thing to pick up.
Yep.
If you're gonna play mid lane Galio, mid lane Karma is very much the same flavor.
I would have personally liked Jinna to take the second round Zaya and Rakan, because Snowflower, of course, had a fantastic MVP performance on the Rakan for the first time in LCK. As Scepted is going to lock away the Orianna, and his stats haven't been great so far, but man, he's played this champion extraordinarily well in the past.
Yeah, played it twice against Afrika. Both games were losses, but his Orianna play was of note. He was very on point mechanically, so I don't think they're losing out on anything by locking in the Orianna. They're going to be happy with a Karma matchup, and, you know, traditionally Orianna has mostly pretty decent matchups. Surprisingly this week, we've seen a lot of self-counter picks of the Victor being opted into against both Galio and Orianna, and just been looking for late-game team fights. Now, early laning phase, specifically mid-laning phase, not fantastic on the on the Victor versus Orianna. You get shoved in, but otherwise can be fine in the late game. And look at this, a Blitzcrank ban at comeback.
Yep, both of the Hook champions removed.
Blitzcrank was max only, and now we've seen Key play it a couple of times. Now Hachani or Comeback is drawing bans on it.
Are we ready to say Blitzcrank is a meta support?
I was about to say somehow we've chanced upon a Blitzcrank meta. Life's good, Atlas.
That is the dream. I just hope that it doesn't overflow into solo queue, because that is my worst nightmare. Well, Zyra is going to be the final ban on the side of Ever8, targeting Snowflower still with that particular one. And there is the Shen to be taken away from Helper. His Gragas still certainly there.
And that's what you'd expect. He had a really bad game on Gragas versus Mara and got solo killed 3 times in lane, which was unacceptable on Gragas versus Rumble. But Gragas sticks out as the power top lane tank to be selected. Feels like one of the 2 teams will pick it up for certain. See if Ever8 want to go in a different direction, though. Could just pick support for now. Tom Kench. Given that they're expecting Kuzan to be taking the mid lane Karma, Tom Kench not great into the Karma in lane, but can do decently, but obviously is a great answer to engage support.
I also like taking the Tom Kench away from Jinna here as well, given the fact that the arrow will be there towards the bottom side of the map, and that can seem pretty frustrating. Sorry, the Devour. Pretty frustrating to deal with.
Looking for a blind pick top laner with one of these picks, and Jarvan has really jumped to be a highly contested top lane tank, and because Jarvan wasn't selected at Duel's pick, it also does really well against Gragas, because during his ultimate animation, he cannot actually be interrupted. So we see the Jarvan being locked in. Rakan without Zaya would be a big risk. Snowflower already won an MVP on Rakan. Do they feel like they can run it without all the inherent buffs you get in lane? I don't think so.
Oh no, they're going to switch it up though, as Talia is going to be picked, and that Karma is going to be moving towards the bottom side of the map.
They're trying to get a better matchup in mid, who have the early push advantage against Orianna, but obviously later into the laning phase, you don't get the same sort of advantage, so going to be a lot of pressure on Kuzan to make things work, and his Weaver's walls have been very good when we've seen it. Looking back to Ever8, need a top laner. Taking Fiora into Jarvan is a risk, and also Helper has not necessarily been someone they've piled resources into, but they will lock in the Fiora, and surprisingly, they're actually going to focus on Helper as their person to play around, because compared to the top lane tanks who are kind of expecting, you need a lot more resources put into the Fiora to get the same impact.
Yeah, and he's played Shen 3 times, the Gragas once, and then one Rumble game, which did look very good. 3-0 to, I believe.
But he's always been a Rumble player.
He has.
Fiora is very different.
Oh, yeah.
The Hoonies of the world, the Smebs of the world, absolutely. And Fiora is strong in this meta, but you don't just jump onto Fiora. You need to have quite a lot of mastery, and you need your team to put resource into him. They're already building around Scepted. Will this be pressure off of Scepted and a lot of extra camp in the top lane, or will this be something different? It's a risky choice and a surprising one, given Ever8's 5 games we've seen so far on the LCK stage.
Yeah, and also given Jinna's ability to camp the top side of the map extraordinarily efficiently as well.
Umti likes sending a camp up top lane. Linderung, of course, famously felt the brunt of it. That was with Ixu, first game of So1, but he's carry-minded already, so the top lane could have a lot of fireworks.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether it works out. Kuzan with that last-minute flex over to the Talia instead of the potential Karma in the mid lane is exciting. But it is just going to be Control Mage versus Control Mage. A lot of wave clear to happen in that mid lane. Now Caitlyn Karma, the oppressive pushing lane against the Ashe Kench. Could be difficult for Ever8 winners in the early game.
It'll be a fun one to track. They went for a pushing lane instead of just the safe Karma mid. See how the top lane pans out because of it.
Yeah, still a lot of question marks for both of these teams. We'll see who can come out ahead in game number 1 as we hit the Rift.
Sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shines, bring it back to what it's
Oh, Ever8 fans not quite getting there. Game number 1. Hopefully game number 2 will be a little bit of a different story. As there, finally, we're going to see some of them on your screen right now.
The Ever8 fans want something to cheer for, and honestly, the start has been better than expected for Ever8. Jumping into LCK, there was an interview with Septed preseason who said, look, until we prove otherwise, we are the 10th place team. And I got to say, sure, it's a small sample size, but so far they haven't looked like a dead last team, like perhaps Kongdu Monster could have been called for a lot of their LCK tenure.
Well, I mean, right now, they're a 4th place team. And no one's going to argue with me for that because it's entirely correct.
It is still patch 7.10 if you're wondering. I know a lot of other leagues seem to be jumping onto 7.11 this week, but because the Korean client patches on a Wednesday and our season starts on a Tuesday, we are usually 1 week behind in patches, so no 7.11 changes if you're wondering at home.
Yeah, wondering whether you can go get a Slurpee, sort of thing. 7-11 patch, it's going to definitely be an overused joke, and I'm sorry, guys.
But we don't have a 7-Eleven personal sponsorship, Atlas, so hold on to that one.
Well, I mean, there's one just down the road from my house. I'll see whether I can sort something out. A Snowflower is going to find comeback. And, oh, that Peacemaker was very close.
It's going to back, which probably going to just cancel it. You take a bit of health regen on Tahm Kench if you so choose. Should be fine regardless. No big leash coming through from top laners. No Galio in mid lane either to pop over a nice leash. So jungle's going to be a little bit slower in this game, both starting at Raptors, predictably.
Yeah, and only 3 Doran shields, Papa Smithy.
It's early in the day. There's still time.
Still time to get to the magic number of 24 Doran shields in a day.
Not going to give a prediction this time, but the Doran shield meta's not going away anytime soon. There's some PvE nerfs, but patch 7.12 is a long way away, so I think our new Doran shields overlords are going to be joining us for at least half the season.
Certainly hope so. I sort of love it myself. Counting Doran shields is my new favorite game. But you can see Jules struggling a little bit as Kuzan is being discovered by Malrong, who's doing a lot of damage. That red buff still ticking down. Has the flash, but doesn't decide to use it. Kuzan's going to have to go home.
You see the advantage of Storm Raider's Surge on the Graves. The first 2 auto attacks procced Storm Raiders, and that's why Kuzan had to use both summoners to try to get away. Malrong considered flashing on him, but he wouldn't have quite had enough damage, and End of the Line had both its base damage nerfed and has a very long cooldown at level 1, so no chance to pick up the kill, but hey, blowing both summoners is a successful gank. Whatever way you look at it, you know, getting a kill is obviously the gold standard, but 2 summoners is usually the sign of a good gank, so good job, Malrong. You got a bonus double summoner gank.
Yeah, and 2 potions there as well. So Septed, we've already been singing his praises, but now his lane just got a whole lot easier. Of course, Orianna, not a heck of a lot of kill pressure very early on, but can certainly bully you out of that lane.
And Malrong also has done a solid, because if you consider the texture of the lanes, Jarvan will push in Fiora, who has no wave clear. Catilia early will push in Orianna. And Kate Karma are going to be under the turret of Ashe Tahm Kench. So getting 2 summoners when they have pushing lanes is hard, as Malrong also predicts Umti in the brush. So actually sold the Scuttle Crab dies, so less predictions required. But getting 2 summoners when all your lanes are going to be pushed in is actually pretty big for Malrong.
Yeah. And also the fact that he was able to bully out Umti as well. He's really taking control of the map thus far. Now going to take his Krug camp before possibly heading home, grabbing that tracker's knife. See where Umti is going to go, whether he actually heads towards the top side of the map. He's just going to Scryer's Bloom his way through the jungle, get rid of this ward in the river.
The playstyle here for Umti is to actually be the battle ward that we used to call Peanut very affectionately when he was on the Rocks Tigers. When you have 3 pushing lanes, it unlocks you as a jungler to steal away enemy camps and even try to kill the enemy jungler, because your laners will always react first, because Everate will lose CS in every lane because they're being pushed in. So a lot of options here for Umti. If he just passively farms, he's kind of losing out on the efficiency of choosing 3 pushing lanes, because 3 pushing lanes is literally the gold standard of any draft in League of Legends right now.
Yeah, at the moment, it's certainly 2 pushing lanes, but Kuzan falling behind a little bit. Intercepted. Look at Teddy, so much harassment onto Jewel. He's very low on mana, so not a lot of peacemakers to fly through, but that massive range is certainly helping him keep down the Everate winners bottom lane, which was certainly something to be expected.
Ward has got a lot of value from, I believe it was Malrang earlier, spotting that Umti is on the bot side jungle twice now. Yeah, Talia was more pushing lane rather than getting every CS, so that's why she's fallen behind in CS a little bit. Right now pushing it away, probably about 4 behind overall, if you consider the fact that the wave will be picked up by Orianna. Yeah, so far Jin Air really focusing on pushing lanes and thus putting down things like control wards. Every time Malrang tries to push up and act in the river, he's never going to have first reaction from his laners. And it's just risky times for Everate, as Jin Air can do whatever they want, but that only matters if they complete everything. Hey, if you push all your lanes in, don't contest the enemy jungle, and it just ends up being trading a farm, then you're not getting value out of your draft.
Well, now you can see Malrang is hanging out towards this bottom side. This pink ward's going to spot him, so everyone on Jin Air well and truly aware of what Malrang's doing, at least until this ward is taken down.
He's on 6, thought about roaming to top with the Weaver's Wall.
Helper, of course, with that lunge and the flash still available, will be absolutely okay. Got a teleport being held onto here by Sohan, though, as he's still ahead by 10 CS. That Tiamat already in his back pocket.
Not sure if Snowflower spotted Malrang with the first bit of vision as he put down a ward, but regardless, Malrang's on a walk.
Kuzan's easily clearing out this wave now. So only 9 CS behind after all that brutalization early on, and his flash will be up very, very soon. As Everate winners seem to have found themselves some normalcy, but Jewel still going down extraordinarily low. God, comeback. You have to be careful, buddy. That Peacemaker, not making a lot of peace. That's like a War Maker right there.
Definitely seems to be. Malrang staying bottom side just to clear waves, given that Duel and Comeback both have to back. Let's see how Alpha deals here. Umti's here this time.
Surprise, surprise, Umti's ganking the top lane. What was that sound, Fiora? Excuse me?
Umti's actually going to find Helper. Uses his W, riposte is down. Not enough damage.
Yeah, down to half health though means that Sohan's going to have an easier time, and Helper without the teleport doesn't really want to stay up there.
But remember what I talked about in the draft. When you have the Caitlyn Karma bot lane, your real goal is to take bot lane turrets. So forcing Ashe and Tahm Kench out of lane, getting auto attacks in the bot lane turret, teleporting down with the Jarvan CC, and then sending Kate Karma mid is the early game plan when you have these pushing lanes and you elected for something like the Jarvan top lane rather than the Fiora kind of top lane. So far, things have gone to plan for Jin Air, but their big objective is not necessarily to gank top, but to really find a way to knock down this bot lane turret.
Caitlyn certainly helping out at the moment. Snowflake, you can see, on a bit of a merry walk in the river, will find himself come back.
Have vision here of Malrang.
There's the flag and drag. Oh, Cataclysm, good flash. As Malrang gets himself out, but does still have to use that summoner.
Sort of thing you can do when you have these pushing lanes. We've said pushing lanes so many times, but they really are the source of all the advantages for Jin Air in the early game. There's no opportunity cost because of those pushing lanes for making these plays. But again, it's all about what they can make happen at the timers they've chosen for, because in the late game, Fiora's split push is going to be largely unanswerable. Great team fight comp from the rest of Everate winners. There's no inevitability about it, but there's a lot of power for Everate that's been invested in with their relatively weak early lane phase.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, they have actually evened out the gold. There was about a 400 gold lead for Jin Air. Now it's creeping back up, but was evened out, at least for a moment. He's looking to try and change that with gang towards the bottom side. Hasn't been spotted just yet. Pings are coming through. You can see already still not seen. That route was so close, but the Q lands. Umti, he's going to get the kick. Oh, it's on the wrong character, unfortunately, but there's the Weaver's Wall, and that's going to be comeback falling down most likely. Good heal from Jewel, but still first blood goes to Teddy, and Umpty takes a wild ride with the resonating strike and picks up the second one. This will be the turret as well. Big snowball for Jin Air.
Yeah, Jin Air gets everything they wanted, and Umpty had that really difficult question to answer, Atlas. Who do you kick back in when there's a Tahm Kench? If they went for the kick on the Ashe, Tahm Kench would have had the Devour, but in the end, Devour came in, kicked back the Tahm Kench, and I think it was the correct decision, not even being results-orientated, because otherwise Devour would have answered. So Umpty on point with his decision-making on the Lee Sin. The bot turret, what they were looking for with a draft like this is answered. They can send Caitlyn mid lane whenever they want, probably when she gets access to something like the Berserker's Greaves or when Talia is feeling comfortable about her one-item power spike. And the game plan has hit its speaks and has hit its exact stride in the first 10 minutes for Jin Air.
Yep, looking very good. I love the build from Teddy as well, opting in for the Zeal for the extra attack speed and then just flat AD to tear apart these structures as quickly as possible. Used to see this one a lot in sort of that fast-pushing meta from about a year ago, I believe. Time melds into one a little bit, Papa Smithy, but it certainly did happen where all these AD carries were picking up as much flat stats,
but
not
let's talk
about killing champions.
Let's talk about the AD carry that has to deal with those flat stats, because Duel's like, well, I've got a recurve bow and a Vamp Scepter, so I'm just going to leave this lane. Duel has nowhere to go, and that's why Teddy has gone back bot lane, because even without a turret, especially without a turret behind the Ashe, she just has no ability to enter lane against the Caitlyn and no control on the map, so Duel's just waiting for Teddy to push the lane, and that might take a little while.
Yeah, possibly looking for a cheeky snipe arrow here in the mid lane as he's moving up the river. No vision available from Jin Air, so it could be an opportunity. Still waiting in the wings. There's the grand challenge from Helper. Yeah, does grab a couple of these orbs. So on, just happily walking this one out. Has a lead. Experience, as Umpty's going to take a lot of damage. Helper still attacking, because that weak spot is in the wrong place for Helper, unfortunately.
A lot of mind games going on in the top lane. Every time So1 uses Q offensively, Fiora feels like she can all in because he doesn't have the EQ to get away. So.
Oh my god, this is disgusting. The CS lead from Teddy is there's the shockwave. Lots of damage as Kuzan going to be taken down. Scepter grabs the first kill for Ever8. There's the second as he grabs the double. Jin Air have to get the heck out, and this is exactly what we're talking about. Teddy, gigantic lead on the bottom side of the map, grabs first blood, but then Scepted answers back. The two carries for both of these teams.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mistake from Jin Air to leave themselves exposed when they were basically denying Ashe in the bot lane. Ashe had to go mid. Speaking of going mid, Jarvan considering his options, do they actually feel strong enough to engage here because Teddy doesn't have completed items yet? But coming back to it, if they were going to freeze in bot lane, you cannot overextend in mid lane. Ashe left lane, roamed to try to make something happen, and making something happen is what she did. That was more on Jin Air overextending when it felt like they could win everywhere else on the map if they were a bit more respectful in mid.
Yeah. But Scepted now has his opportunity to start carrying this one out. As an Orianna, it's not necessarily one item that you're going to start doing that, but he's going to accelerate himself. See whether he goes for that Luden's Echo build just to try and get as much power as quickly as possible. Whether he goes for something else. I personally like Liandry's Torment, but I guess I've been infected by Crown and his ability to build items.
I think Luden's is kind of an old school build. It feels like Liandry's has replaced it. Similar gold cost. The Haunting guys feels really good to build for that extra magic pen early. Jin Air continuing to dot the I's and cross the T's of at least the macro objectives that the coach would have spoken about, which is things like, hey, get that bot turret, get the Rift Herald, send Caitlyn mid lane. Those things are happening, but the micro in-game calling, like for example, not overextending, is one area they clearly will work on.
Oh yeah. 60 CS is the lead that Teddy has on the bottom side of the map.
And maybe he's just going to go top lane, and Fiora has a Tiamat, no other wave clear, so it's getting those turrets down early. Feels like a tutorial victory, but when you have this big a lead on AD carry, it's definitely an option you can take. 60 CS over Duel, who is just looking for his minion wave.
Yeah, he's trying to find any sort of minion wave. At the moment, he's in the river, so not quite aware that minions don't walk that way unless something goes very, very wrong or there's a realm walk.
Well, I mean, he has no defensive vision on his side. He has no support on his side. He gets minion waves when Teddy decides he can.
Kuzan almost. Oh, there it is, the solo kill from Scepted. Just waits for that command attack. The Protect was there as well, and it just looks too easy.
I mean, the swagger he pulls this off, knowing the damage calculation. We saw him flashing aggressively for auto attacks in the 1v2 when we saw Everett play previously, and continuing that great play is they're going to take a mid lane turret against the flow of the game, as Scepted is kind of being a one-man army trying to keep Everett in the game with these losing lanes and with the early pressure being on Jin Air's side.
Yeah, 2 top laners now being zoned away from these turrets, but Jin Air are going to be able to extend that turret lead to 2-1 with this top lane outer falling. Can Everett winners actually get anything done, though? Because Marong trying to steal away this red buff, can't do it. Someone's just going to come through and stab it with his big stick that he's got, and I guess that sort of makes sense. I don't know, giant spear versus shotgun. What really wins that battle is in goes the Rift Herald. We'll see what it's going to be able to do for itself. Come back, turns up. But this guy's going to charge the turret, and it's going to take a heck of a lot of damage. That still just like gives me that feeling in the pit of my stomach.
Gives you the willies, doesn't it?
Oh, the willies! Exactly right. Exactly right.
That's my PG-13 word of the day.
Oh, it gives me the willies, Smithy.
Look, you can even pronounce it like alfalfa or something.
Yeah, exactly. It's perfect.
Jin Air's still trying to play the map, but you see the glaring errors they're making. The mid lane with Scepter getting the solo kill. Fun when the narrative out of game matches the in game, where Teddy and Scepter are both beasting it up, both with insane CS advantage. 37 over a Talia doesn't sound like a lot, but the fact that it's Talia makes it pretty considerable. And Duel want us not talking about the CS advantage in the AD carry role.
Yeah, he's no, but I'm just a utility AD carry. I'm just Ashe. I just
I got the arrow in the mid lane. It's fine.
It's absolutely fine. I don't even really need to auto attack. It's totally okay. But he's going to have his Blade of the Ruin King relatively soon. This is the Weaver's Wall. Scepter doesn't have flash as he just clears out the minions as best as he can. Good arrow flies through as Teddy's taking a lot of damage. Comeback actually looking to go aggressive as Scepter moves forward, but he's going to go back to base and saves the turret for now with that shockwave on the minion wave.
I mean, you need to do that when you don't necessarily have the most wave clear available, and with the tempo of the push. Jin Air wanted to brute force down this mid lane turret. They have forced Scepted at least out of lane. They'll want it on this push to get their last outer turret.
Yeah, another ultimate is going to be used. There's the flag and drag. It is just going to be Umti taking the kill onto comeback. The turret falls down as well. Jin Air with the brute force.
And that's what they have to do. They're continuing on from their draft game plan, but Everett are also staunchly doing what they need to do. Helper doesn't have a lot of setup, and that's kind of the disadvantage. If you choose losing lane and you need to build around a Fiora, someone had to lose. In this case, it was largely the Ashe, who has been left out to dry. Setting up for all the different things on the side of Everett was largely going to mean that someone lost out, and it's been the Ashe, and the Fiora doesn't necessarily have the coverage either to pull off the split push, and certainly not the items at this point in the game.
Well, now Helper actually does throw down the grand challenge, looking for this tower dive.
Not going to happen.
Yeah, but still has a lot of health regen, so may as well hang out under the turret, make use of that ultimate. Does pressure So1 out of there, who didn't have any mana anyway. Goes back, finishes off that Black Cleaver. Still has a decent CS advantage of about 25. Scepter's going to turn up towards the top side, and he is going the Luden's Echo build. Try and get that early power as quickly as he can.
He's doing his best Crown impression and saying, well, I don't know what's going on in the rest of the map, but I'm going to solo farm in top lane. Hopefully we lose the minimum.
Absolutely.
It's probably partly impacted by the fact that it was a Cloud Drake as the first spawn. No one's taken a Drake in the first 17 minutes of the game, so he feels like he's not going to lose a lot on the other side of the map, just parking himself top, just like Crown did so many times, and even Pawn on the Victor, looking for 3 items before the game really sets off. And sure, a Cloud Drake is given up, but that's still, 5 minutes for Scepter to be top lane picking up farm before he needs to think about recalling and coming in and combating Vision if the next Drake is of higher quality, because I know you and I have casted a lot of Cloud and Ocean days.
It was
and
certainly a cloudy week last week.
It's a cloudy day today, both on the Rift and in Seoul.
It's kind of ironic, because last week was super sunny almost every single day.
But no Infernals.
Yep, no Infernals, until the very last match, I believe it was, Saturday night. So watch the last one if you really like Infernal Drakes and Mountain Drakes.
So everyone then?
Yeah, it's hot fire here at LCK. Don't worry about it, Papa Smithy. You don't even need the right dragons.
Game plan of Everett losing the minimum continues. 3,000 goldish down is fine. But so far it feels like Fiora has been banned based on reputation rather than actual performance in-game, as Helper's all alone.
Yeah, he's going to try and lunge his way out of here. The riposte goes down, but he's still going to die. Umpty picks up that kill. Collateral damage doesn't do a lot, but oh my god! That's an explosion of damage onto Snowflower, who does get ripped apart. There's the shockwave as So1. The double kill comes in. with Scepter turning up as he does. 5-0-0 now with the completed 2-item power spike.
I don't know if anyone's had a better 6 games in the LCK than Scepter. Already 5-0-0 on his Orianna game. 2,000 gold or 1,600 gold ahead of the Talia, but he's in the right spot. That's the part I think we should talk about. His mechanics already have been on point, but he's in the right spot, ghosting in early, and what looked like it was going to be very one-sided. Jinner getting one pick and getting out. Scepter decides, nope, that's not the way it's going to be, and picks up 2 kills for his drop.
Yeah, I like going for that shockwave as well, just making sure that will definitely get either flashes or anything else, and just solidifies that kill onto So1, makes sure that they are not going to be losing that fight. But 100% of the kills now going over to Scepter. Still Jinner with that gold lead of just over 2,000. Despite kill lead going in favor of Everate, all of those kills being on their massive carry in the mid lane, still not quite winning. And this CS lead by Teddy is grotesque, to say the least. Yeah,
Flame Horizon on AD carry is so uncommon because usually the AD carry is donated a lot of farm. You know, the stat for Teddy is that post 15 minutes he picks up 34% of all creep score, which lets you know that, hey, there's 3 minion waves and also monsters, and he's picking up 34% of all creeps. That's more than an entire minion wave being given to Teddy, who roams around picking up as much CS as possible. The thing to take away from that is that Duel certainly doesn't get the CS. It's usually Scepted, and when you have a Fiora, Fiora also needs to pick up a lot of gold. Means that it's a very anemic Ashe who, if she misses her Ashe arrow, really doesn't accomplish very much.
Yep, the usefulness of Duel just fell to about 0, as there's the Weaver's Wall, but it's not going to cut anyone off.
Wombo time.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a corridor that they're going to have to walk through. Helper says, well, I've got teleport, I can help you guys out if you want, but it looks like this turret will go to Everate winners, and they're going to claw back a little bit of that advantage that Jinner have accrued for themselves.
It's a really hard match to evaluate, because if you have a 5-0 Orianna usually, you're like, all right, all she needs is a tank ball carrier and she can make things happen. Remember, it's a Fiora Graves comp. She doesn't really have a ball carrier, so Orianna's effectiveness in the 5v5 is a bit lower than you might expect. Maybe Tom Kench can do his best ball carrier impression, but he usually dies too fast. And the reason why I point that out is that it feels like setting up for Helper is just as important as getting items on the Orianna, because the Fiora will have this inevitable pushing advantage when Black Cleaver is completed, and even now is doing pretty damn well against So1, who's just trying to wave clear in front of the face of the Fiora, and there's the grand challenge, actually.
Yeah, well, Kuzan's going to turn up, so Helper maybe feeling a little bit like that was a mistake, as there's the riposte, so not going to get knocked up. Looking for the damage onto Kuzan, but he's just going to be taken down. Helper can't quite do it, and can Everate capitalize somewhere else on the map? And Teddy says, look, no. Quick Draw going to get Malrung out of here. Scepted looking to try and take down this top outer turret. Teddy should get here in time.
Pretty greedy here, Scepted, but he does have Tom Kench coming to back him up, so they do get the turret.
Oh, it's a bit sad, Papa Smithy. Jewel is there. I mean, I know he doesn't have very much farm, but we should still mention that he exists.
That's fair. I don't know if he really needs to be singled out.
I don't know whether it is fair, Papa Smithy. I think it's pretty close to him being almost irrelevant. That is getting so close to that Flame Horizon that you were talking about. The Rapid Fire Cannon done for Teddy. So this Caitlyn moving towards that power spike that Kate's all look for just post mid-game.
And because Duel is so far behind, the damage from Ashe, which always is kind of hard to evaluate, is really going to be 45-minute damage. So honestly, Duel and Everate need to basically put Orianna and Ashe in the same lane, have them wave clearing and potentially Ashe arrowing for disengage or for a single pick, while Fiora gets the job done. So in this case, it really is the utility Ashe. It's the sort of damage graph that's going to be rough reading from Duel in the post-game unless we go super, super late. So Everate needs to set up scenarios where they can safely 4-1 and just have Ashe volley and ult and really nothing much more.
Yeah. Well, Scepted is very close to being able to afford his third item, Void Staff, if he wants it. It's so early in the game and so little magic resist has been built up, apart from Kuzan slightly, maybe. But he could go for something like Rabadon's third item. I'd be excited about it, personally.
It's kind of a weird spot, because do you go for Rabadons for extra wave clear? That's an option there. The shield strength is usually the kind of double strength there, and sure, it might be a self-shield, but doesn't really have anyone else to protect. So I think Deathcap's probably the right way to go, just given that, yeah, it's a Banshee Veil and really no other magic resist yet for the side of Jinner GreenWings.
Yeah, cheeky little null magic mantle for Umpty, but that's not going to be enough.
QSS for Teddy as well.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. opting in for that one. Only recently picking that one up. Zombie setting himself up. Possible kill and a duel here available as Vision is going to be placed down, but Control Ward is there, denying what Opti can see.
Comeback has his quest cashed in.
Nice.
You can tell by the shield that regenerates based on time and auto attacks when it's down.
Swirling around him currently.
Comebacks. Quest will invariably also be available, given that he's Karma and one of the easiest champions to proc Spell Thieves on.
Yep.
Does got that extra burst of move speed that's kind of lost given how many bursts of move speed a Karma gets.
I was going to say, yeah, Snowflower is probably going to be running pretty quickly, irrespective of whether or not he's pressed that.
I mean, for Zyra, right, it's massive because Zyra is so slow and so frail that any movement speed is massive. But when you hit the cap of movement speed so often as a Karma, then you don't really notice it because it gets reduced effectiveness when you get high enough move speed.
Diminishing returns and things like that, Papa Smithy. We've had that massive conversation. You guys can go back to a previous broadcast where I think we say diminishing returns about 17 times within a 2-minute period.
And every time I hear your jokes, diminishing returns.
My goodness, we've worked together for a long time, Papa Smithy. You must be having an awful time.
A diminished time.
A diminished time indeed. I was always wondering why you get so frustrated. Now it all makes sense.
Well, is dealing with diminished returns on the Drakes via double cloud for Jinair. Is helpful for Jarvan to get in range of his targeted initiation, but otherwise not very exciting.
And speaking of Jarvan, he's gone for a Thornmail.
He just doesn't want to die to Fiora.
Yeah, that's one way of doing it. Wants to try and negate some of that lifesteal as well. Like it. Probably won't be enough if he does go for the Bloodthirster build that Fioras do certainly love.
Yeah, Spirit Visage Bloodthirster was the sort of build that Smeb was loving back a year ago. Last time Fiora was meta was around spring of 2017, or 2016, sorry.
Yep.
But haven't seen too much Fiora until this season when Doran's Shield made her laning so much more reliable.
Morong actually going very aggressive with this item build. Has another serrated Dirk after that Black Cleaver's done and the Warrior Enchant.
A lot of shred on the side of Everate. Helper.
Speaking of shred, yeah, Helper does successfully block out at least part of the damage as Jewel throws down the heal. The rest of Everate winners are going to turn up. Everyone is safe, but there's a lot of traps underneath this turret now. We're setting up for the siege on the side of Jinair.
If Scepted can pull off the miracle, get a ultimate, a shockwave onto the side of Teddy, maybe we can see Everate win a team fight, but it is going to be very, very difficult to pull off and kind of requires Teddy to make a pretty grave mistake.
I thought that was Morong's job.
Diminished returns, Atlas.
I was going to say. Apparently it just works flat out with the quality of the joke as well. It's not even your fault, Papa Smithy. They're just getting worse.
It rarely is my fault, Atlas.
There are a lot of pings onto the Baron, though. Everate were wanting to try and get some vision back.
And Scepted's like, well, I'm going to do my best Crown impression. Pick up some farm in the top lane.
Yeah, I spotted there was no one on my team in one of the lanes where there's farm. And Kuzan's there, and he likes killing Kuzan. Already managed to do that.
Got that solo kill early. Everate have continued to play the delay game, and honestly, Atlas, it's only 1,000 gold between the teams, so Jinair's early advantages haven't amounted to more than just the gold being kind of awkwardly allocated on the side of Everate, where Ashe certainly basically flame horizoned by Teddy isn't in a great spot, but Helper continues to split push, not with the coverage we asked for, and so we still haven't seen solo kill into inner or inhibitor being possible for the Fiora. So far, the push and shove hasn't gone as far over to the Fiora as Everate really hoped with the drop.
You were talking about sort of which patch we're on. And we've
710.
got a rapid-fire cannon and a static shiv built up, and I'm pretty sure that was a year ago that worked. And at the moment, I believe it doesn't.
Well,
Teddy has picked that one up. Still added wave cliff.
Now, the items are kind of different now when it comes to the way you get, and because Teddy should never be in range of people, Phantom Dance is a little bit less attractive on the Caitlyn when it comes to those things. I heard a ghost, and that was Scepted ghosting.
Well, Umpty's going to take a heck of a lot of damage. Should fall down. Morong's going to be able to grab that kill. Kuzan avoids the arrow, but does have the Banshee's Veil anyway. Jewel takes about 1 billion damage from Teddy, given the fact that he's so incredibly far behind. Well, that's an 80 carry dead. Now the top lane is still battling, wanting to try and create distance is Helper, who wants to try and teleport in. If Everate winners are going to go for anything, this inner turret could be the next option.
It was a big mistake from Umti. Just thought he was clearing vision and took the Baron aggro and died. to the engage from Everate, so that will slow down things from the side of Jin Air. Every time they get slowed, you wonder if the inevitability of Fiora being able to deal with so on will come online. Things like Thornmail do change the equation, but it is true damage on the ultimate, true damage on the passive, and no health built from so on.
Yeah, Helper still not with a heck of a lot of much. Those first 2 items completed, but otherwise it's just a chain vest.
That's about the most Australian thing you've said in a while. A heck of a lot of much.
Yeah, that's true. Apologize, Pop Smithy. It's a BF sword, though. See whether it's going to turn into a Guardian Angel, which I certainly love on Fiora these days. Of course, it's only a cloth armor, though, so that chain vest feels a little bit confusing.
That's true. Maybe he just built it wanting early power or remembering old Guardian Angel.
Pretty sure Thornmail does magic damage, though. That's going to be a lot of what he's going to be suffering against so on.
I mean, it is a lot of immediate power, and you can just do some sellbacks and deal with it later, but I do take your point that Guardian Angel is a pretty inevitable pickup for the likes of both Fiora and Jarvan, so it's strange not to see the cloth armor.
I would like him just to go straight Bloodthirster. I mean, I feel like that's the balls to the wall move.
Every time Duel walks up for an order, regrets it. That wasn't a crit either.
No, I think that was just a static shiv proc. Ouch.
Static Shiv was retuned for patch 7.10. Now does a lot more harass damage. Still wave clear as well, but it's more about the proc damage, whereas Rapid Fire Cannon gives you the extra range, but no longer also is the best damage to champions option. So they played around with the identity of a lot of items, including the AD carry ones in this patch.
Just trying to separate them identity-wise. I like it. Teddy utilizing that one quite effectively. You mentioned not necessarily as much wave clear, but that certainly did very, very well. Still, the proc able to crit, now with 3 crit items. Teddy feeling very, very happy. Caitlyn well and truly online, wanting to build towards that Mercurial Scimitar by the looks of things for item number 4.
Flame Horizon online as well, Atlas. So Teddy, all the eggs in the Teddy basket, all the eggs in the Scepted basket. I really hope we do see a true 5v5, even if Ev8 haven't really drafted for it, because it just fits the storyline so well, and just the Jin Air and Everate playstyles that we've seen so far in Summer.
And given the strength of both of these carries as well in this game, it is going to be won or lost on their back, and currently we're within 100 gold touching distance for both teams. 32 minutes. It feels like a Jin Air game, Papa Smithy, as this one's going relatively slowly, but I'm still feeling on the edge of my seat. It's not often that you talk about a Jin Air game where you're feeling on the edge of your sleep. Is Everate win the edge of your sleep? That was Freudian. So Everate winners are going to start off the Baron.
And there's no vision here at all from Jin Air. They had the vision control around Baron almost the entire game. They had the pressure the entire game. They lost it for a second. Now Umti might not get there.
Well, Ingo's...
He does!
Oh my god, Umti! Just in the right places. Ingo's so on as well. Scepted, take it out at the very beginning, and now it's all falling apart for Everate winners. 3 kills, a Baron. Helper, the only man standing doing anything of note right now for Everate winners. And 3,000 gold the lead, and only more to come for Jin Air.
And Everate thought they lulled Jin Air into a false sense of security. They had no intention of drawing Helper. They were doing the same game plan, but Jin Air realized, wait, a lot of people are off the map, and we've lost our vision around Baron for one of the first times in the game. The punishment with the steal from Umti is massive, and they will lose at minimum an inhibitor after the first spurt of action in about 30 minutes.
And Teddy is so strong. They might even try and keep pushing forward. 12 seconds to go on Scepted and Malrong. As Jewel, he's up. But
Someone did a really good job of protecting one of his vital spots, and thus didn't actually get the healing field, but I don't think he can walk up. That was a bit silly.
Yeah, it does at least have himself the shield.
No mana.
Oh, this is cute. Redemption comes down. So on now with the life lead. The knock-up was very close to not being there, and Teddy just pops in and says, I'll take that. Cheers. Cheers for starting it off. Good leash on the top laner.
So we see the replay, the first time they'd lost vision around, and Umti, I didn't even think he could get there, but because they DPS down the Baron with the ultimate, it was in ripe spot for a smite steal. Flash smite, about as alpha as can be from Umti. And the cleanup from there, Teddy is effectively a Nexus laser as he walks around. A fountain laser, I should say. He is incredibly powerful, insanely ahead of his opposition, and all the damage was done by the Baron. It was low health members, and the cleanup for the Caitlyn was just too easy.
It was. It most certainly was. Goes back, finishes off Mercurial Scimitar, gets himself the last Whisper as well. Teddy is so close to just being the only man necessary to win this game.
And that's why you wonder about the last pick, Fiora, because it feels like Everett has to do too many things to win the game. Ward for the Fiora, set up for Helper as the carry, which that wasn't really their game plan previously. They don't really have a ball carrier for the Orianna in accordance with it, and Orianna may end this game, you know, way ahead as Kuzan got a bit too tricky there. Ash arrow.
Yep, close, but Kuzan has enough shields to keep himself alive, even if that arrow had have hit. Should have been okay.
Scepter could be 0-3 on Orianna, despite frequently having the best run of plays in the early game. He was 5-0, holding his team together just 20 minutes ago.
Just not exactly gluey enough. Is Scepter this time around. His performance cannot be doubted. But it was just the rest of the map not being able to hold itself together. And I think what you said about draft is the most important as well, because it's not necessarily that Everett winners were playing poorly. The Baron call made sense, and actually trying to get the damage down onto the Baron as well. It was so close to Umti just not having the opportunity to make it into that pit.
But just explaining the game plan from both sides is so much more complicated for one, and Jin is so straightforward. Hey, all the lanes are pushing, get items onto Teddy, take bot turret. I predicted how this game would go in the early game based on the draft, and they played to a simple draft, whereas Everett had a bit of a muddy draft, and it's been so much more complicated for them to actually set things into motion, and the moment they did, they got a small advantage, but Jin Air, they stepped through the open door that was stealing the Baron, and now it feels like Everett don't have a way back into the game.
Yeah, Septid actually getting chunked out here as well. Teddy's range just too high. His comeback, look at all this damage, the Grey health. Oh God, just one crit.
I said Fountain Laser. I wasn't joking, by the way. Teddy is ridiculously strong and so long range. He might die, though.
Oh, very close. Has to flash. The arrow is going to land onto Umti. Redemption comes down to try and keep them alive. Oh, God! Teddy's so close to falling to that collateral damage from Malrung. But unfortunately, not quite enough. God, he's got so much farm. Teddy's just so big.
Only 10% lifesteal, so we'll actually be forced out. Nice ultimate from Septid. We talked about, hey, could you find a way to Orianna ultimate a Caitlyn? Usually impossible task. Found a way and bought some more time. But now, how is Helper going to get the ward coverage to actually win the split push? So1 is now gone for the Gargoyle Stone Plate and a Thornmail. So it's literally an engage build, but also a, well, I got ulted by Fiora, I'm going to just pop this and be okay build. So he's just trying to buy time to teleport out. And the 4-man roster of Jin Air will be stronger than the 4-man roster of Everett. That's just how the draft went. So making this work for Everett, looking impossible.
Yeah, So1 just nullifying what Helper's trying to do, and it feels like the Everett composition, like you said, trying to do too much, but has been generally nullified by how Jin Air's played this game out. Because what it is make Septid being strong relatively irrelevant.
And the thing is, I feel like whatever comp you want to play falls into position if you have pushing lanes. But pushing lanes kind of the bedrock upon which all comps are made. A 4-1 push with Fiora is great if you have 2 pushing lanes and you can play around the Fiora and get vision for the Fiora. But in this game, Fiora's had to push without vision because they never had the latitude to put down those wards that I keep harping on about, just given the draft. So there are smart parts. This comp from Everett can work, but the liberties of having 3 losing lanes is too much.
Septid actually moving forward here. Everett winners, they do invest the teleport in as Kuzan was waiting off to the side, probably looking for that Weaver's Wall. Cancel out any engagement. One last inhibitor remaining for Everett winners as they're going to have to tend to the rest of their lanes. The super creeps are going to be pushing in very soon for Jin Air, who are waiting patiently, moving ever closer to this last remaining inhibitor. In goes So1, taking a lot of damage though. Shockwave flashed out of.
It's down
That's
now.
a big cooldown, yeah, that they don't have. And that's just another Weaver's Wall to guarantee an inhibitor.
Yeah, no threat now with the ultimate on cooldown from Septid. They're able to push up. That means it's going to be a second inhibitor. They have to respect the ball if that ultimate is up. But now for another 20 seconds at least, they're safe.
Yeah, very close to having another one though. Of course, a lot of cooldown reduction towards level 18 in that Shockwave, but it's not going to buy them enough time. Arrow sails gallantly through the middle of the team as Jewel, what was that, like 2 auto attacks, Papa Smithy?
I mean, he's getting chunked out by random static shiv procs off minions half the time.
Oh, God.
That is how much damage Teddy is doing.
Just silly. The fact that that can crit as well is just kind of gross.
The critical strike modifier still there and certainly apparent, and now 3 inhibitors are down. Jin Air will pull away. 2 team fights in the late game at 40 to 50 minutes. Everate will hope against hope, but every other objective on the map seeming like it's going to be too much.
Well, Elder Drake is going to be up in 20 seconds as well as, okay, Malrong, you are dead, and Comeback delivered him to that death and is going to have his own. Oh, that was almost a riposte that he didn't want to do. Sceptid taking a lot of damage. There's the Cataclysm, forcing out the flash immediately, and Sceptid's flash is so important for Everate if they want any chance of dealing with Teddy. Now Jin GreenWings looking to try and finish this game off. Jewel, you can't take another auto attack, buddy, and he's not going to, but that means he's not going to be able to defend as his Nexus turrets are getting evaporated by this Caitlyn. The Nexus going to fall down, and Jin GreenWings with a textbook victory will take game one.
New age Jin GreenWings are so good to watch. They draft smartly, they play to their win conditions. Really good to see. I'm going to call out Comeback, Hachani, whatever you want to call him. Ridiculous use of the Tahm Kench ultimate to basically seal the fate of an Everate team that, sure, was likely to lose, but you cannot, at 40 minutes into the game, Abyssal Voyage into no vision and give over your jungler
especially with
to
a
his
Hawk
death.
shot that was already on its way.
Ridiculous. Really poor, and Hachani or Comeback is in the lineup for shot calling. That's why Ella is not playing. That was not a great one, and look, you will not be judged based on one call in one game, but wasn't pretty to watch there from Comeback. And Everate had some ideas, but it was kind of one of those dartboards where they threw in different quadrants, tried to make it work, and Jin had the razor-sharp focus, played to that focus. Teddy did Teddy things, and in the Teddy versus Sceptid battle, Teddy takes first blood.
Yeah, they most certainly had the answers. Once again, we need an honorable mention to Sceptid, who played phenomenally well, had so much of the gold for the team. You can see him now leading the conversation with Everate winners to get them back into the right mindset for game number 2. Remember, it is a best of 3, so they can just back-to-back wins here, and Everate winners can take this series out.
Yeah, Sceptid just needed more eggs in his basket, ironically. He needed to be the one that the game was playing around, but the moment you lock in Fiora, the game can't just be about an Orianna, and that really let them down.
Yeah, most certainly did. But Jin just looking so incredibly strong. We are going to go to a short break, but when we come back, game number 2 between Jin and Everate. Welcome back, OGN Legion
Oh.
and JAG GreenWings. Disgusting victory over Everate in the end there.
Now, if I do my 7 times tables well,
Yeah.
he did 6,700 damage, roughly 7,000 damage to Duel on the Ashe.
Yep.
That's more than 4 times his damage from the Caitlyn. You don't see that very often, a 4 times modifier between 80 carry damage.
That was almost the amount of CS he had in front of him as well. I mean, it was filthy across the board. The majority of the statistics
Ugh.
were pretty disgustingly Teddy favored.
I mean, he did 1,000 more damage than the enemy support Karma, but that was the reality of the build and the delay forced by this man, Teddy. When you give him an advantage in lane, which flexing the Karma to bot lane really let them get this game started. Teddy was basically a fountain laser. That was his power. He was never really at risk of dying, barring one overextension against the Orianna, and he's a superstar. A superstar AD carry on a team that really couldn't make use of him in spring season, but in summer season, JAG, at least at the start, are looking a lot better.
Oh, most certainly are. Look at this cheeky Q from Umti as well.
That was
Threads the needle.
The difference in the team, I think, is that Umti is playing with the same confidence he showed right at the start of spring season before the losing streak begun for JAG GreenWings. As a confidence player, which is what we've seen so far, and he's still very young, Umti can do some great things. His mechanics have been on point many times as we watch him just casually flash, smite, steal away any hope for Everate coming back in the series.
Yep, so on as well, following up with the kill on Decepted, and that's where all the money was, and this was the full turnaround. The game was so even up until that point as Teddy, oh god, that was so close to him falling down. Look at this collateral damage. Goes down to near nothing, but he's so far ahead that they can throw the kitchen sink at him and he's okay.
And Comeback decided that, hey, let's skip Skeps and teleport in, and Graves died before the top Ken. So worth, I guess, for the side of Comeback. There was to be no comeback this game for Everate. Pretty controlled victory for JAG, and I really implore Everate, just look for a simpler draft. Really get at least one lane where there's significant early pushing advantage, because in the 2017 meta, that has been found out. If you choose 3 losing lanes, you should lose the game.
Yeah, and also don't have a composition that tries to do so many things at once. Like you said, Papa Smithy, like try and have a clear identity. It's not necessarily have a simple composition, but don't try and do everything with the one composition.
I mean, keep it simple sounds like just choose characters with point-and-click CCs, but what we mention is just choose a comp that has a couple of strong points, one weakness that you can paper over or focus on a winning lane. Don't go for split push Fiora, plus try to farm up your best player in the mid lane, plus have your AD carry left to the walls and having to roam on Ashe, because at some point you're choosing too many points of failure, and when a leak starts, you can't be surprised. So looking for Everate on the blue side to keep it simple this time around.
Yeah, maybe choose 1 or 1.5 win conditions, you know, instead of going for like 5 in the one game. It's like, we want to win the split push, we also want to have sweet team fights with my Orianna, and we also want to have a pick potential with
And there are
Ashe
times where that can
everything,
work.
everything.
If you really outclass your opposition, things like that don't matter. And we've seen
You
also...
can pick Master Yi if you completely outclass your opposition.
Well, Insect's done that many times.
Yes.
But let's see what happens. The first adaptation here on Blue's side is they respect the flexing of the Karma, was one of the big headaches for the side of JAG GreenWings. If it was Orianna versus Karma, probably would have been a different game in game 1. The good Talia roams from Kuzan helped a lot. So this is going to ban away the Karma. They've also had to ban... this is an Everate ban of the Karma, sorry. So I think that's a smart move for them. And Zach, of course, is the permaban.
Yeah, Zach being banned on blue side, though, is question marks, eyebrows to be raised. Galio does need to be addressed so far. Of course, Kuzan does want to play that one. We'll see whether JAG are going to ban that one away, deny the first pick from Everate.
I mean, would you ban Caitlyn? Would you consider doing that? Because otherwise, you think a comp with Galio Caitlyn will be locked in from the JAG side. Because if you're going to go for a wave clear mid laner, it also frees up the Caitlyn to roam into mid lane. And Caitlyn is going to be banned. I like this from the side of Everate. Nice adaptation, and it's a strong laner that also is, as we saw, just a fantastically powerful late game champion. So you don't allow someone who can bridge the gap so well as Teddy to have such a weapon in his arsenal.
Yeah, and also, if you're going to go against a team a second time around that just handily beat you, you have to get rid of what they beat you with every single time, because you have to test them, see whether they've got anything else in the tank.
I mean, have to is strong, but I follow what you're saying, and just because not a lot of champions can balance both sides of the coin like the Caitlyn, usually they have to be susceptible in the early game to be powerful in the late game. I agree with you. I think Caitlyn here was a smart ban, and Also taking away Galio, given that Everate have already flexed this to support. The only team to do that in Korea so far is a smart move. So the Galio Caitlyn, which I guarantee on red side would have been Jinair's first 2 selections, has been fully denied.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Most likely to go to comeback. I want to see Scepted on a little bit more of a carry-style champion, but we'll probably see in the second round.
Helper could also consider taking in top
true.
lane. It's been less common in Korea, but still a possibility.
Humpty does have the opportunity to go back to that lead Sin. Jinair going to do that frustrating thing where the top laner picks the jungler when the jungler can just pick it afterwards on red side. Bothers me a lot.
I mean, I like it just because it's like kind of a tier choice. We just need Lee Sin. We can work out our second pick in a little bit. I think it's more about the fact that you had that 30-second timer and they knew for sure they'll be selecting Lee Sin, and Lee Sin Ashe would be the keep it simple we asked for from the side of Everate on the side of Jinair.
Yep. Well, it's going to be Ashe in the hands of Teddy this time. Jewel, no Kate to pick up to try and get some revenge on that bottom side of the map, and Teddy wanting to teach Jewel how to actually play that one out.
And playing red side against Everate is pretty straightforward because it's just at no point allow yourself to get a bad matchup against Scepted. So much of the play through Everate is Scepted focused that you just force Scepted to choose his mid laner first, and then there's really not a lot of scope for things to go bad as Marang decides he doesn't want to jump on the Graves. The other strong junglers have been taken away, and we do end up with the return of the Rengar.
I love this. Marang, it just looks like he's angry at Jinair right now. He wants to pick up the kitty cat, really take control of the jungle, but we've seen this be certainly feast or famine as there's Xayah being locked in by Scepted. He was thinking about another Victor pick here in the LCK.
And we still might see the Victor, but because it's a blind pick, it's probably going to be in a blind pick sense, which it can be taken advantage of, and Kuzan has a lot of answers to something like the mid lane Victor, but it's coming back to the Xayah. Very different school of thought here, going away from the utility carry that Ashe evolved into the Xayah, which is a lot more laning focused and may actually prompt a Rakan ban on the side of Jinair GreenWings.
Yeah, well, they're going to ban the Blitzcrank first, as it's a standard ban now.
Now, you need to ban the Rakan, and the reason why I suggest that is, sure, Comeback maybe jumping onto the Galio, but if you go Galio in another lane and Rakan, your initiation with the flash, quickness,
the double
and ground
entrance
and the double entrance, like you say, is among the most disgusting. I think Rakan and Galio have insane dive synergy and teamfight initiation synergy. So unless you really don't respect Helper playing Galio on the top lane, or even potentially Scepted taking it in mid, I think Rakan ban would be smart here from Jinair.
And Jinair know exactly what
they played it.
Yeah, they were the first ones to play the combo here in the LCK.
Interesting.
And the Talia is going to be the first ban. The last ban. So Jinair not necessarily respecting it from Everate. Maybe they know something about Comeback's champion pool that we don't.
Now, are they not respecting it, or are they respecting Scepted over and above the synergy of the comp?
True.
That may be the possibility. It feels like getting Scepted the matchup, which is hard to do on blue side, is the bigger priority for Everate than necessarily having some great tools. And the Orianna performance from Scepted was still one to sit back and admire. So maybe we'll see Kuzan just take away the Orianna and remove another tool, and that's what they've done. They've banned the Talia, taken the Orianna, and they just want to leave Scepted with the minimum of tools possible.
Yeah. Well, of course, Everate were basically a team made up of entirely Scepted in game number 1, so I can respect it. But this is looking like it could be the Xayah Rakan composition, and once again...
There's so much synergy here. Consider Rengar jumping in, also another potential recipient of the heroic entrance. Not taking Rakan is a legitimate mistake from the side of Everate, but now, the man who did 1/4 of the damage of the enemy AD carry is now going to be the crown jewel. So Duel will really need to switch gears and really level up, which for a player who is a rookie on the LCK stage is a lot to ask. And Marang will also need to shoulder a lot of the damage burden on the side of Everate winners, as we're looking to see what So1 wants to do. So1 is very much of the carry school of thought.
Oh, and this makes so much sense as well. Such an easy composition to make work with the Shockwave plus Cataclysm, the Catawave, something like that.
You got more time. You got more time. That's
we've got an entire game to figure that particular combination out, and I certainly will, guys. Don't you worry about that. But Everate as well, I mean, their composition certainly works, but is it enough to have Scepted on the Galio, this frontline tank force that we've seen be so prevalent, but from different players, and he's not a carry.
I mean, if you reverse the teams, I think you'd be pretty happy with Ever8's draft for Jin Air because it would be focused around the AD carry player. Once again, this time minimizing the mid laner's impact with the Galio. We've seen a lot of teams pull this draft off, but for Ever8, you do wonder if Duel can have the increased level of performance needed to justify. And also, it was Gragas blind picked with Jarvan available, and Jarvan has always done very well into the Galio with the ability to just negate the ultimate displacement. A lot of comfort for Jin Air with champions like the Lee Sin being able to be drafted. So my first indication is that actually Jin Air once again have the simpler to execute, cleaner composition. And Ever8, who have been really impressive in their first week of play, will need to make me a believer. And this man on the left, Duel, needs to have a significantly increased level of performance and make the lovers Zion Rakan work in the bot lane.
Yeah, there's just so many question marks on the side of Ever8, but if it does work, it will be so exciting.
It'll be really big initiation, that's for sure.
Yeah, so much entering going on, ladies and gentlemen, but we'll see whether Ever8 can do it or whether Jin Air, with the comfort composition, are going to be able to seal the deal with a 2-0. Let's hop onto the rift.
Sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. All the shots, bring it back to what it's
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2. Jin Air trying to go for a 2-0 victory. And Ever8 winners looking for an interesting start.
Evolution of these bot lane invades means that one person usually comes in from red and stays as shallow as possible in bot lane. Is spotted out here, so how much are Ever8 willing to commit into this?
I want the quintuple flash. I want it so bad.
I mean, it's possible.
Do they have any sort of CC? We know that Malrang
Flash
can at least
helper?
jump onto them. Yep, flash body slam could happen.
It's too much, honestly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 10 gold. They were winning at one point, Atlas.
There it is. No, CS advantage. That is an undefinable CS advantage for Ever8.
Sure.
Infinitely more CS than Jin Air. Absolutely fun.
Call the game off.
Yeah, I think honestly, just run it up mid, Jin Air.
Oh, but now Jin Air have a unquantifiable damage to champions advantage.
Oh, God, yeah.
Hopefully we can quantify something in the next 40 minutes or so.
What does it mean, Papa Smithy? I just like the amount we've said quantified because it just feels good, you know? It's one of those good words.
It's good, but hard
Like
to quantify.
Spanakopita.
It's good, but
Spanakopita
hard
is
to
my favorite.
quantify.
It certainly is. The Winds of War, lots of damage. Scepter and Kuzan. Damaging one another. Malrang below half health, but we'll have that flash. Sorry, the smite, the red buff.
And while Zion Rakan have a lot of synergy, level 1 is not really where they usually get to show it unless you go for the W star, like we saw in EULCS on the Xayah. Malrang's taken a lot of damage on his initial clear, but
Red buff will help him out.
yep. Notice that Umti's pathing has been red into enemy blue, so given that Rengar usually has a much safer path and falls lower in health after all the incidental nerfs to Rengar, he feels empowered to invade. Was spotted out by a blue side ward, so we'll see if the vertical jungling can be initiated from the side of Ever8. Kind of depends on where Umti paths to after stealing away the spot side.
Intelligent ping's actually right on top of where Malrang actually is. Not sure whether that was luck or just Umti knowing exactly where the normal jungle route is going to be.
It's one of those things where your pathing as Rengar is a little bit more predictable because after the nerfs, he really does fall low in the jungle. You're not going to path instantly over to an enemy buff with no leash. It just doesn't happen as Rengar after the nerfs. So it's an educated decision, and there was some vision in the area. So all things combined, smart little scoping information there from Jin Air.
There's the entrance as well. Does get a fair bit of CC onto Teddy, but comeback will take some damage back.
Mentioned it last time we saw, but note that comeback on Rakan does take the Ancient Coin. Rakan is the only champion that takes an Ancient Coin in the Korean meta currently, just because you kind of tough your way through the lane, you pick up some of the extra regen and other things. Mid lane,
Yep, Malrung's going to jump back in, but that's going to be first blood to Jin Air GreenWings. Umpty, once again, knows exactly where to be. Oh, goodness me. So the 2v2, winning out is Jin Air.
Yeah, we missed out on who actually started the trading there, but by the time we caught it, Malrung was overextended. So advantage already to Jin Air GreenWings on comfort, like you mentioned. Just to finish the thought, basically it's, well, grin and bear through the laning phase, and then getting access out of lane phase with the coin to an extra level can mean that the initiation combo is strong, as yeah, Malrung was spotted by a smart ward, and look at Umpty, the following from the queue, didn't even have to flash during all of this. Very clean Lee Sin from Umpty. But if you're the side of Everate, you can't be surprised. You did leave up Lee Sin, and it was always going to be a pick from Jin Air.
Yep, and that is yet another first blood Umpty's been able to get without having to expend flash as well, Papa Smithy. 2 games in a row. This guy certainly is stepping up. You mentioned, you know, start of the season is the Umpty moment. And this is Jin Air. You know, they were playing Raze. They were putting him in towards the end of the spring split. But he's really started to show that Umpty is the jungler for them.
But we've learned, we have enough information now to really understand Umpty. Umpty started the season well. The team lost 4 or 5 matches in a row. And clearly you could see that he was just mentally gone. Like, he's a very, very young player, not used to playing in the microscope, made a lot of silly mistakes. We had games where he would die 7 times in 20 minutes. He was he needed someone to be able to take some of the pressure off him, and also Raze had a lot more experience playing at the competitive level. But this year, he's got his mentality repaired. The team is winning, and you can see that Umpty is a confidence player, still going to get the mental side there. That's something that you develop with the coaching stuff, with just a lot of games played at the highest stage. And they made a big commitment playing him in the promotion tournament, and he looked great in the promotion tournament, and has parlayed that form into Summer as well.
Yeah, and I thought this series that we'd be talking about Malrung a lot, but so far, giving up first blood, unfortunately, that flash a little bit too early. He was able to grab that first blood relatively easily, and now it's going to be a level advantage for the Lee Sin. He's inside the enemy jungle, and it's just not the Malrung that we were expecting for this series. I mean, he is really a star player on the side of Everate winners, even if Scepted is the one getting a lot of the attention at the moment. Is nice knock up from Comeback. Grand entrance to come in as well from Scepted. Flash comes out though. Snowflower saves himself. Teddy gets the flash as well, so certainly worth it for Everate winners on the bottom side. Oh, Justice Punch doesn't get the CC. And Comeback taking a lot of damage. Teddy forces the flash. Scepted now as well. He has to walk out of the way. Grasping Roots right on the edge. We'll make sure that Scepted is punished. Not going to be able to grab any kills, but still a lot of power now in the hands of Jin Air.
And you just return to the draft and think about what Everate picked themselves into, because they first picked the Galio, inevitably went over to Scepted. That's been the pick so far. And LCK, speaking of Scepted, I have to hold my point, he's back again.
Yeah, looking to try and get the double taunt. Does find it. Winds of War looking to take down Snowflower. The heal keeps him alive for a long time, though, as Teddy looking to make this a 1-for-1. Might be a 1-for-2 as Scepted's looking to try and clean up the Ash. Should be able to do so. Justice Punch to the back of the head, and that'll do it. Double kill once again for Scepted early on.
Yeah, nicely pounded that second kill right at the end to justify staying in bot lane. Lost a lot of minions in the mid lane.
That was close to a horrendous pun, Papa Smithy. I loved it.
I was trying to avoid it.
Yep.
I committed. Once you commit, you got to go in.
Yeah, at least you didn't say justified, because that would be weird.
Umpty's still here. Now, Malrung's level 5. Umpty's level 6.
Oh, there's the shockwave. Tons of damage coming out from Kuzan.
Umpty did not feel, wasn't quite in range of his Q, so didn't want to go in and just will steal away blue as a result. But I just want to touch on the comps for a moment before we get any replays or things to commentate. Consider that Malrung had to pick himself into a losing jungle pressure matchup, which is not usually his speed. So you're going for a fighter. Speaking of fighters.
Yep, you mentioned before we have to commentate. Thankfully, we're going to have a missed Q. There's Umpty. There's the flash kick. Oh, Cataclysm comes down. They're still going to be able to get the kill. Resonating Strike does it. I mean, it was interesting how they orchestrated, but Helper probably shouldn't have gone in on that body slam.
It was really nicely coordinated overall. Sure, it didn't look necessarily as clean as some of the engagers in this game, but Umpty and So-Won, with So-Won coming back into the roster, showing a good understanding of their limits, and they're actually going to take the turret as well.
Yeah, that's going to be first turret blood going down. Both So-Won and Umpty getting a lot of extra cash for their wallets. Despite Malrung being able to at least farm out the jungle very effectively, Umpty is certainly very far ahead, has his Warrior Enchant already completed, going towards that Black Cleaver by the looks of things for item number 2 already.
But just to finish the thought on draft, Marang forced to choose himself into a losing matchup. You're like, okay, if that's the only thing that has to go wrong, that's fine. Scepted's on the Galio, which has been a big pick, and he's got 2 kills, but inevitably won't be the same teamfight general like the Oriano or some of his impressive Cassiopeia performances in the late game. You're like, all right, if those are the only 2 things, maybe. But then kind of consider that Comeback is on one of the most mechanical supports, and it's Hachani, who has never been a strong mechanical support player, shouldering a lot of the burden of initiation and needs to make the most out of a high skill cap champion when that's not what Hachani has ever been in teams for. It's been the shot calling, it's been the Tariks rather than necessarily the Rakan. So it feels like the one place they kind of won out was some really strong initiation, and then you're requiring a player that hasn't traditionally been able to excel in that kind of area to make the most of it. So that's where, once again, it feels like Ever8 have thrown a lot of darts out, but once again, it doesn't feel like necessarily it fits their strengths.
And Jinna's going to be able to grab the first dragon. Will be a Mountain Drake as well, guys, so don't worry. Not a cloudy day anymore. Ocean going to come in for dragon number 2, though. Don't worry about it. We're going back to boring pretty quick.
Just like our weekend, life is still a beach.
Absolutely. It's beautiful. Had a beautiful weekend as well.
And we went over to Yangyang, which is on the coast, one of the beachside cities, and got away from esports for a couple of days. Only for a couple of days. We live in Korea, so
yep, of course.
Hard to escape from esports for more than about a day and a half. But
and it's not that you want to either, just sometimes you need a little bit of a break. But 2 Australians at the
healthy
beach.
balance, you know?
It's just good. It was good to be back at the beach, Pop Smithy, because of course I'm sort of new to the old Korean life, so it's nice to at least have some perceived normalcy as we head to the beach.
We're going to get you to Busan one day. It's summer.
Oh,
we are in the summer, so Hyundai Beach will be very, very nice in about a month and a half from now when the weather heats up.
I'm excited. Certainly going to need a lot of ocean when the weather heats up, because I'm not very good at hot weather, Papa Smithy.
Well, I've got bad news for you. It gets super, super hot in Korea.
And that's what everyone says. I tell them that I hate hot weather, and they're like, well, it's going to get worse. And I'm like, why are you saying that enthusiastically? It's going to make me more sad.
Would you prefer that we lulled you into a false sense of security?
Yes,
like, no, it's going to be
please.
lovely the whole time.
Yeah, perfect.
Nothing ever goes wrong.
Yeah, I like that. Well, for Omti, nothing ever goes wrong this series, as he's just going to be able to solo out that Rift Herald very, very easily. No vision available on the side of Ever8. Actually, no, they had a ward that only just died. But I believe they just didn't have the resources to deal with the Lee Sin taking that one away. And we'll see how this Rift Herald is going to be able to do.
And the action will largely be played around bot lane. The way that Ever8 wins this game is getting dual farms, so throw of the hunt, bot lane, into the grand entrance, heroic entrance, etc. is the way to make the draft work.
Well, there's the flash double taunt onto Kuzan and Omti. Wins the war doing some work, but it's 1 versus 3. Scepted. That was an unfortunate maneuver. Grand Entrance gets him out of it as the double knockup does come in from Comeback, but he's squishy at the moment. In goes Malrang, immediately kicked back. Kuzan will be able to take control. Arrow flies forward, but Teddy misses it. It's Omti that's able to pick up a kill, and it's a double on the side of Jinnae. Thankfully, Jewel was able to get one back as the Lee Sin falls down, but the damage had been done, and Jinnae, man advantage on the Rift.
Yeah, really interesting to see Scepter go so Rambo with no other champions really on the screen or close on the minimap. Rengar eventually ulted. Watch the replay here. Rengar's in the bot lane farming as Scepter just goes Rambo, flashes in, and sure.
Oh.
He just has no backup whatsoever.
But it destroys the Rift Herald.
Yes, it does. So basically he used his flash to interrupt the Rift Herald from taking the turret. So investing flash to stop his mid lane turret going down is a very interesting decision. If he had more people responding on the map, I would have understood it. But that was different from the side of Scepter.
Yeah, I like the use of different.
I can't say it was bad, because putting the Rift Herald in mid lane almost always means the mid lane turret goes down. And we said the win condition from Ever8 was to go for these plays around bot lane, which are kind of impossible when you're giving up multiple minion waves to do it. So very interesting decision on the side of Ever8. Stops the Rift Herald as top lane.
Yeah, good knock-up timing there as well. Make sure that Omti can land the resonating strike. Interesting interaction, but the flash does come in. Wants to make sure that Helper can't get out, and it's all too easy. The flash followed immediately by the Sonic Wave and the resonating strike. Just stunning.
Yeah, Omti just didn't want to kick. He could have kicked much earlier, tried to hold on to it, ended up trading flashes rather than just losing his flash, so I guess that part is fine as well. Elper on the Gragas hasn't been able to make it work when we've seen him. It's another game like that. Everate invested so much to make this possible, make a play bot lane. That's not going to work.
Well, Thrill of the Hunt is going to be invested there. Traded for a flash. Come back. Didn't have to use his, so it was just the grand entrance. Try and start things off. Quiet. Still, Everate showing that they do have some plans, some ideas for how to at least try and initiate something on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, 3-item Xayah is what they're looking for. They got the Essence Reaver. It's going to be the investment build we very often see in Korea. Essence Reaver into a Zeal item, usually Hurricane, and then Infinity Edge, and that's when they might start winning fights. Speaking of fights.
Yeah, interesting interaction comes down as Soan. He's going to get taunted under the turret, takes a lot of damage, but there's the kickback. Scepted's going to get taken down. That's 4 versus 1. Not exactly the type of odds that you were looking for, Scepted. He's going to fall, so does have teleport. But GreenWings, they know exactly where the power lies on the side of Everate, and they're just punishing it over and over again. These solo lanes are getting torn apart.
Yeah, largely by Umti, who has almost 100% kill participation. Most of the kills as well has been popping off, and then some. As we get a bit of a replay on the stats in the mid lane, we saw it from the Orianna. Scepted was just farming up in game 1 at a pretty considerable gold lead. This time, after picking up a couple of kills, those kills were at the cost of 50 CS or so. So the difference probably going to be Kuzan comfortably in the lead without it necessarily being 1,000 gold.
It's hilarious, though. 161 is exactly the same. So Orianna gets to 161 pretty easily at 15 minutes into the game. Papa Smithy?
That's a good rate. Any more than 10 a minute, so you're feeling pretty good.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Korean Oriannas getting the pass mark on the CS per 10.
Thrill of the Hunt's available once again on the side of Malrong.
You can see that Spirit Visage first, like we saw from Kuro the first time he played mid Galio, has been the choice from Scepter. So he's not even going to pretend that he does damage with things like an Abyssal Scepter. It's a containment job for Everate winners until Duel hits 2 to 3 items. So given that he's going for Ninja Tabi now and the build is slowing down, Everate just wants to lose the minimum for the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Well, Soan is going to try and make sure that they at least have to deal with him on the top side of the map as well. Heads through, but doesn't have to worry about that top lane and is free to roam around if he wants to. Maybe once again to head towards the mid lane, try and punish Scepted, but they really want to get this turret. It's down very, very low. GreenWings yet to be able to breach that particular point.
Scepter did use the flash, like you mentioned, into the taunt to interrupt the channel of the Rift Herald and keep the turret up as long as possible. So the mid lane turret war is much more even than Janae would have preferred.
Good news for Jewel, though. He's ahead in farm against Teddy.
With a Rakan getting through laning phase, not necessarily the worst thing, like you say.
There they go. Jewel and comeback, going to just stop that dragon from being taken by Omtig. It's still leashed, curiously enough, but he's going to head back, regen itself. Be okay. Bowler Strike heads into the Dragon Pit as Malrong is now here as well to help out.
A lot of wombo combo possibility here from Everate. They're walking up, thinks that they want to fight.
Yeah, Grand Entrance, like you mentioned, is certainly available.
Grand Entrance, Heroic Entrance.
Yeah.
Throw the Hunt,
Actually
all
meant Heroic
available.
Entrance, what I was talking about, the particular entrances.
It's a multifaceted entrance strategy here from Everate.
Yeah, there's a lot of doors in this comp if it was a building. It's an odd analogy. Probably not my best work.
Awkwardly, it's kind of 2 doors next to each other. It's like, why don't you just... You don't need 2 there.
Yeah, it's like someone's really bad at The Sims, you know?
We need to think of a name for the Rakan and Galio, because I feel like that's going to be a very common duo.
Yeah, we haven't figured out the entrance name yet.
I think just combining them together is not that great, so... Usually it's a play-by-play coming up with a clever one. Doa famously came up with that, coined many of them, so I leave it to you, Atlas.
Yeah, he's the man of the first brick. It's a good one. Certainly is a good one. That's my personal favorite. Doa coining. I don't know. I'm responsible for some pretty weird ones, Papa Smithy.
That's true.
Yeah. Goo hose was not exactly the best move.
What?
That was what I called Cogmore. When he was, ultra attack speed, mega Cogmore. It's just a goo hose.
Maybe
Super Soaker, I believe.
Maybe Achilles can come up.
Yeah, perhaps.
Well, Everate do give up mid lane, so a lot was done to stop this happening at 13, 12 minutes. Flash was expended to keep the mid lane turret up longer, but it does fall now. So those bot lane plays that we were alluding to feel like they're far away. You have to give up a lot to make bot lane plays now. Heroic entrance will mean 2 or 3 minion waves are lost. Umti's the same level as Scepted. He has had quite the performance so far on the Lee Sin.
It's a real good game so far.
He didn't often have to think about must bans against Jin Air and Spring Season, such were their struggles, but if Peanut's going to be getting respect Lee Sin bans, Umti, you put on a couple more performances like this, and while you're definitely not Peanut Lee Sin, you start to deserve respect bans when it comes to the Lee Sin.
And all the respect on the side of Jin Air was actually given to the bottom lane, and for good reason as well in Game 1, but Umti was the one that made that all happen with his first gank, snowballed it into 2 kills and a turret. And from there, it felt a little bit textbook for Jin Air to close out the game, even if it was pretty slow.
I was always a big fan of the Jin Air roster. Even when they were falling apart, I was like, look, they took some risks. Trace isn't on the team. They got a lot of the veterans off the squad, and they went with rookies. We saw from the start Teddy is very good. You saw flashes of burns from Umti, and then some really poor performance. But credit to the Jin Air coaching staff of sticking with him, allowing him to develop once again in solo queue, coming back and looking like a strong jungler. In Summer, there's no one on the roster you look at and say, this person needs to be subbed out. Snowflower has had his moments. Kuzan is someone who has a wealth of experience and actually can be a carry in the right meta. Just get Lissandra in there, and he will perform.
Yeah, he's Vladimir as well. Very, very strong. Very good at these sort of teamfight control type mages. I like it. They're going to easily take out the outer ring of turrets.
You say easily, but it's also smartly. They bring down the Orianna after taking mid lane turret. Doesn't have to worry about the Galio shoving in or the roaming advantage of the heroic entrance because you're always on the front foot when you have mid lane turrets. So it looks easy because Jin Air are following the steps. It's definitely step by step from Jin Air GreenWings, and not necessarily at a glacial pace. We're only 20 minutes into the game. Jin Air has a 7,000 gold lead, and are looking to 2-0 Everate, which on some level is a pretty big surprise.
It is a big surprise because we're talking about one team got 1-2'd by MVP. That was Jin Air. Whereas the 2-0 just clean sweep happened from Everate just recently. So I don't know, there's some weird rock, paper, scissors going on, but that's going to be an arrow landing on Malrang. The shockwave comes in all too easily as everything snowballed on top of itself. And that is going to be inner turret falling in the mid lane pretty quickly, but comeback jumps through. That's a massive 3-man knock-up. But the damage is still there on the side of the GreenWings. A massive Scepted is trying to be the front line, but Soan turns up. There's the Explosive Caster's helper. Gets a nice double boop. And Snowflower very, very low, but Soan does launch his way forward. Teddy grabs that kill. Umti's all around this fight, and Soan somehow gets out of the way of that turret. And how did that happen, Papa Smithy?
The initiation chain was kind of haphazard. They were losing one member. They needed the damage from Malrang to make it work, because we said, hey, they've got a lot of initiation, but who will shoulder the damage? Xayah was in the backline. Felt like a lot of the engage was happening away, and she hasn't hit her damage spike yet. Doesn't have the Phantom Dancer or Hurricane item complete. The Zeal item hasn't been translated. Malrang is caught and dies during the duration of the heroic entrance damage reduction. So they actually get out. And from here, we see the engage possibilities, but the engage only matters if there's damage to back it up. And the engage is great, but as you can see, it's only 1 round of damage from Duel. He's not auto-attacking when Scepted flashes in for the taunt. Again, no damage actually coming in. So everything is kind of used haphazardly, so much CC, but no oomph behind it. And Jin Air with so much farm, and also the gold advantage, they have oomph to spare, and they can even tank up the turret as well and take down Everate pretty straightforwardly.
Yeah, and the aggro control from all of the Jin Air members, you saw at the end of that fight, everyone was on a sliver of health. But it was because they were taking it in turns with who was tanking the turret, making sure that the front line was moving forward. When they had the health bar to do so, they got the picks because their target selection was just better. And they just look like the team that has so much more control today.
If you choose all engage, and now it's going to be a tank Rengar because Malrang's fallen behind, they really cannot fight until Duel has 3 items. I said it before, it's still true, is, well, Galio's going to die.
Yep, once again. Oh, there's the heroic exit. Heroic exit to the Wolf camp. He's going to get himself out of there, but is this going to save the turret? That's the question. The ball there just as the barrier to prevent Everate from making their way through.
No one cares about the Rengar.
Yeah, Malrung's going to jump in from behind as there's another double knockup.
Could this be
There's the control and the CC from this Everate winners composition. They take 2 out already. Massive damage potential of Kuzan no longer there, as now Scepter gets his way forward. Good taunt, as Helper is the one that Teddy's looking for, but this Ashe is being untouched. They've now formed the group on the side of Jin Air and so on, being that front line that he needs to be. Comeback wants to try and disrupt, but he's so low, and Jin Air somehow still win this fight. They're a man down, but they're just a unit now that can't actually be answered.
There's no damage on the side of it. They need to take down Teddy or this won't work.
Well, they certainly do manage to do that now. They trade 1 for 1 as Helper is going to get booted back. Umti utilizing that ultimate well. I just don't know what Teddy was really thinking as far as that positioning was concerned. He got caught in a position that he didn't want to be in. No flash available.
He didn't have any summoners to get himself out there and no one to ferry him out of the battle lines, so was forced to stand and fight, and that means it's a pretty even trade, which given how much gold behind Everate are, still 10,000 after the end of the fight, you will accept that as pretty acceptable losses on the side of Everate winners. And it does mean that the second item is complete for Duel. Has the Phantom Dancer, is going for the more short-range Battle Zaya. One more item, and perhaps things can start to get better for Everate, but when you're against a 10,000 gold disadvantage, even hitting your spikes, hitting them late, they're just that less consequential.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel good. Someone having the game of his life, honestly a series of his life as well, as the Jarvans looked good in both games. 2-0-7 right now, kill participation well and truly up there. Umpty has something to say about me giving him the compliment, having 1 extra kill involvement. 6-1-4 on the Lee Sin. Now has himself the Locket of the Iron Solari to help be a better teammate at the same time. Oh, come back, looking to try and lock down Kuzan, but there's the Stranglethorn. Scepter going to jump right on top of them as well. Shockwave used on just Helper. They should be able to get the pick off relatively easily. Grabs that shield, but it's not enough. Soan's going to find comeback. Fair bit of damage now, but does at least have the battle dance to get his way out. Yep, dances once again to avoid that arrow.
Everything used for initiation from Everate, but the same problem we mentioned. No damage behind it means the carries are at full health in a 5v4 from Jin Air. They're turning on to Baron. It's going to have to be some heroics from Malrung. Doesn't have flash and doesn't have ultimate. They need to contest this soon.
Well, that's going to be that as the Cataclysm flies forward. They take out the Rakan very early. Malrung is killed almost incidentally, and Scepted goes down. The double kill for Kuzan on this Orianna. Looking great. 4 are dead. It's only Jewel, and this Baron will easily go to Jin Air. This is a textbook game. After what was domination at the end of Game 1, they've started it so early in Game 2. 26.5 minutes. Which Jin Air is this, Papa Smith?
It's a Jin Air that knows how to win and knows how to win at normal times. They don't have to take it to 60 minutes because they understand how the regular playbooks works. And this is not a Jin Air we've seen in many seasons of LCK, so our expectations around what a Jin Air game looks like are starting to be challenged.
Yeah, well, Teddy at least going to get zoned by this barrel for the moment, but look at how many creeps there are towards the top side. A lot on that very first push from Jin Air GreenWings. They've got a fair bit of money to spend. Oh god, Kuzan can build basically this, I was about to say Sydney Harbour Bridge with all the money that he has, but I think a Rabadon's Death Cap should suffice.
And then some. He'll have more options than that. Buys the Death Cap, still has extra gold to load on an Amp Tome. This Orianna, whether it's peeling for Teddy or initiating, is super, super powerful. And Jin Air are basically what? It feels like 1 push away from inking the contract, taking 2-0 over Everate, and unironically being a top 3 team in the second week of the season and looking great doing it.
Yeah, looking absolutely brilliant. And I love it because they look great, yes, but they look smart. And the coaching staff put together 2 very, very solid team comps with clear identities, clear win conditions. They understood what they needed to take away from Everate, where they needed to force Everate to put their champions. Oh man, it just feels like Jin Air are this team that's evolving every single week.
And it's not one person, it's a 5-man story. They have multiple threats, which you haven't been able to say about a Jin Air team in many, many years. They haven't been able. It was GBM only in 2015. other people have had to shoulder so much burden. It's emergency initiation from Everate.
Yeah, Malrong looking for the thrill of the hunt, but he's now just chilling out underneath this turret. Jin Air GreenWings give them the space that they were looking for as Umpty spots out Helper after that teleport. And they are just going to back away. Defensive line built by Jin Air.
Malrong's ultimate time's out.
Taking a fair bit of damage as Scepted's going to Justice Punch his way out. Oh god, the Xayah is going to get locked down. The Featherstorm comes in just to keep him alive, but Comeback can't say the same thing. Knock up on Decepted. He should be taken out. He will be the first kill. Both tanks immediately obliterated. The double kill comes out for Teddy. The textbook play continues from Jin Air, and they'll take an inhibitor turret.
Will they be able to close the game? That's what they're going to be looking for. The health bars on their front line are not massive, but it is 5v3 for about another 30 seconds, and Jin Air, they want it now.
Yep, 16,000 gold is the lead for Jin Air as well. I don't see why they shouldn't be able to take this game at this point. Baron buff still ticking, so on. Massive shields, both Nexus turrets dead. Comeback is going to get taken out. No, he's not. He's just going to launch his way out of the fight. They don't want the kills. They want the Nexus, and that's the 2-0 for Jin Air.
And this is such an exciting win for Jin Air GreenWings, because now all you can hope for is let's watch Jin Air against one of the established top teams, because right now they are just powering through some of the bottom place teams and even making us reevaluate where the standings are. We're still in the first 2 weeks. The best teams are still getting together. Not everyone is gelling, but Jin Air's off-season work needs to be complemented because they're gelling early, and now all the Jin Air matches that look like this cast-offs, SKT, Samsung, Longzhu, KT Rolster, are now actually very interesting games to watch.
Yeah. I just don't know where anyone sits.
I don't think Everate know either, because they look shell-shocked. They did not expect to come here and be dispatched 2-0 in record time. This is a Jin Air series, and we're done with 2 games and some breaks, an hour and 40 minutes in.
Yeah, it's only 6:44 here in Korea. And I was not expecting one of the fastest series of LCK in the first couple of weeks to be a Jin Air series. That is just unheard of. The Glad plane, though, is flying so incredibly high, Papa Smithy.
Expectations are always so hard, and again, it's early in the season. Maybe they will go on to squander a great start, but there's a lot to be excited about for Jin Air in the first time since some of these rosters really started to get mixed around with the Stealths and Falcons back in 2014. They have a lot of young players coming together. The class of some of their older players is coming together. They swap in So-On for Ixu and don't see a drop-off in performance, even though Ixu had some great games through the course of the first week. They've already got potential substitutes with So-On and Ixu coming through. Everything's coming together for Jin Air.
Yeah, Ray's still sitting in the wings as well, but Umpty's having phenomenal performances. Once again, we need to shout out his Lee Sin play. But, I mean, on the side of Everate winners, I mean, Comeback looked great in their 2-0 victory over MVP, but some lackluster decision-making in, honestly, the last 2 games that we just watched. Maybe it's time to bring Ella back in the roster. Who knows? I mean, I personally am very biased because I've always been an Ella fan. However, maybe he is a little bit more of a standard player on the bottom side of the map.
I don't think in the second game you can really level it all at Comeback if Hachani was the one making the decision.
Are you saying I'm having sample size issues again, Papa Smithy?
I mean, we need more information. If he's the one who shouldered the Rakan pick or really informed the draft, and the draft was once again surprisingly dual-focused, and for some reason we have 2 games in a row where Scepted wasn't really in a position to main carry in either of them, even though he was their star in the first week. So you wonder why the attention was shifted, because Jin Air in Game 1 certainly knew who they were building around. Teddy came in a cropper in that game, to use an Aussieism. In Game 2, it was much more about Umpty, who had a day out on the Lee Sin, but how does Lee Sin get through both games? How is Teddy allowed to be set up to be carried when Scepted was never allowed to be the main carry on Everate? It felt like Everate was the unsure teenager who didn't know his strengths or weaknesses, and Jin Air was the alpha male who knew what they were good at and just went out there and did it.
And I think the damage graph indicates as well that Jin Air are the team with so much more flexibility as well. Everate do rely on Scepted almost every single game, and Umpty's going to grab himself a well-deserved MVP for game number 2.
And this feels like the coaching staff and the off-season between 2016 and 2017 is receiving the MVP, because Teddy and Umpty were the young players they invested everything in, and both of them are showing that they can be contenders here in LCK Summer. From just catching Malrong, another one of these young jungle superstars, very early. Malrong forced onto the Rengar. That's a drafting problem, but really couldn't make it work. Omti had a day out. Every lane had to pay for his extreme aggression. You know, some of these dives look like they're just Rambo, and they weren't always super clean, but Lee Sin was.
Yeah, it was, certainly was. As this I absolutely loved, especially the fact that they timed the knock-up from the flag and drag so well. Umti making sure that he follows the flash just so that the blast plant can't get the work done.
That was a nice interrupt from So1 on the E there from Septed, but predictably, everyone in the mid lane shutting down Septed, who previously had been the true carry of the side of Everate. And Ash Arrows hit, Shockwaves hit, everything hit for Jin Air GreenWings. And again, I can't help but look at the schedule and go, wait, who does Jin Air play next? Because whoever it is really re-evaluating how much preparation they need to put into trying to face the Jin Air GreenWings.
Yeah, and what is the power level of the GreenWings as well? I personally hope that it's Longzhu so that Prey can get his scouter out and figure it out for us. But you see, this team fight, this isn't necessarily an Umti highlight reel. This is just a Jin Air highlight reel.
Well,
once again, more picking off the Everate winners.
And we will see Jin Air versus Longzhu on Saturday.
Oh, that's the dream.
It's a good prediction there. Now, we'll see how Longzhu does in the second series of the night. Maybe they will wilt against the force of SKT, but if they actually put up a real performance and even win against SK Telecom T1, we're going to have a lot to talk about on Saturday.
Yeah, and I get to be a fan in the stands as well, Pub Smithy, as that's going to be you and Achilleos casting that one, so I get to just yell about it. But speaking of yelling about it, let's throw it over to Joel for some translation of the MVP interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translations. I'm here once again with Jin Air GreenWings picking up a very clean 2-0 victory against Everate winners, and we are here with today's MVPs, Teddy and Umti, for the interview. Teddy, how do you feel right now? It's our first time getting a consecutive win, so just all that in itself is a very meaningful thing for us. And Umti, we're seeing you a lot more in these interviews now, but how do you feel right now? Yeah, I think it feels great to be here. And I'm sure Umti would have liked the MVP in the first game also. Yeah, last week when I did the interview, I said that I wanted to get a solo interview, but you know, first game I think I did okay, but you know, Teddy performed so well that I think he deserved it. And the thing with Everate was, you know, they've been on a very consistent run in the past week, and you know, they really need to be, they were impressing for the most part. Yeah, since Everate is such a strong team, like you mentioned, we really need to focus on the bot lane, try to, you know, get our bot lane ahead, try to pull that advantage into the other lanes as well. And I'm sure Snowflower also had a thing with having comeback to get a game against him. Yeah, every time Snowflower got a hit on comeback, he was like, yes, I'm really happy to get a hit on comeback. So I think he was really happy about that matchup. And I'm sure, you know, we'll go to the same question with Game 2, that you played so well in Game 2 also that you could have expected another MVP. You know, I felt like Game 1 was actually a little bit undeserving of me. I thought, you know, I didn't really deserve the MVP all that much, but I was thankful that you guys gave it to me. And it seemed like Game 1 was totally going Jin Air's way, but until Septed really came back to grow as an absolute monster. But what was that all about? Yeah, we always thought that, you know, if Orianna was missing from the team fight, that we can always get the win on the team fight, but that's kind of what we were going for. I'm sure we have a video highlight of the next thing that we want to see. The Flash Smite Baron Steel. We were just constantly thinking, where was Graves and Orianna and all of this? And we were just kind of thinking to ourselves, but we saw the bot lane moving up, and we were pretty sure that they were sneaking the Baron at that point. So we just tried to rush over there and try to make the best of our time that we had remaining. Were you not startled at all in all of that situation? I don't think it was that big of a surprise, to be honest. I think we were pretty on poise on that. But we heard that your name, Teddy, was due to when you sleep, you always have that teddy bear with you while you sleep. And Yes, that's the reason why I named myself Teddy.
안 할 수가 없는데 조합부터 좀 설계된 느낌이 있었어요. 엄티 움직임이. 엄티 선수는 요즘에 전에도 또 드렸던 질문인데
And it seemed like we always have to, compliment Umti for, your Elysian picks who have been very successful for these past 2 games. But right now with the abandoned pick, were you kind of planning to pick up the Lee Sin?
각 정글러들 스타일도 있고 이제 챔피언이 있잖아요.
Yeah, we always are aware of the different styles of different junglers, and with Malrang we had to consider today that we wanted to get a Lee Sin ahead, and that would get us a little bit ahead in opposition to Malrang. We have another video highlight that we want to show. The first kill onto Malrang. What was the thought process going into this one? Yeah, he had one of the 2 choices. He could have just went bot and trying to get his own jungle, but he could have went top and tried to counter jungle. And we thought that he might have come into the counter jungle, and that's kind of where I went my pathing. And it was a good guess on my part.
네. 실제로 2세트의 움직임은 뭐 킹키란 말이 어색하지 않았습니다 전혀. 그래서 테디 선수 원래 엄지 선수가 이전 시즌만 해도 이런 느낌은 아니었어요.
And Teddy, we want to ask you about Umti is that, even last season, when the earlier parts where he did play pretty good, he wasn't at to this level, but how do you consider his quality right now? We always believed in Umti, and we always do, and we always will.
그렇죠. 약간 좀 움츠러져 있고 엄지 선수가 기세등등한 느낌이 있어요. 예. 실제로도 팀 분위기가 약간
And right now, with the good performance, good results coming from your team, but how does the team morale feel like right now? I think we're just having a good time.
자야라카는 상대가 뽑았는데 지난 경기에서 사실은 또 진에어가 선보였던 조합이었잖아요.
And you saw the Zaira Khan coming in from Ever 8, and that's actually the composition you guys played last time around.
근데 되게 그냥 라칸 W만 조심하면은
Yeah, but the thing with things against Rakan is like as long as you avoid the W, it's not that hard of a matchup.
그냥 저희가 근데 미드에서 알아 터뜨리길래
And I'm sure that, regardless of how we did, the mid was already destroyed by then, and, we really didn't have to worry about anything because the mid was so ahead.
알아서 게임이 이겨주더라고요.
So we didn't really have to do anything.
한번 해봤던 조합이기 때문에 아마 그만큼 상대하게
I'm sure having played that composition before, you guys are more comfortable with it, but
출전할 때랑 믹스가 출전할 때랑
what's the difference between Sohan and Iksu and in the styles that they play in top lane?
딱히 없는 건 그냥 소환 형이 좀 뭐라 해야 되지? 좀 진지하고
There's not much difference, but when Sohan starts, he's more serious about the game. He's more aggressive in trying to win the game for our team.
따라서
I'm not saying Iksu is not less serious, but it feels a little more serious.
그냥 하다 보니까 이번엔 진지한 모드로 하면 좀 승률이 나오는데 이런 느낌이었어요.
And it seemed like, when he was playing serious and get that serious mood for our team, it just gets us a better win rate.
출전을 했겠죠. 자, 그래서 이제 진에어가 뭐 개막전은 패배하긴 했습니다만
Although you guys lost the opening match, you guys are on a pretty good run right now, in the top of the table right now. But how do you feel about going forward right now with the junior team?
기분 되게 좋은데
Yeah, it feels really good that we're getting good results consistently, and we just want to continue on with this pace and hopefully get better results.
굉장히 말하는 걸 또 좋아하니까.
And Umti, you would like to say something else, perhaps saying that you want the solo MVP once again.
아쉬웠던 경기력 있었는데 그거 더 보완해서 다음 경기
Yeah, I think my game today wasn't perfect and wasn't up to my standards, so I'm gonna practice much harder so that I can improve on those points as well. And so that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. That's pretty incredibly humble out of Omti. I mean, I think his performance was pretty damn good, Papa Smithy.
I'm sure when he's off camera, he'll be boasting about his sick Lee Sin plays because
Alright, good.
I didn't need the voice to do it. His plays did the work for him. And JAG GreenWings, really exciting to see the team with these young players show us new dimensions to their game. Teddy can be the primary carry, that we knew, but other people stepping up is exciting. And now they are outright third. Much better game score than KT Rolster, and every future JAG game for at least the next 4 or 5 is going to be really fun to watch.
Yeah, and actually might be able to head into equal second place if SKT can take down Longzhu as well.
I mean, even if SKT win, the game score has to go down by at least 1, and thus Longzhu will be below JAG. So
yeah,
second place potentially by the end of the day. If that's the first match, it doesn't mean anything. As it starts to stack up, it gets more exciting, but you speak of that next match, it's going to be a fun one.
it most certainly will. And look, the first series was an incredibly quick one, so you've got plenty of time to prepare yourself for SKT versus Longzhu Gaming, because this is a huge battle. It's hilarious because SKT, well and truly middle of the pack at the moment, and Longzhu holding on to very close to that top spot. Everything is going crazy in LCK for the summer split, and I could not be happier, Papa Smithy, especially when we just found out that Teddy was named because he cuddles a teddy at night. That is so adorable. And Snowflower managed to troll in another interview without even being there.
I mean, Snowflower and Hachani is an established
I know.
storyline, but guys, it's about 6:56 local time. I imagine we'll probably turn the stream on in just under an hour. The picks and bans at around 8 o'clock. It's about an hour and 5 minutes, so bit of a time off. Go do what you're going to do. Make some food because the popcorn will be needed for BDD versus Faker.
Most certainly will. We'll see you back in about an hour.
Coming up next, SK Telecom T1, Longzhu Gaming, 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
ancient tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah. I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too you're still longing for your foe. Keep them in thrall, it's time to smite and ignite. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thumbnail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Yeah! I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, Sonic echo, but leave no room for doubt. All the shots, bring it back to what it's now.
Today's matchup. SK Telecom, T1. Longzhu Gaming. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome back, OGN Legion, to the summer split of the LCK. I'm still Atlas. This is still Papa Smithy, even after an hour. Jin GreenWings, too fast for us, Papa Smithy. But now we're up to the main event. SKT taking on Longzhu. This is going to be a good one.
And we said both the matches today will be very interesting. This first series being so quick and so one-sided makes us wonder about Jin Air. And the first week, definitely people stood up and took notice of the rookies and younger players on the side of Longzhu Gaming. Going 2-0, beating KT Rolster so decisively. SK Telecom coming in after a win over BBQ. So match against Samsung, maybe we can discard it if they can win today. And if Longzhu win today, that hype, the sales there on the Longzhu, I guess we're going to call it the Longzhu ship, will certainly be at full mast.
Yeah, most certainly. And this is the time for them to prove themselves. Both of these teams actually coming off victories over BBQ. BBQ managing to take one game off Longzhu, though, so making SKT look somewhat of the victor as far as the BBQ battle. It's somewhat strange because the only way that we can really detect power levels is if they've had similar matchups, because LCK at the moment honestly is so hard to predict, and it feels like so much rock, paper, scissors between most of the teams at the moment.
And that's a good read, and that's why everything's exciting. Hope springs eternal for all 10 teams. There are only 2 to 3 matches in, depending on schedule. So there's a lot to hope for. Every team here is really shooting for top 5. No one has really penciled in something like relegations or bottom 5, because there still is the chance to move up and down. People are understanding the post 7.10 meta as well. So a lot to shake out. All we know right now is that SKT, like you say, did put BBQ to the sword. It wasn't a close series, but SKT didn't necessarily look like MSI SKT. They didn't necessarily look razor sharp or have an inside read on the new meta. So it's going to be, you'd imagine, a tougher ask for them against a Longzhu team that seemed to use their off-season, despite all the acrimony of the earlier months of this year, pretty well. And there's a lot of hype matchups all across the rim.
Yeah, there most certainly are, and I'm excited to get into it. We're going to start by having a look at SKT. No change-ups as far as subs. It's going to be the team you know and love. Huni, Peanut, Faker, Bang, and Wolf to bring this one home for game number 1. We'll see whether they can do it against a hyped-up Longzhu Gaming.
And you thought the early weeks might be when they would use the subs. They do have 3 subs in the jungle, top lane, and mid lane positions to give some time off to these warriors who went over to Brazil, worked hard, won MSI, but no time off, no shortcuts for SK Telecom T1. And we'll see today if they played themselves back into form, because they did have a bit of a training day against BBQ. No one really had to play at full intensity. If Longzhu had had the results go against them in week 1, we would have said the same thing about today.
Yeah.
But it feels like Longzhu are tough opposition, so I'm really excited to see, do we see the return of Huni's top Lucian that he did play against BBQ? Were they memeing or were they being serious? That much is up in the air, but Longzhu are also a team we have to put the magnifying glass on. No roster changes, but so many of these lane matchups and even the jungle matchup are really high.
Yeah, of course, the stability of SKT, that roster has not changed for quite some time, but Longzhu coming in with Khan towards the top side of the map, Cuz in the jungle, BDD now in the mid lane, and then Prey and Gorilla, the rocks of the bottom lane.
I mean, 2 of the rookies that we've really hyped up to go against Faker played today. Septon had a bit of a struggle on the side of Everate. BDD has played but only ever once taken a single game off of SKT on a champion you don't really think of as being BDD-esque. It was the mid lane Karma on the day. So seeing something like the Zed come through from BDD, Faker showing a new champion, there's a lot of hype here. And then you almost forget that the bottom lane matchup is the matchup that went to all 5 games in the semifinals of Worlds last year. Prey and Gorilla versus Bang and Wolf. Prey and Gorilla have been reinvigorated with all the youth on their team in summer season so far, and seeing them against Bang and Wolf is always a pleasure for everyone involved.
Yeah, and I really hope that they decide to pick some interesting champions as well, as we are going to have a look at SKT versus Longzhu as far as how things used to pan out.
Yeah, spring season stats here went 6 games, so at least that's something you compliment Longzhu. Really in the second half of the season fell away. Prey picked up both MVPs on the side.
Unsurprising.
Will he get his Ashe today? Will Lee Sin ever see a sighting for SK Telecom T1 17-0 undefeated for Peanut on the year? The what ifs reign supreme, and I'm so excited. Just load into that champion select and see the reality, because right now the placements mean nothing. If Longzhu win this match, they will be flying high. If SK Telecom win this match, they will be back in.
The dust most certainly has not settled
Not
yet.
even a little bit.
Not at all. And I'm hoping that it never does. I hope that we've just got dust in the air for the entirety of the split.
And you see BDD's KDA there, Atlas, 24.5. He's died twice in the same game.
If he hadn't have died at the end of that last game, Pup Smithy.
2 deaths, but nothing else. BDD has been on a tear, but the sample size is the reason that we had this hilarious graph to show you. Reminds me of the Hoonie hat that we had at the start of spring season.
And now Hoonie actually dying quite a lot. Of course, his 2-2-2 performance on the Lucian, when most of the rest of his team certainly didn't pick up too many deaths against BBQ in game number 1. But let's have a look at Faker versus BDD. Oh, this is going to be spicy in the mid lane.
And both these mid laners have poise upon poise. BDD has always had this similar swagger to Faker, with never having anywhere near the results or necessarily the innovation and taking over games that Faker was famous for, but he was on CJ Entus, and only now is he starting for Longzhu Gaming. So we still don't know what to make of BDD at 18 years of age. By this age, Faker already had a world championship. His hype had already started to come. But you can't help but see a bit of Faker in BDD, and that's about the highest compliment you can play in mid lane.
Oh, completely. And the mid lane is just so exciting. You mentioned the fact that Sept had just played, but now BDD gets to prove himself against the god of the mid lane himself.
Who's been on Galio duty a little bit, which is a bit strange. But of course, when he's on Galio duty, he's got Hoonie and Bang to be his main carries, so it's a bit of a different proposition. As someone who has gone a little bit overlooked is Cuz, who has done very, very well in his all right coming from the jungle. Had a free ride in their first series, which is strange to say. They played against KT. He was jungling against Score, but the laners won and he didn't have to do much. His Zac that we saw in the last series against BBQ was a pleasure to watch, and we are still evaluating our expectations on Cuz. A good player, that much we already know, but a great player, that's to be decided.
Yeah, and this is what I wanted to bring up as well, and I'm glad that we actually showed on the screen. He tried the Rek'Sai out, of course, Peanut as well picking up the Rek'Sai, but managed to get the victory over BBQ. However, Cuz not quite as lucky, but was able to pick up the Zac, and I have a feeling that he's not going to get it again.
He's also 70 LP behind first spot. His young Prey is still rank 1 in Challenger, so rank 1 and rank 2 are Longzhu Gaming, so they're still having quite the tear in solo queue and Challenger, and they're matching that with their team play. Well, that's the interesting thing, is the team play. It hasn't just been win lane, win game. They've played well around each other. Cuz and BDD could be this rookie 17, 18-year-old duo to really also have very strong synergy between the two. But it's a different ask. It's SK Telecom T1.
Yep.
They're not here for joking around. They want to put paid to any of this hype around the young Longzhu Gaming lineup. Any result other than SKT 2-0ing Longzhu will be a surprise to SKT fans, but Longzhu, their story, their narrative, it's still being formed.
Yeah, and I love that you bring up the teamwork portion of it as well, Papa Smithy, because yes, they're tearing through solo queue, but as a team that has changed up their roster so drastically, they play together beautifully. Honestly, in a way that doesn't actually make a heck of a lot of sense.
They looked really good playing together against BBQ. They ran over the lanes against KT. It's It's one thing to do against BBQ. If you can back it up with doing it against SK Telecom T1, then the hype train begins.
Yeah, we finally started. This is the point. Is this where I can ignore sample size, Papa Smithy? If Longzhu can take a victory here, I can be legitimately excited.
I mean, I think we're getting there, Atlas, which for 3 matches in is already high praise.
Oh man, I am so ready. We are going to have Champion Select very, very soon, and this is where most of the questions are going to be answered. I mean, Koma, known for impeccable drafting decisions. I mean, I'm not sure whether the Lucian really fits into that one, but Huni was definitely having a great time, and they won the game, so can't really question it too much. And the first ban, as we hop into Champion Select, will be that J4 away from Khan, which makes a heck of a lot of sense.
Khan showing that he's happy to blind pick it. Another top lane is kind of following and blind picking it as well. Makes it one thing that SKT are not interested in facing now. They'll probably leave Kennen up because we already saw that Huni's happy to jump on Lucian and crush the lane. Longzhu have 100% banned Syndra on blue and red side, even though BDD has a penchant for the Zed. You could potentially take that matchup. Not interested in losing the pressure early. So far the ban's pretty damn standard for the first couple.
And I wouldn't give Faker a completely busted champion on any patch ever. I just don't think that's ever a good idea, so it makes a whole lot of sense. Zach going to be banned on the blue side by SKT, which is interesting. You could imagine Peanut certainly able to play it, but still happy to take that one away.
It doesn't necessarily fit the Peanut playstyle. It's not really about the skirmishing, much more about the ganks, and having a champion like Lee Sin, I think, will be exactly what Peanut is looking for. Expected to be the final ban from Longzhu on the red side.
Yeah, Rumble going to be taken away from Huni. His last Rumble performance against BBQ was glorious. A few plays still actually sticking out in my mind. Man's a genius.
But the fun thing is the Rumble mains are still getting the respect bans, but it feels like the rest of the field don't have to ban away the Rumblers. Interesting ban coming out here from SKT, banning Lee Sin on blue side, basically daring Longzhu to leave Elise up.
Or Galio.
It's true. That's a decision that has to be made. I'm really hoping that we see Nidalee, because these are perhaps the 2 best Nidalee players in the world.
Yeah.
Cousin, solo queue, Peanut in competitive play. They'll ban the Elise. And SK Telecom, like you say, have access to the Galio. Is the potential triple flex between support, mid lane, and Huni has already shown it plenty in the top lane.
I have a feeling it's sort of the no-brainer choice. It makes me a little bit sad. Papa Smithy, it is going to be locked away. It means that Faker might be playing the Galio in the mid lane, which is not what I want. I want the BDD Faker super hype matchup of massive carries.
And you have to feel like, because we know this is a flex pick, Faker and Huni have already played it in competitive, now on Longzhu's side, you kind of have to start flexing as well, Atlas. You have to start leaving it so that potentially BDD gets a counter pick at last. So I think going for the early flex is probably behooved on the side of Longzhu Gaming, as Prey gets Ashe. So already hype levels are starting to increase.
And increasing further.
They lock in the jungler here. So locking in Kha'Zix after the first 3 are gone. It feels there's a lot of more options in the jungle pool. The Rek'Sai, like you say, has been visited by both junglers with no real impression being formed. But that's a really high priority onto Kha'Zix, especially when Galio's there, who's one of the best meat shields at making Kha'Zix irrelevant in teamfights.
Yeah, so like the trinity of junglers banned away, and Kuz thinks that Kha'Zix is the next one in line.
I mean, no one really is getting the value out of Graves. It feels like the last nerfs have really put him on a lower tier list, so tracking where to expect specifically the jungle matchup to go, with people even mixing around with the Rek'Sai, is fun to track, as maybe we won't see a last pick for the mid lane. BDD's considering taking a mid laner here because he will get to double ban Faker's mid lane, or potentially just have a farm lane against the Galio, depending on where SKT wants to go. So SKT do now have more information with what to work around. You could ban Orianna in this spot, or just take the matchup if you so choose, but SKT do have the flex to talk about.
I feel like banning Karma makes a heck of a lot of sense here, because Faker's happy to flex the Lulu into the mid lane.
What about Twitch? Do you ban Twitch in this scenario where they already have Lulu, and for example, Galio can just heroic entrance defensively?
Would you flex the Varus to the mid lane?
My apologies, looking past the Varus there, so no need to ban away the Twitch.
Huni could play it in the top lane, Papa Smithy. I mean, he's got a penchant
no dashes makes that a little bit
upstairs,
that makes it a little bit harder without the dashes, but you're right, stranger things have happened on this rift.
Exactly. Shout out to Season 2.
Banning away just the cannon in terms of a top lane champions. The top lane matchup, I think, is the one that's been the least investigated. You know, when you have Bang Wolf versus Prey and Gorilla, Faker versus BDD, Peanut versus Kuz, one lane has to be looked over. And look at this, Lucian ban coming out. They are respecting an 80 carry for top lane, but a different one.
They are. I like it. I like it a lot. But it does force them not to ban out Faker's champion pool, and that Karma ban that I was talking about might actually be relevant, unless Longzhu just pick it up right here, which makes sense. But Thresh is the top priority.
Yep, Thresh is available, so a pick comp with the Kha'Zix potentially to profit. But the moment that you start loading in Wild Growth and Galio's damage reduction, pick comp in the mid to late game looks a little bit more difficult. So Longzhu already, it does feel like even without their full selections, are kind of marking the early game as their territory to strike, as waiting to see what Faker will choose into the Talia.
Oh, it will be the Cassiopeia, so they're flexing the Galio towards the top side of the map. Longzhu now know that. See what they're actually going to pick into it is Khan. Going to continue his lane-dominant style, potentially, with a Renekton.
Well, with Fiora taken off the Rift by SKT, it did really open up the top lane Galio. It's one of the few matchups where Galio can actually be overwhelmed, is the Fiora, and Khan is a very known, especially solo queue Fiora player. So Renekton has pressure and can definitely start trading strongly with the Galio, but the kill factor really isn't there compared to someone like a Fiora. And in the late game, it feels like Galio has more tools. So Longzhu are marking their territory. They're saying 25 minutes, big gold lead or big pressure lead, or otherwise it does feel like SKT will have a lot of tools in the late game. It's not necessarily going to be one-sided, but a lot of the power is front-loaded for Longzhu.
And the thing I find really interesting is the fact that now Longzhu have the Ashe Thresh on the bottom side of the map, arguably the best champions for both of these players. Gorilla, when he can get into the right position on the Thresh, looks unbelievable. Praise Ashe just does not even need an introduction. And what they've done is focus on the rest of the map on the side of SKT, and we'll see where their focus is going to be in the game as well, whether they're just hoping that Bang & Wolf will hold their own against what can be a dangerous lane.
I mean, to me, this is the most interesting. Seeing the Kha'Zix prioritized
Yeah.
so early in a spot where, sure, it can pop off, but the moment you see Galio, I know that my instincts are like, I don't know about Kha'Zix, feels like this is going to be really ruining my day, but things can go different. The 2v2 is always the highlight when these four players take the Rift as well. A lot to look at and a lot to really gauge, because it feels like Longzhu, as I said, are really focusing on early game.
Yep, and SKT focusing on being able to buff up that one carry that they can have in the late game, be that Faker, be that Wolf. I mean, Bang, both of them having champions that can carry. We'll see who's going to get to that position or whether Longzhu is going to take over as we hit the Rift. Big cheers, the OGN studio tonight. Of course, all of the fans turning up. It's a better time as well. I mean, our first series, I feel like it's a little bit biased given the fact that that one started relatively early in the day for the fans here in Korea.
Right, this is the one I think everyone was looking at, with Longzhu's great week one and SKT being SKT. Draft pretty even, I think, across both sides. Identity here from Longzhu is the sort of comp where every lane looks like a lane you're pretty happy to gank as Cuz. A strong CC on hit on top lane, reliable in bot lane, and even potentially the knockback coming in from the seismic shove in mid lane as the fans come in with their cheerful. So sort of draft where Cuz can really get ahead, and I think SKT pushing in and getting early information about where Cuz starts is smart, because it does impact which lane he can look for a level 2, level 3 gank on and start that snowball.
Yep. First time we've seen this Renekton skin in Korea as well.
So when you trade vision like they are here, as Longzhu have gotten in aggressive wards on the red side and SKT gets aggressive wards on the blue side, it ends up making jungle pathing more predictable and thus promotes farming. And if you look at the two junglers, Graves is certainly going to be the happier of the two to make that farming happen, as Cuz is potentially going to get Raptors stolen away, so he backs off. But none stolen.
Yeah, he's able to at least lock down all of them. And BDD gets some free time here with this minion wave.
So again, SKT forcing this trade of information does benefit them, given the jungle matchup, because Graves theoretically is more likely to get the farm matchup to 6 that he's looking for.
Yeah. Well, largely unharassed is Peanut as he moves around his jungle. He's going to ignore his red buff and head over to his blue side of the map, making sure that Cuz isn't able to steal that one away.
Carlos knows his award, so he started to walk towards enemy blue, thinking he was going to potentially opt into vertical jungling, but thinks better of it, and we can see that Graves is going to go straight to blue, so smart move from him.
Was that a mind game, though, to make sure that Peanut does move over that way? Because, of course, vision was shared on both sides.
I like your thought line, the next levels. Always the potential when you have great players on the Rift.
Bang & Wolf harassing a lot. Of course, range advantage certainly there as BDD and Faker fighting this one out. The Twin Fangs really forcing the Talia off the wave.
And big regen advantage. Faker went Corrupting Potion against Doran's Ring. That means that BD will have to burn through one potion to even get half health and a second one to be topped off.
Actually, playing this lane out quite intelligently. I like that, using the slice to get out of the Winds of War.
Basically, there should never be a time where the Winds of War should both harass Khan and push the lane. So it's all about managing your minion wave to be able to get harass in, punish Galio, whether he chooses to wave clear or whether he chooses to harass and try to get the trades in there with no resources. So Khan has more options in this lane, and you can see he's gone super aggressive. He's gone Keystone-wise for the Fervor, so he's definitely looking for those all-in trades and the amount of procs you get from the W especially.
The Battle Crocodile.
It's amusing how 2 times ago we saw Faker just dominate people as the Cassiopeia, and then the grand final against G2 was on the feeding end of the case, so Maple and Perks had different Cassiopeias to deal with, but Faker's Cassiopeia inspires fear from the best of us.
It certainly does. I'm a little bit frightened here, and I'm actually just casting him, so it's not even going to be a problem. As Cuz discovered in his jungle, he's done a full clear, just has the Gromp to go. That one's going to be sorted out.
Full clear versus full clear, advantage SKT, so the early game has kind of played like we mentioned. No early ganks for Cuz, and Gray's farming away.
EEW has done well to keep up in CS, but he is going to have to go back very soon. Especially if Faker is going to hit that level 6 mark. Still a couple of levels to go, but this lane is very scary for BDD as Faker blocks out the Siege minion.
He stopped the cannon minion from going over to BDD as well. He missed that one. Pressure's similar in top lane, but the CS advantage a little bit bigger for Khan.
Oh, God. Actually pressuring Huni all the way away from his turret.
Speaking of pressure, BDD has maybe 2 spells in him.
Faker has the Ghost, isn't going to use it, of course, gets himself to a good position, but BDD does at least get a free back, which is, I think, what Longzhu were looking for.
It was definitely, obviously, you'd love to get both, but they got one advantage in the case of getting a preferential back time, like you say, relieving some pressure from the mid laner.
It's going to be an extra Doran's Ring and those boots. Refillable potion is in there as well.
Gorilla's identity in this game is going to be fun to track. If you think back to his great Thresh performances, compared to hitting the sick hooks like we've seen other Threshers do, it was Gorilla being in mid lane for the defensive dark passages that I think really brought our time back to spring 2016 when he was roaming on Alistar and making plays around the map.
Yeah.
It was more about his playmaking out of lane than his playmaking in lane compared to someone like Mata, who just straight up hard carried on KT in Game 2. So will he get afforded the space to leave lane, leave prey alone, when it's Varus Lulu from Bang & Wolf? You know, Lulu's very lane focused when it comes to the trading. So actually getting the room to make those sort of maneuvers against Bang & Wolf, and specifically this duo of champions, seems a lot less likely than he was able to pull off in other games.
Well, Gorilla going to cheekily head home, and like you said, looking to potentially move to that mid lane. And I'm really glad that you bring up Gorilla's identity, just because he is just known in the games that he looks good. He's just in the right place. It's his positioning on the map and his game sense that really sets him apart from other supports, especially on these engage-based supports like the Thresh, like the Alistar that you mentioned.
Yeah, one of the biggest myths, or I guess popular myths about Faker, was him calling kills before they happen, talking about him calling plays before they've occurred. This came from All-Star with him saying he got kills. People will remember the story. With Gorilla, it almost feels like he knows where the action is going to unravel well in advance. It's not just communication with lanes, it's his understanding of the game as well. It's why seeing him just stuck in lane for the last couple of seasons kind of been against Gorilla's identity that made him look like the best support back in spring. So a meta where he can get out of lane on a champion like Thresh is a great meta if you want to be watching Gorilla make the big plays around the map.
Excited to see what he can make happen as he's moving towards the mid lane now. BDD taking control back here in mid. Now the Faker's come back with a tier. Not a lot of battle stats on that one, so the extra Doran's Ring from BDD helping him out.
This lane's all about push and leave for BDD. Has a faster push advantage. Lulu and Graves in mid lane.
BDD has the weave as well, can actually use it defensively, I believe, in time, as Wolf possibly out of position, but Gorilla not going to find the hook. Longzhu willing to answer as now Cuz launches his way forward, has the ultimate available, and there's the playback. Oh, Wolf manages to shield himself as BDD may be overly aggressive, but gets the Dark Passage and heads back.
Because Dark Passage was available, he thought he could get one Q and an auto attack to take down Wolf through the shield with the Ignite running. Wasn't able to do that, so BDD kind of gives up his flash for free. So double flash used by Longzhu, just a single, as BDD and Faker still fighting.
Yeah, Seismic Shove actually being held onto. No, not going to find the target is Faker. Oh, God. BDD respecting the turret like he should, but that was so close.
Standing up and being accounted for, taking the trades. Faker famously never going to be fast on the trigger figure with the flash. Always has the great damage calculations. Close stuff, but no advantage. In fact, the only advantage is the CS advantage in top, really.
Yeah.
To separate the teams.
Huni as well, now having that triple Doran's ring, will be able to clear much more easily. Because
low on mana.
Yeah, but still looking aggressive.
You can tell from Summoner Choice that he's thinking more early game. A lot of Kazakhs have kind of followed the Graves school of thought and gone for Storm Raider's Surge to get the extra Qs in, because just wants Thunderlords for those higher oomph earlier ganks.
I like it. I think it's important to get a Kazakhs ahead, so having that extra damage in your early ganks is important.
Lose out in the late game.
Understand the school of thought that
more Qs with a short cooldown is an attractive proposition in the late game. Movement speed, something you can't really itemize for, as Kazakhs can be powerful, reset or no reset, but you're right, Thunderlords, given what we talked about with the earlier identity with the Rek'Sai, for example, and the Talia especially, makes a lot of sense because...
Speaking of the Talia, is going to spot out Peanut moving up. One thing to definitely compliment Longzhu for is their vision, especially around that mid lane. Look at those control wards flanking BDD. They don't want to let Faker get any sort of advantage as the hook lands onto Wolf. Arrow is there as well as Prey, getting a lot of damage down with the Q. The heal's there, but the auto attacks are going to give the first blood over to Prey. BDD says, nope, you ain't going to follow up on nothing, Peanut. Head back to the jungle.
Straight up 2v2 kills. These were the things that happened with the Ashe Misfortune lane back in the semifinals. So first blood straight up in the 2v2. Last season, Prey and Gorilla were on the back foot. They didn't look like the same duo lane that did so well on the Rocks Tigers, but they've come to play this season. Now they pick up the sort of lead that this comp desperately needs.
Well, Faker actually didn't know Cuz was there. Gets the passive down. Holds on to his ultimate though, does Faker. Just loses half of his health bar. Yet another member of Longzhu moving down. More vision now available for our red side team. There are so many control wards.
And so many people rotating through mid lane to try and give BDD the pressure advantage in this lane. Talia already has priority, always will be able to shove in. But they're throwing in more resources to actually get true mid lane priority, which against Faker, doesn't matter what the champion matchup is something to crave and something so few mid laners have ever claimed.
Oh, yes. Taking a look at the top lane, 20 CS lead for Khan approximately.
With a cull as well, so that will cash in.
Yeah.
Soon.
Doesn't need a solo kill, just needs to farm. Perfect.
Feels like a solo kill. 350 gold cash out soon.
He's got the dominance, not dominus, remember.
He's got the dominance too.
Yeah, both of them. Aptly named, and now BDD looking without the ultimate to come in for a play. Khan just dirty farming here around the back, just baiting them in. BDD, yep, not going to find anything.
Optimistic.
Yeah. Still, claiming the farm is Khan. Losing a lot of his health bar too.
And Khan, another player that we really didn't know what to expect. Cuz had the solo queue buzz. BDD has always had a bit of a swagger and again was a top rank 1 solo queue player. But Khan coming in from the bench, honestly, mostly in China where he was a bit part player at best, to sub in for Expression, who was that reliable top laner, but not much more. Feels like Expression started to be that much more as mid lane.
Yeah, there's not a lot of mana on Faker, exactly right. The threaded volley hits all 3 times with Peanut. Turns up. BDD still wanting this one. Arrow's going to land on a Wolf one more time. Good play from Gorilla. Lands the hook all too easily. No Chains of Corruption are going to save you from that one. Bang just has to watch his support die. Cuz now paying some attention. One member off the map and Longzhu press themselves forward.
And he's feeling strong enough to invade in the top side jungle. The bot side jungle is where they really own the map. The bot lane 2v2 getting 2v2 straight up kills means that red side jungle is a lot more unsafe for Peanut to play around. But the proactive plays continue to happen. Prey hits every arrow. This is just really the identity of him as a player. And Longzhu are looking for the bonus objectives to vindicate the draft, to vindicate the advantages. They're trying to get it on the top side, but Peanut is here.
Yeah, Huni's going to make his way in as well, as Khan may not have got the memo, as the leap is used from Cuz to get himself out. Okay, Khan throws out the dominance.
I think he had it on cooldown, might have used it to try and damage the Rift Herald. Speaking of Rift Herald.
Well, Cuz is going to jump back in. He wants to steal this one away. There it
Got
is! Rift Herald gained by Longzhu. They may not be able to pick up the buff, but they at least deny it from SKT.
SKT wanted to make it time out. I was watching Faker's stream where he was playing jungle Nidalee and forgot to pick it up. So there is that definite amount of time where you can pick it up. For now, Longzhu still don't have access to the buff. It's sitting on the Rift for a couple more seconds.
Yeah, this is a 4 versus 3. Make that a 4 versus 2 as Huni is deleted.
But Peanut is still escorting the Rift Herald buff. Wolf is called up here as well. This is how high priority the Rift Herald is. If they take it, they can take down mid lane. They get it!
That was so cute with the Dark Passage getting Cuz out.
So the reason why you fight over this so much is one of Cassiopeia's biggest problems is wave clear. She can take out a wave over time, but her ability to instantly AoE down a wave clear is very low as Bang & Wolf continue to trade. So getting Rift Herald here is an advantage in its own, and that's why SKT did not wave the white flag. They kept fighting and hoped that they could deny the buff being picked up by Longzhu.
Well, Khan with a 34 CS lead is going to head back home once again. We'll see whether Black Cleaver is going to be the next option. He's already cashed in that cull, so a lot of money in the back pocket of this Renekton.
Merc Treads is something he wants to pick up very soon as well, given all the crowd control. Not even just from the lane he's facing.
Well, back is actually going to be stopped as he hangs out. Only with his teleport back, Barmy Cinder and triple Doran's Ring means that the wave clears very fast.
And this is what you see. See Kuz on your screen, walking around the red side jungle from SKT as if he owns it, and that's because with 2v2 kills...
He basically does.
He basically does, exactly. Atlas, they also have the Talia, who can roam first over the Cassiopeia, so... a lot of pressure here onto this jungle. That's why Kuz is still here.
Actually looking for Peanut. The arrow's going to land. There's the flash leap into the hook from Gorilla, who is, of course, in the right position. This is the Longzhu we wanted to see in this series.
And they're getting out of lane because so many people rotated through mid that Faker could never have the QE trades that he managed at level 1, level 2, level 3. And he's had so much pressure that he's had to respect that there's a bit of breathing room in bot lane from the 2v2 kills, and Kuz is really benefiting, listening to his team, and surprisingly, they're actually going to use the Rift Herald bot lane. They want to get this Ashe and Thresh out of lane now.
Yeah, they're looking for that first brick as well. Should be an easy one as, look at this guy, charges up. That's disgusting, always will be, and I will always react to it. I know, guys, it might be getting annoying.
And Prey's not even going to go for the last hit. He's going to actually just wait a couple of seconds, come in for it now, gets the solo gold, does Prey all 650, the rest of the team vacates that lane. Peanut will be forced here as well. No pressure on the mid lane, no pressure on the Renekton. He's going to do a bit of farming himself, pick up the Krugs, and even a little bit of bonus damage on the inner turret.
Yeah, another crash comes out. Bang eventually finishes that one off, but I love that they're giving so much of this gold over to Prey as well. Now looking to go back, finishes Blade of the Ruin King. Can he even get a Zeal off this? He can. And a cheeky dagger. This Ashe is so accelerated.
I mean, we had an Ashe who had to emergency roam mid lane because he couldn't lane 2v2 in game 1. That was Duel versus Jin'e on the side of Everate. This is the other type of Ashe, an Ashe that's unleashed on the map, and that's not even the most important factor, Atlas. This is a Thresh that doesn't need to be in a 2v2 lane, and Gorilla's always been one of those players, like we've said a couple of times today, with that forethought. Let's see where Longzhu want to set up, because they've got pick tools aplenty.
Yep, and Gorilla also has the mobility boots as well, so he can be in the right place at the right time, even faster.
Would you say those boots were made for Roman?
Absolutely. As Prey is going to discover Bang, knows that he can take him down, but didn't want to go for that kill. Still vision available here for SKT, so Bang able to keep himself relatively safe. Remember, this is a game on a relative timer for Longzhu. They have a lot of early game threats. SKT will have a gigantic Galio in the late game. Peanut, of course, scales fantastically on this grave still. In fact, even more with the changes, giving him a little bit more of those ratios, but a little bit less of the base damage.
I think a timer, which I did call it myself, so I'm kind of calling myself out here, is true. but it's more about cultivating a gold lead and extending it, right? 4,000 at this point is excellent for the side of Longzhu's Compass.
Arrow's going to land onto Faker. The hook's there as well. Seismic shove. Wolf does manage to pump up the Cassiopeia. The flash is good. Faker lives, and Peanut picks up the kill onto Cuz. Prey survives for the moment as Khan trying to do the damage. Bang! Can't really tank up the Renekton. But SKT, they always seem to be able to do it. It doesn't really matter how far behind they are. You still have to respect his Khan. Just kills an unsuspecting Bang.
Yeah, the control ward in the brush. Bang was trying to recall in a pretty greedy spot. Speaking of greed.
Yep, the man advantage is still there, and oh my god, there's the flash. Wolf is going to be the target as Huni, very good taunt. He's going to make sure that his support doesn't die. The flayback, and Huni's gone too aggressive. BDD grabs the kill, and now SKT floundering underneath this turret with low health bars and low mana bars as well. Faker just gives up on it. He's going to head down bottom lane and try and push this one forward.
And floundering sounds harsh, but it's true because Faker was not going to be there. He had already committed to going bot lane, Crown-esque, Faker-esque, of picking up farm during the disarray. We see the replay here. They do layer their CC well, but the damage reduction into the wild growth, good positioning by Wolf to be there for the ultimate, means that Faker just doesn't go down, and someone was going to be caught in no man's land. It was Cuz. After this, where it was just a 1-for-0, you think, okay, a 1-for-0 against the run of play. This is going to be excellent from the side of SKT. Bang walks in, thinks he's fine, puts down a ward, but ends up face-checking a Renekton that had already been accelerated, picks up the bonus kill, and then with Cassiopeia going bot lane, they see Cassiopeia on a map. So on the map, they actually had aggressive vision to swap Cassio, and they're like, well, Faker's not going to be here, let's go. And the go button certainly was popped at the right time.
Yeah, and that was actually beautiful juggling as well, as Gorilla picked up the aggro on the turret, kept everyone alive after that dive. So Longzhu with a lot of controlled play this game. Cuz, of course, very aggressive in that last fight, but this is Longzhu looking like they're playing with newfound vigor and giving SKT a lot of respect.
Yeah, SKT, there's nothing they can do. Honestly, Faker will clear a ward, but that's the most they can hope for. Doesn't have the tools to do anything. Khan has a lot of wave clear, so he's not going to give up his turret without a fight, that's for sure.
And look at how far ahead he is. All of a sudden, 60 CS is the gap between the Renekton and the Galio.
60 CS plus a Cull Cash, and it's actually going to be huge difference here. Got kill and 2 assists as well. It's about 2/3 of the way to his 2-item build, including the Merc Tread. So it feels like we have to reevaluate where we're putting Khan. Are we going to throw him a top 3 top laner? Definitely not with the talent we have, but he's starting to get in the conversation for top 5, and for a guy who no one knew what to make of, that's pretty cool to see.
And for a league with some incredible top lane talent, especially this year, 2017 is sort of like the top lane year for LCK with the return of Marin and so many massive names.
And Smeb is probably the one of the top 3 that's going to have to start proving himself, because, you know, I'll sit here and give that old adage every time it fits the narrative, you know, form is temporary, class is permanent. Well, his form over the course of 3 games has been pretty woeful, so he definitely gets the reprieve when it comes to top 3 for, you know, 3 matches, 5 matches, 6 matches, but at some point when you start getting closer to double digits, you kind of lose out on that sort of reputation. So while Khan is building up a reputation, Smeb needs to start playing to him, but that's for another day.
Speaking of Khan, 2-level advantage now over Huni. As he clears this one up, Huni will be able to at least survive the aggression, but we're looking at a Flame Horizon potentially one more time. Of course, last time we saw it, it was an AD carry variety, which is certainly unique. Prey's going to be able to take down that outer turret towards the top side of the map. Pings up there by SKT.
So now, with the build that Faker is gone, getting a pick on the Cassio in the late game is going to be almost impossible. Consider that he will have a Seraph Shield, Banshee Veil, a 10-stack Rod of Ages, and also most likely a Heroic Entrance with damage reduction. So diving in on Faker is going to be difficult, and diving is what Longzhu do. Renekton and Kha'Zix especially want to fight in melee range. So it seems like SKT are trying to weather the storm with itemization and want their backline to be able to free hit in the late game. Does mean they're damaged on the lower ebb, and Longzhu do not want this game to go another 20.
Oh, Cuz looking for Peanut. Weaver's wall flies through, but Peanut gets to the safe side. It's going to be okay, but at least the control ward was protected. Weaver's wall for safe control ward, always important.
I mean, a free mountain Drake, so getting away from the ocean and the cloud that has pretty much dominated our Drakes so far in LCK this season.
Yep, Longzhu, of course, picking up a cheeky cloud earlier on. I don't actually remember when that one came down, as Bang is going to be able to find a cheeky pick onto Prey. Oh, no, he's not! Collateral damage, not even at the right range, as Wolf picks up the kill somehow. Minion damage.
He dies to Ignite. They were trying to auto-attack on the minions to stay alive. Doesn't have any lifesteal, or at least enough lifesteal with the Blade of the Ruin King and Hurricane to survive. Just about pick up a pick, but probably not enough to start the Baron, which is the objective SKT really want to stabilize the game.
Yeah, but they are going to be able to at least get an outer turret towards the top side of the map, given the man advantage that they have accrued. I can't believe that Prey didn't manage to... I could have sworn he was going to survive that, but unable to, cuz going to try and at least get some of his Krugs here from Peanut. His wave is going to crash towards that top side. And a slight failing of the vision that Longzhu should have been praised for earlier on in the game. Prey is going to get caught out.
I mean, they've had great vision, but I think it's more on Prey acting around one area that was pretty blank for Longzhu. Faker was in the top lane. They were setting up vision, SKT in the top half, trying to ensure that no Baron happened. We saw a Drake being soloed on our screens. You can infer that SKT is playing around the other side of the map when Drake is a free objective for Longzhu. Prey didn't play respectfully and got taken down in his position as he deserved to be.
Yeah. And of course, bot side of the map was where Longzhu had focused, just to make sure that that Mountain Drake did go down in their favor. So intelligent work putting that one down early, as now Huni taking minimal damage given the fact that his armor total is gigantic.
And now the things start to unsettle because it feels like Longzhu need to make the right moves around the map, given that kill pressure is almost absent. Speaking of plays around the map,
and Weaver's Wall.
Didn't spot Talia, but not going to lead to anything too consequential there for Longzhu.
Okay, thought that something was going to go. He had the sweet zoom at us again. Prey is going to get caught out, but Dark Passage is there. QSS saves him from the Chains of Corruption.
We'll be able to lifesteal back up as well.
Bang actually going for the Phantom Dancer's second item on the Varus, wanting to focus on single target picks, as there's the Weaver's Wall to come in and deny any wave clear that isn't the piercing arrow. Collateral damage is going to deal with it though.
Yeah, wave clear from downtown, but using an escape, more damage ability is still something. Khan has to flash.
Yeah, actually gets out of the way the Justice Punch. Tanks up everything else, but it's going to be fine.
It's on Longzhu, keeping up the pace. 5,000 gold lead, hasn't grown much from where it was 6 to 7 to 8 minutes ago. And while outscale is perhaps not the best work, because SKT don't have the Veins and the other strong carries in the late game, the build from Faker and the teams in comparison, you know that Longzhu needs to stay 5 to 10 to 15. They need to continue growing to make this comp work in the late game.
Yeah, the Galio, of course, will be that front line that they're looking for as well. So as far as front-to-back team fighting is concerned, they certainly have that going in their favor, even if Huni can't necessarily do too much battle with Khan's Renekton.
He can walk up to Khan, clear the wave, and leave without dying. And maybe that's enough to really diminish Renekton, who's not known for his team fight power. Cassiopeia will peel away from him. Varus has tools as well. It's going to be frustration for Renekton to do much in team fights. And he's going to be caught.
Yeah, Bang looking for the Chains of Corruption there as well, waiting for the slice, but just throws it out anyway. Dominus comes in. He wants to try and get something back from this, as Bang takes a lot of damage, but not enough. And now Longzhu considering the Baron. As they move over, at least clearing out vision from this one. We've got 40 seconds on Khan, who is level 16 on this Renekton, so that death time are quite large.
No defensive items means that he doesn't buy enough time for the turn onto Baron with just a single Mountain Drake to be realistic from Longzhu. And that's with Kha'Zix and a Blade of the Ruin King Ashe, who are pretty damn adept at picking out Baron.
Yeah.
Talia also works against her, but...
Oh, she's got the Leandru's Torment though.
Yep.
100% health damage, definitely a good idea against the Baron, so certainly nothing to scoff at. I believe you completely, Papa Smithy.
Huni now is tanky enough to be the one-man face-checking machine. Lulu's not the best at putting down vision, so they have Huni to be able to walk up to his unwarded brushes. Does mean that he's not split-pushing, though.
Yeah. Okay, upgraded Spike Rack here for Cuz. Heading forward, I believe that's Q and W, who's playing at home. Certainly is. See whether he upgrades the ultimate as the final one, which has been the Kha'Zix idea of late as far as evolutions, which I find weird because I love getting those resets. Is because, okay, just going to break some Banshees.
And the vision here is also very important.
Yeah.
W providing vision, slowing, and breaking spell shields, like you say, is important.
Little hook, no flare to be found from Gorilla though.
Yeah, and Prey did slow down his build in terms of damage. No sign of armor penetration or an Infinity Edge just yet. Means that auto-attacking onto a Galio is a frustration game for him. All right, now here's Longzhu's big play. They're starting the Baron as the Renekton shows in bot lane. So far, no vision for SKT.
Yep, Weaver's Wall's going to come in.
Only
to block
one
off
entrance
any,
now.
Yeah, any potential attackers, but this Baron should fall down. Cuz has a heck of a lot of damage. That's going to be it. The smite comes in. Peanut throws out the collateral damage to get out of there, but Prey has to use the QSS very early. Does escape as Gorilla throws the box down. Perfect placement, and that's a free Baron for Longzhu.
And really good stuff from Longzhu Gaming, given the comp, given what we were seeing, and Renekton struggles to actually make his lead and items work in team fights. They had to make a play like that work, so credit to them. Understood their window. Around 25 to 30 minutes was really the end of their peak of efficiency, and picking up the Baron is big. Look at the Mountain Drake, although...
Oh, Peanut.
Watch the teleport.
Fadeaway comes in, but Peanut will get stopped by Khan. Okay, not quite enough. Dark Passage gets the Crocodile out. And now, can Longzhu get themselves enough turrets to snowball this lead into something that SKT cannot get over?
SKT did basically waste a quarter of the Baron buff, starting up a Mountain Drake and taking it down. Obviously, Longzhu would have loved to pick it up, but the contest there does actually shave some time off the Baron buff power play. They have to recall, go and buy the items to behoove the Baron being taken. And for now, Minion Wave's in a great spot from the perspective of SKT. They've pushed out top, they're pushing out bot lane, and we've already mentioned that Huni can do that largely in the face of Longzhu. It's going to be a lot on the picks here. Prey's definitely an Ashe to trust the arrows of, but Ashe arrow target's starting to go down. They need to first get the spell shield off of Faker, and then diving in with heroic entrance, Lulu. Picks that were possible in the early game are getting harder and harder. So let's see if Longzhu can make a Baron power play work, because for now, everything's looking pretty steadfast for SKT.
Yeah, it's almost like Wolf is the only Wolf and Peanut, the only targets really is... We managed to steal away a red buff, but Bang gets caught out slightly. Arrow's just going to find him there as Cuz heads over, but they do not want to jump on top of Faker. Hook goes wide. The flash used from Bang to make sure that doesn't land.
You'll notice the Bang held onto his QSS. He saw there were no threats coming in, so didn't blow it early. So maybe crucial in a fight if one breaks out in the next few seconds, but Bang had to flash at the end.
Yeah, good heads-up play. Now BDD going to be dealing with this big top wave, and so far this Baron buff has done virtually nothing as far as structural damage. Apart from that bottom side, as Prey getting some cheeky autos onto Peanut. One auto attack on that inner turret. As there's the flash from Faker, just dodging out of the way of the hook there, as well as Prey's gonna fall. And this is the Faker that we wanted to see in this series.
It may also be the turning point in the game, outplaying Prey. Prey tried to stand up, but Faker knew he did not have flash. And not enough space was built with the Dark Passage, which was on cooldown. Faker saw it already be used. So the Baron buff not contributing to much. Faker, he wants more kills.
Jumping around the side, there's the heroic entrance just to make sure that this is not a fight that can't win unless he takes down Wolf. Slice and dice, makes it out with the Dark Passage. Outplays upon outplays, Papa Smithy.
But think about it, did that outplay buy them a lot? Now, BDD shows it bought them something. With the Baron buff, was able to get an inner turret, which is more than Longzhu were able to claim for the great majority of this Baron buff that's just about to time up. They still take the turret. Really nice fancy moves from Khan, but if they need fancy moves like that to trade up in objectives, I think SKT is just fine.
Yep, I feel like it too, and it's always an SKT series where even if they're behind, you feel like the longer it goes, the higher their chances of coming out with a victory is. Let's have a look at this again.
So this was really cool. Khan instantly respecting the heroic entrance, turns on to Wolf. Wolf walked up, ult's not going to be enough to take him out. The flash away from the punch and then into the Dark Passage was just beautiful mechanical play from Khan. So watching the backside of the mid lane. This will be a second objective after the Baron buffs, but still in the same passage of play from Longzhu. Good to see as Khan, he's not really interested in Huni anymore.
Well, all the inner turrets are going to fall down. Good stun. Gets Huni away from that Weaver's Wall. But SKT, I mean, he is going to be that big tanky member. Can they actually get the pick? They are going to be able to as Huni falls down. That's the front line dead. Hook lands onto Faker. Serap's Embrace keeps him alive, and they pick up the kill onto Gorilla. But can Bang be taken away from this one? BDD flashes forward. He's got the Qs, gets the double kill as Bang falls down.
Yeah, trades out, but they don't have a minion wave to get any more, so SKT still continue to end on a sliver in terms of keeping their base up. Breaking the base is so important for Longzhu to buy them the space to get the fights they want later, to get the advanced vision to claim something like a Baron later in the game. Surprised how fast Galio died. I think it's because he was low on the magic resist, and B just kind of obliterated him with his first round of damage. Right, doing just fine himself.
Void Staff and the Mortal Reminder have been completed, Papa Smithy, so possibly Longzhu now with enough damage to get through a tank.
They do more damage to Faker and Huni, that's for sure. Doing these item builds will struggle a little bit at doing the Infinity Edge-esque damage to Peanut, Bang, and Wolf, but you kind of have to choose between your vices, and fighting front to back is probably what Prey is going to have to do. He's not going to be skipping past any tanks to damage but the back line, so that's where the Mortal Reminder comes in. First Baron buff was the real thing that cemented Longzhu as being competitive in this game. The second one they'll be able to set up around soon. They need control wards for. 3 can be placed at one point. Right now, as Gorilla, BDD, and Cuz all have access to control wards.
Once again, SKT getting their minion waves in order. Something that we compliment them on almost every single time we see them on the Rift. And it saved their base that last time around. I mean, no minion waves in order to push down these inhibitor turrets, anything like that, even after picks on the side of Longzhu. Now to set up for this Baron that's going to be coming up in a minute. Feels like Scimitar done for Prey as well.
Feels like if Longzhu play everything perfect, they will win this game, but the 10,000 gold lead now was a 6,000 gold lead 20 minutes ago. So the fact that it hasn't grown means that Longzhu, it's basically one of those every fight you must reassess. Longzhu needs to continue to come out ahead, otherwise that familiar inevitability of an SKT win can't help but nag you the back of your neck. Nice check with the Dark Passage there, means that Gorilla won't be caught. Khan's on the backside, but he is spotted. He should probably clear that ward.
Yeah, probably. Huni's going to make his way in as Cuz is just going to steal that one away. There's the Weaver's Wall. They set this one up. They're looking for Huni once again. He will have the redemption for the extra heal. Justice Punch gets him out, and in goes Khan, but might need to take that Dark Passage to get out. Huni is just going to heroic exit from this fight, and oh my god, Cuz just going to be destroyed.
Fang Gaze does hit onto Cuz. He goes down. No smite for 50 seconds. Let's see how SKT plays around that. Longzhu's first objective is to push out the mid lane, then get vision down, because every time a jungler is the only person to fall at 35 minutes, the what-ifs start to open, as I don't think that Huni knows about that positioning, but maybe he did.
Well, the hook's going to land. He's very far forward, but very tanky at the same time.
Still 25 seconds, so Longzhu do not want to give up vision around Baron. Wolf has to flash.
Yeah, they get a flash out of Wolf. Good slice to get themselves over. Longzhu still playing as a unit, but SKT have started off this Baron. Peanut relatively low. Hook goes wide on the side of Gorilla. Faker booped back with the seismic shove, but this Baron going down so low. Peanut is going to secure it. Can Longzhu actually pick anything up as Khan picks up the first one onto Faker. Bang! Has to flash out of the pit. Peanut's dead. Huni is going to follow the flash play to get Huni out of flash range, up the wall, and the auto attack was already in the air. So 2 Baron buffs remain on SKT. Still a positive trade for them.
Yeah, they get 3 kills. So with
Is
only
it a positive? I don't know. I got a little
so
bit ahead
hard
of
to
myself.
avoid. That's what I'm wondering, Atlas. I get your thought process there. If it's 2, you're like, okay, Baron buff. It's 3. It means you can only really have Baron buff minions in 2 lanes. And also, we're late in the game. The death timers here mean they're going to give up, at minimum, an inhibitor.
Yeah, the teleports come out from Khan as well. They will lose this inhibitor, so Longzhu proving me wrong most certainly.
18 seconds on Faker. Let's see how much Longzhu want to push for here. Already the ultimate used by Bang, just to try and buy time.
Looks like Longzhu actually agree with this as Bang. Immediate QSS gets himself out of the way of the Ash Arrow, but first Nexus turret will fall down. Cuz making sure Bang can't clear out the way.
2 seconds for Faker.
Oh, not going to be able to fall. Nexus has been focused, and Longzhu are going to take game number 1 over SKT.
It was all about the windows in this game. You wonder whenever the Baron is given up for 3, and the quick answer emphatically was that it was the wrong decision. If multiple couple people could get out, it would have worked for SKT, but they didn't have Baron buff minions to buy them time for the respawns. 40+ minutes in, it's not going to be good enough, and Longzhu executed on a comp that was tough to play, where there was very obvious fall off. They avoided those moments with smart play, and that's the Longzhu. They're going to make this one a series.
They most certainly are. If game one's anything to go by, you definitely need to tune in for game number 2, because look at Coma's face. This guy knows exactly what went wrong, and you can bet that SKT will have answers in the next draft.
SK Telecom will need to regroup. I don't necessarily think their draft was a problem, but Longzhu played to their win conditions, and SKT ended up giving up more and more. The gold lead was always there from the early game and continued to grow. So super exciting to track where we go in the draft from here, because there's going to be adaptations. That means that power is going to be left up in the draft.
Most certainly is. And look, when the 2 Baron buffs were still retained by SKT, they managed to take down the Baron. I thought that that could be an opportunity for SKT to get back in, but that's because I assumed that they always have their minion waves in position. This time, Longzhu had actually prepared that mid wave and got to capitalize.
Very hard to prep your minion waves against an early game comp that's had to push for the majority of the game and take Baron. Those two things are kind of counter objectives. To get both, very difficult. They weren't able to claim that. They rode in, the Baron buffs weren't enough to stall anything, and they went for the assertive finish. It was about 25 seconds when they started to kill the inhibitor, and you wondered, could it be the stall? The emphatic answer was no.
It most certainly was. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break. When we get back, SKT are going to fight back against Longzhu Gaming in what will be a tumultuous second match in this series. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, OGN Legion, to LCK Summer, SKT versus Longzhu. Oh my god, game one was so exciting, we needed to give you an extra 3.5 minutes just to cool off before we get into game two. We don't want you blowing a gasket or anything like that.
And the hot fire from Longzhu was kind of equally spread around. The MVP is going to be interesting. Will it be Khan for his great escape and just basically brutalizing Huni in lane? There are other people here that played a great game, Prey and Gorilla. Definitely going to be no strangers to MVP awards in this sort of a situation, but Longzhu Gaming played great. Congratulations to Khan, his second MVP of the season, and Longzhu studied the playbook, executed on it, won the game, and should feel great about it too.
Yeah, and these early game compositions against SKT of all teams are so difficult to pull off as well. So Longzhu need to be even more proud of themselves. We are going to see some of the highlights of both Khan's play, and just look at this. I mean, Longzhu, that's a 4-man squad, just looking for these picks, and they get the Ash arrows, they get the hooks. Faker survives this somehow.
He did survive this one, but you remember that Khan actually cheats around the side, puts down a control ward, and still gets a couple of picks at the end of this. The Crocodile and the Brush was the last thing that Bang was expecting when he put down his ward, and from there, Longzhu continued to pile on the advantages. They continued to play their game plan. They knew that if ever there was a one-way fight, if SKT could pick up an uncontested Baron or anything like that, the game would end. This was probably one of the best plays we've seen this season, taking out Lulu, flashing away from the Justice Punch, getting out on the Lantern as well. Love the camera angle there. Huni looked like he was unkillable. It seemed essentially he was.
But look at this.
Frequently, he was the first one to die because the Weaver's Wall separated SKT from other threats, and they turned, they played front to back, and they did everything they needed to. Did Longzhu Game.
Yeah, their target selection was fantastic. Everything just worked out in the end. Oh my goodness, this game is hype, Papa Smithy.
Khan not wanting to heap too much praise onto himself. Maybe he's not sure about the spotlight on him just yet, but if you play like that, you deserve it. And with this camera shot and this music, I think we're going to have a substitution. Will it be Peanut? Hard to say what they're going to do. It will be Peanut being subbed out, so not Huni. They have Vantara, of course, as a top lane substitute. Peanut out, and Blank, the man who was undefeated in 2017, only played 5 games, 5-0, but still, a stat worth mentioning is coming in, and this does change SK Telecom quite a lot.
It certainly does. It means that Longzhu can't just go in with the full momentum that they had before. One thing that we talk about a lot is subbing out junglers for the fact that you can sit backstage, watch the previous game, and understand the pathing of the opponent jungler.
And that's why I feel like if you can take one substitute to a Riot event, which has been the rule for a while now, a jungler gives you the biggest chance to win in a best of 5, because you do have that information and the ability to try to capitalize on the enemy junglers pathing, and also just change up your strategy. And even better, when your two great junglers have very different identities. No one would mistake Peanut for Blank, and vice versa. They're very, very different styles of players. With Blank in the lineup, expect much more defensive pathing. He is the Bengi to Peanut, who is very much the carry, and thus also the champion pool will change. Because guess what? Now you don't need to ban Lee Sin against SKT with any of the same vigor that Peanut's Lee Sin draws.
Well, we'll see whether Cuz is actually going to go for anything like that. Is Syndra going to be banned away first on the blue side for Longzhu? So BDD not opting to pick that one up for any sort of first pick. Don't want to play the Syndra dance as it is.
Now, if SKT were on blue side, they would actually force a Zac ban out of Longzhu. SKT have been banning Zac on blue and red side largely. We all know that Blank is a Zac player, but given that he's on red side, will not have the chance to first pick it, and thus they have to ban it.
Galio going to be the second ban here. Not going to let Faker or Huni flex that one. Or Wolf, of course.
How many jungle bans will we see? Because Elise is definitely in Cuz's wheelhouse. That will be banned as well. Maybe the sort of game where Lee Sin is left available to both teams to potentially pick.
Does SKT just go 3 jungle bans?
I think it's unlikely. I don't think Cuz's Lee Sin is on the level of his other two junglers. It's a possibility. I think starting to be a bit more remote one. Still a respect ban to Huni. They don't want to first pick Rumble for Khan. He's a champion he can play, but not necessarily a master of it, like some of our other top laners in Korea.
Of course, lacking to get Khan one of these good matchups where he can use his lane dominant style. It
And there
worked
it
out
is.
for them in the last game, and it is going to be the Trinity bans for SKT.
Korean players have said this is the top tier of jungle champions available. Zac, Elise, and Lee Sin. And that triggers Longzhu to go very early with their jungle choice. They will first pick the Kha'Zix after first rotationing it on red side. Does mean Thresh is left available and your choice of Ashe and Varus, which seem to be the go-to AD carries for these two, but Caitlyn is also in the discussion.
We need to have a Thresh pick up here from SKT. It feels like, in my mind anyway, because otherwise Longzhu get the free Ashe Thresh rotation, keep their solo lane as a secret until the last round, but it's not how SKT want to play this one out.
So if you see a Thresh taken on the side of Longzhu, that means that Tahm Kench will almost certainly be taken at this last pick on the red side, and that's going to kind of be the push and shove. Wolf is an excellent Tahm Kench player, has been in and out of meta, but how can you not take Ashe Thresh here? I mean,
You have
it's
to take
available.
Ashe, yeah.
There's almost no reason not to. People will wonder how Prey got access to Ashe again, but they've really focused on Cuz, which is kind of an impressive thing for your very young rookie jungler to be drawing 3 jungle bans.
Well, they were the first questions that we had for Cuz, was the fact that he was a relative non-factor in their first couple of games here, and wanting to really create a name for himself, and he certainly managed to do that in their BBQ series, where he managed to pick himself up a lot of incredible performances. Almost undying, I believe, if I go back and have a look. Yeah, in the games that they won, Cuz was actually not taken once.
So either
3-0-6, 4-0-8.
Either it's Tahm Kench here, or you pick a mid laner and start banning mid laners if you're SKT. So they're considering their options, and in fact, they will go top lane, so they're kind of going against the grain here. We'll see how much Longzhu puts into banning the Tahm Kench, given that it's such an obvious plug-and-play champion for SKT. Given they've locked in both Gragas and the Kennen, expecting one of those to go top lane, of course, and probably the jungle Gragas from Blank. Again, showing where he differs from someone like Peanut. So expected to be Huni jumping on to the Kennen. I wonder if Khan's been playing any Lucian in solo queue.
Shall see. In only moments. Not going to be playing the Jace though, as that one's going to be banned away. LeBlanc as well, away from Faker. Now SKT, balls in their court to round out their bans. It is going to be the Lucian, so a lot of respect actually given to that counter pick.
Lets you know what's going on in solo queue. So looking at a lot of OP.GGs, and a lot of top laners were playing Lucian. Mid laners were already playing Lucian. So putting into perspective how much of a counter matchup the Lucian versus Kennen is, that Khan draws the same level of respect, and there is the Tahm Kench ban. Try and open up the pick power from the Ashe and the Thresh. Braum is available, though, and would still be a decent replacement for the Tahm Kench.
Of course, the Zyra there as well for the Varus Zyra lane if they want to go to it, but Talia also available.
Talia blind, take it into BDD. They don't have a magic damage jungler, so the threat of someone like Zed is lower. Kassadin could definitely be taken in this spot, does very well post-6 against Talia, but maybe they don't want to give up that pressure, and hey, is it time to go into the reverse matchup for BDD? It is. Not yet.
Not yet. 5 seconds to go, and I'm not going to believe this until he shows it. Oh my god, he's done it.
Taking the reverse matchup. Faker famous for doing this many times now, BDD. Considering, unless
Khan is going to be playing.
Surely not.
Oh.
If they lock this in, then we're just off to the races with Huni having to deal with a top lane Cassiopeia.
Oh my god, it happened! What is... So
top lane Cassiopeia.
We got the top lane Cassiopeia
against
of
Huni.
old.
Against Huni!
Oh.
Where we wondered where they were going to find AP damage, they find it in the top lane, trying to bully out the Kennen. And then the famous Zed pick from BDD against Faker on the Talia. Good matchup for the Zed. The hype levels couldn't really go much higher than Game 1, Atlas, but you're going to have to find another octave, because we've gone to Silly Street in the pick and ban, and Longzhu are getting creative.
This is not Silly Street. This is genius, Papa Smithy, and I've always wanted to see this utilized, just because we always talk about trying to find magic damage in a different lane so you can open up BDD's champion pool, which has a lot of these AD assassins in it. Cassiopeia is another option that we just haven't really seen that much.
Just gotta tilt him, Atlas. That's what you gotta do.
Whoa.
Just gotta tilt him.
I'm just so excited. Oh, God, this is going to be brilliant.
There's still a lot of disadvantages here. Cassiopeia and Kha'Zix don't have a lot of synergy, and Cassiopeia in a long lane is one of the most obvious people to try and attack. Neither of these champions, Kennen or Cassiopeia, have great instant pushing. They will push waves slowly, but jungle attention against Blank, especially a pathing jungler, will be trying to provide a lot of coverage around top lane and try to really hold the Cassiopeia accountable in lane. Still a very interesting choice. Khan always known for the Fiora, the more aggressive school of thought when it came to the top laners. But this one is one that's been homebrewed. The mad scientist Khan wants to get a double MVP, because if they win here and he pops off on Cassiopeia, we may have plenty of time to ask Khan questions.
Oh, most certainly. I want that solo interview like you would not believe as we have a look at the spicy matchup.
I just want the locked camera on mid lane, baby. The Zed coming through from BDD, his trademark against Faker's Talia.
We're going to need multiple streams, Papa Smithy, because I want to see the Huni versus Khan matchup as well. All of the lanes are exciting to watch. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get into it.
Atlas, it took a week and a half, and we already have a finals feel here at the Seoul E Stadium. Somehow, 2 games into SKT versus Longzhu, it feels like the playoffs are already upon us. For some reason, the playoffs have gone best of 3. Feels bad, man. But everything else is super hype. New picks, innovation, SKT losing game 1. Longzhu taking a lot of risk. The amount of die being rolled in this draft is too damn high, and the end result is that we are the winners, because we are going to learn something new about both teams and maybe even the meta.
Exactly. And deep vision actually going down. SKT was spotted as a 5-man unit. They've actually stayed here, the bottom side of the map. You can see Cuz hanging out towards the top side. We'll see whether he heads down towards that Raptor camp, but it looks like everyone is going to back away on the side of SKT.
Very different warding pattern. Remember, we noticed how SKT forced there to be a trade of vision in game 1 to try and make jungle pathing more predictable. Different spot here. There are a lot more places where information is incomplete, so very interesting to track whether they can shut down Cuz, who power farmed his way to happiness in game 1. They're going to go for the late contest, but we know Gorilla's here.
Yeah, Gorilla, of course. Spidey senses often tingling.
They provoked another ward to be put down, so that's 3 wards down on both sides. Weren't able to contest here in game 1, and Blank's sticking around, so a smite battle seems pretty inevitable.
And this lane's actually going to be difficult for BDD early on against Faker.
Sure.
You can see the threat of volley already pushing BDD away from even experience range, as Cuz taking a while dealing with these Raptors.
And what Blank is doing here is he's buying a massive health lead and then leashing the red. Every time these Raptors releash, Cuz gets lower and lower and lower. He's going to get information here, Blank. Cuz can't stick around. This is not the sort of heads-up play you can make.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's going to lose Raptors. There's nothing he can do.
And he might even just get solo killed by Blank as well. The flash comes out. He hops his way back, smites the Raptor. What was that?
That was an escape plan when things got really bad for Cuz. Now it's flashy. He gets out, but he's going to be multiple camps behind. And Kha'Zix is not an invading jungler at level 2 or level 3. So basically, SKT decide, let's shut down Cuz. 3 bans and then a level 1 strategy. End result is that Khan is left on an island against the Kennen, though. So that means he's happy to be very happy to push in, and it does relieve pressure in the top side. So Khan is the benefactor from his jungler taking one for the team, because it's going to be rough jungle pathing for Cuz.
Oh, certainly will be. Has managed to take down the Wolf camp and now will head up towards the red buff. His smite is back up as well, so should be able to successfully steal this one away with the help of Cuz as well.
Yeah, Cuz was able to push up, so they... Khan, so as you say, was able to push up, so they were able to contest the enemy red. Does mean that mana is going to be dumped into the red buff that Khan would rather have for laning. Cassiopeia does have good mana sustain from just being able to last hit with Twin Fang. But again, not ideal, but something's got to give when you're trading objectives around the map like these two teams are.
Praying Gorilla, a little bit behind Bang and Wolf, who are once again shoving out with this Lulu and Varus lane. Exactly the same matchup as we saw in the last game. We'll have that shove early on the side of SKT.
I'm just smiling and watching every time Huni has to deal with top lane Cassiopeia.
After he was such a jerk with the top lane Lucian.
When the narratives overlap with the games, the hype levels through the loop. Can Kaz actually kill this Gromp? My first instinct is no. Oh no, the heal comes up. Okay, W cooldown might be enough.
There it is. Whoa, that was exciting. Leaps on it. He's going to be able to get himself back. So there's Prey once again, just scouting out exactly where Blank is. Oh, Hook going to go slightly wide.
If you're wondering what type of cannon we'll be seeing, because of course no information's been granted yet, and Marin's been playing with the AP cannon in recent games, when you see Fervor of Battle, that's a pretty sure sign that it's going to be the AD cannon. The AP cannon took Thunderlords every time Marin run it.
Ooh, Faker actually getting Thunderlords. Trying to figure out how to get that into verb form. That was difficult. We got there. So decent harass back here from BDD.
BDD staying within 10 CS just fine.
Yeah.
For the mid lane, Doran's shield buff in full display.
Poison means that Huni has to get the hell out of that matchup.
Experience going to mean a lot. We can see that Zed's still very far away from 6.
BDD, yeah, waiting for it though, and if he hits that level 6 without...
It's a long way away.
Yeah, that's true.
Faker's always been a great judge of experience in the mid lane.
He's going to fake it back.
He's going to stay in lane, just against tier. Not a lot of power being added as...
Oh
Blank.
my god, that damage from Cuz. In goes BDD, the Ignite's there! First blood to the Z for Longzhu!
Blank thought he was safe. He came in on a control ward, but the moment that he popped his head out was answered. I think they were waiting for the Rift Herald spawn there. Blank thought he was going to pick up a Rift Herald, died, and his flash was down from the level 1 hijinks. So somehow, Cuz actually comes up just fine, despite all the madness at level 1.
Yeah, and now looking to try and camp this one out. The ward over on to that Wolf Pit.
And the
Gromp
best
is available.
thing about Longzhu is that the people that are starting to pick up this team, the people, the new fans, the old fans, they're really not sure who to get hyped about because everyone is kind of falling over themselves to be
That hook was pretty crazy.
important factors to these wins. Khan, Cuz have all picked up MVPs in the last 3. Praying Gorilla. Hype train never left for them, and BDD's no slouch either. So much going on the side of Longzhu. You can't help be kind of washed over when it comes to hype.
Well, hook is going to land. There's the Dark Passage to get Prey in here if he wants it, as Wolf being taken down so low. Prey deciding to respect the KT bottom lane a lot by not taking that Dark Passage.
4 summoners up, polymorphed.
Yep.
Chance of picking up the kill was only really a 50-50 if he committed the flash, and guess what?
I believe they also saw Blank walking down with that ward. Oof.
There's something about taking your advantage and getting out without having to expend anything. So getting Wolf down means that the Thresh and Ashe will have a lot of pressure relief from them. They can just trade CS and push as their whims do desire.
Once again, Cuz actually going to start stealing things away from Blank.
Got level 6 from that last little Raptor as well.
Khan continues to push forward. He's 11 CS in the lead, but this minion wave should be eaten up by the cannon, so Huni doing just fine, despite what looked very scary early on.
If we do see 5v5s, I'm very interested to see how Longzhu opens up. Cassiopeia dives are not really something you respect there, as BDD's Ignite is down. So he probably won't go for the all-in.
Well, Khan, he's looking for it. Oh, there's the flash, but Faker flashes first. Khan unfortunately revealed himself a little bit too early.
But now you wonder, is that trade better for Longzhu or SKT? Because now Cannon's going to be top lane with minimal vision against him and potentially can just all in onto the Cassiopeia pretty confidently. They know that Gragas level 6 as well. Cassiopeia is a sitting duck in top lane with no flash, but you could argue that Zed having Ignite up soon, he'll be happy as well.
Sorry, I just got a little bit excited about the Ocean Drake. I know no one ever really gets excited about Ocean Drake, Papa Smithy, but with a Cassiopeia in the top lane, the extra regen could actually be relevant as Cuz is going to be able to solo this one down.
The mana
very
regen,
easily.
like you say, is going to be happy days for him. Between the last hitting potential of the Twin Fangs and the tier. Will be confident to get through the laning phase and farm up. Again, I'm really excited to see how team fights go because Kaz and BDD are only going one direction. They're diving all in at the back line, but Khan can actually play around Prey and potentially Peel for him. Cassiopeia's ult is better used for Peel, unless the flash is up, then we know that the flash plays can happen. Speaking of flash plays.
Yep, Faker looking to get the ward down as in goes Kaz, but Blank has a good position. Ultimate is there to keep him safe. Gorilla turns up, does have the shield from the Dark Passage, and once again SKT bullied away from this mid lane.
You say bullied, and sure they have to give it up, but Kaz did have to use his flash to get out, which can be pretty meaningful. They are getting nice zones around the mid lane, though. Faker's been forced into perhaps the most defensive itemization I've seen him go into in quite a while. Known for building AP in lanes where you should go Seeker's Arm Guard or something along those lines. Has rushed the Ninja Tabi, so he's feeling the pinch a little bit, Atlas.
He's going to be able to get a blue buff at least. No contest to come out of Longzhu, so that's a good news story. But 1,100 gold is the lead for Longzhu after that first blood, being the only meaningful difference as far as gold is concerned.
Huni will be going Wits End against Cassiopeia. Makes sense for the lane assignment, but if you break a turret, send Zed into a Wits End cannon, that's only going to go in one direction. So the build path for Huni here is actually going to be really tricky. You really want to get ahead, build Blade the Ruin King, and then just kind of hope for the best in every scenario, but wants to be able to crush the Cassiopeia. If the rotations are as on point as they were by Longzhu in Game 1, it's a sort of thing that can be exploited.
Well, so far a lot of vision being pressed towards the bottom side of the river here for Longzhu. As there's the death mark going down onto Blank. Ignite's there, but it's not going to be enough to kill him. But bullied out of his jungle and doesn't have to worry about the Gragas anymore, so still important. Didn't have to use the flash though, did Blank, so that is good news. Flash body slam still available to Gragas.
And Ignite is down in the window where Faker doesn't have flash, so the all-in from mid lane will probably not be a reality either.
Especially with no flash on Kaz as well, to try and get that extra little bit of damage as Faker avoids a turret shot. Still threads the volley on top of BDD.
Being 12 CS down on a Zed, when the matchup only gets better for Zed in the 1v1. Arguably when the ultimate is up, but still. Zed will be happy to find himself in a CS advantage. Things have been a lot more even in bot lane. A lot of the successes for Longzhu were after the 2v2 kills. 2 of them came in during the laning phase, and from there, the Ashe and Thresh unleashed their CC and initiation on the rest of the map, and we knew how that went. But a lot more control this time around.
There's a chance of corruption. Arrow is going to come down in response. They CC him for days, and Prey can't even take the Lantern to get out. Good pick from SKT.
And that was with ultimate still on cooldown from SKT. Have to invest the flash, but still, exactly what they were looking for. This time, to kill on bot lane. Can't call it a 2v2. Blank was definitely the most important factor in that regard, and they want to get first brick this time to SKT. Only 2 members here currently from Longzhu.
Well, Gorilla, see whether he decides to do any funny business with a Dark Passage and a hook. Looks like this turret will fall down in favor of SKT. And it feels like for the first time, SKT will be able to get a gold lead in this series.
Does mean that if Zed goes to a side lane now, it's going to be without pressure rather than having taken a turret and try and take advantage of that pressure. A lot of different things you can do here. I think for now, they'll just keep standard lanes. They kind of want Prey to have a Blade the Ruin King before he eventually does move into the mid lane. Although, we could just stick Cassiopeia mid lane and go against the magic resist stacking cannon.
And I thought that might be something that they decide to do. Yeah, switch it all up. Khan just going to move towards the mid lane as BDD pops his Ghost Blade. He's looking for Huni. Not going to go for the Deathmark just yet. Oh no, there's the flash. He really wants this kill. Deathmark damage. Will it be enough? There it is. Gets himself out. Perfect calculation by the Zed.
And Huni certainly knew that the jig was up instantly. Flash ulted to try and get out, but the flash in turn there from BDD already had enough damage with the Ghost Blade. Khan's actually in vision from what I could see there. Less tricky than he realized. The mid lane's very different to top lane.
And that was the minion vision as well, so.
Just not used to the lane, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. This is a top laner. Parading around as a mid laner.
What's been happening with the lane assignments recently, Atlas? Second time that we've had complete chaos. A Freak of Freaks, of course, sending Mara in mid lane on the Fiora versus Galio. Ruining our scoreboards. Feels bad, man.
Yeah. And Crow having a great time on the Cassidon top.
And now Cannon's like, now Cannon and Huni in particular is like, damn it, I've got a wit's end.
Yeah, and now Khan's like, well, now I found Faker who's got so much armor, it's ridiculous. And he doesn't care. He's just building towards his Rod of Ages, having no qualms at all. It feels like everything's working in favor of Longzhu as we hit about the 15-minute mark.
Well,
And actually get some notable advantages.
And SKT does have control over the red side jungle in much the same way that Longzhu on red side have had control over SKT's jungle. They got the first turret. They've been able to put vision and largely roam through there. So while the lane assignments look really good for Longzhu, they are parking someone without teleport in the top side of the map, and that's why BDD is abandoning top lane for now. They don't want to give up any free Drakes to SKT.
Yeah, it's going to be an Infernal Drake, this Dragon number 2 as well. So, bit of a boring Ocean to come out, even though, you know, there are some things pointing towards it being slightly more exciting than it could be. As Hook going to go wide. Gorilla was actually looking to fake that one out.
No teleport for Huni, so they might have to give this one up here, SKT.
Yeah, SKT possibly feeling the pinch here as well, as this will certainly be going over to Longzhu. No contest.
There's 4 members on Longzhu craving the stats from the Infernal Drake. We've seen some very high tank compositions in recent memory.
Yeah.
Looking back to all the one threat AD carry with Galio mid lane and true tank top lane, where Infernal Drake hasn't been on the menu and hasn't been that effective. This is the counterpoint to that, with 4 true carries on the side of Longzhu Gaming.
The Big Ted composition is what I like to call it. Bit of a... Okay, that's a colloquial reference, unfortunately, but if you guys look up Play School, you'll figure it out.
Ah, yes, the contemporary Play School references in 2017.
Yep.
I know that our fan base is like pre-20 most of the time, but I know about pre-10, Atlas.
Hey, but we've all had a childhood. No one's born at 15, you know? Which is when I stopped watching Play School.
Are you sure Leslie Nielsen wasn't born at 45, 50?
Oh, definitely 60. As BDD gets Seismic shoved back.
Long lane.
Yeah, it does have at least... Oh, there's the weave as well as BDD. Oh, doesn't get over. Deathmark has to be used to try and escape as he's now battling this one out. Gets himself back to his original shadow as the tower has been tanked.
Meanwhile,
SKT was moving up. Gorilla, unfortunately, in the wrong place, gets pooped back into his team as Cuz tries to go in. Flashes his way out. Good shuriken damage from BDD. And it's one pick onto Gorilla. That could have been so much worse for Longzhu.
Yeah, Longzhu pressured into fighting on the other side as we saw the 1-for-1, or 1v1, sorry, goes super close between Faker and BDD in top lane. Not necessarily what we expected in Champion Select, but just how the game has opened up. SKT back away. Rift Herald would be a lovely objective for them to claim, considering that Khan, BDD, really only Prey has wave clear to speak about on the side of Longzhu.
Yep, Khan just picking up his Rod of Ages now. See what he's going to build as item number 2. That's a cheeky Fiendish Codex, so it might be something like a Morellonomicon just for some cooldown reduction.
Yeah, it's still going to be a pretty standard build.
Will be the Banshee's Veil.
Yep, that makes sense too.
Sometimes we forget the changes of the new patch. I feel like the old Morellonomicon would be an odd choice. The Cassio, especially if you're going to play a top lane.
Yeah, you get cooldown reduction in the Banshee now, which kind of feels good in every way. You know, longer is an item you can't pick up because then you don't have 5 item slots. I guess Cassiopeia 6 item slots for ability power. So the fact that you get a defensive shield, which is so relevant, and ability power and magic resist in one slot makes it really a very attractive item to build. Much like Guardian Angel for the likes of the Yasuo and Fiora.
I was looking for that level 11, try and get that extra evolution.
I just feel like you can't breathe, you know, you're really waiting
Whoa,
for the
Wolf's gonna
engage.
get hooked! That's the arrow to land in on top. Oh my god, he's still alive! Prey needs another auto attack, doesn't get it, in goes Blank! They pick up the kill onto Cuz. Teleport now to come in as Huni wants to capitalize. No follow-up, and that was a drop of the ball by Longzhu.
Yeah, Longzhu realized they need to get a pick and get out. No way for Cassiopeia or realistically Zetas top lane.
Yeah, this should be a kill onto Faker. The last Twin Fang goes in and he just didn't have the vision to get up there. This could be 2 turrets actually for Longzhu as well if they can take top.
It's a lot to unpack with what happened there. The reason why they pulled away straight away is they saw the teleport. They realized their laners weren't in position to react. And their first thought was get this pick and get the hell out. It's going to be a 1-for-1 or more. Crucially, they didn't get the pick. It ended up being just a 2 for 0. They will lose the turret as well. So the flow of objectives here is still to the Warriors' side of SKT. Should have been better from Longzhu. As you watch this replay, remember that Zed and Cassio aren't going to get here. And they realize, they see the Gragas walking up. They have to respect the teleport. They see the teleport now. So the respect was there from Longzhu. They realized that they had to respect the teleport play, but they just had too many things in their head. They got bamboozled by all the different variables. And while they get top turret and most of bot lane turret, they'll feel frustrated because it felt like Longzhu had the exact right call, but 10 damage, 100 damage was the difference between getting in and getting out, and in this case, being caught.
It just felt like Cuz cancelled an auto attack taking the Lantern. Seemed like a relatively unforced error, as that Lulu should have been dead. I feel like even the shield wouldn't have come up if he had got that one off, but who am I to judge?
BDD's got some items, Atlas.
He's feeling good.
Given that Faker started the Seeker's Arm Guard, understandably, then with the lane assignments going all over the place, gone Rylai's first. Very interesting itemization. Rylai's largely fallen off most of the Rylai's uses after the nerf. Doesn't provide cooldown reduction, doesn't provide mana. Very blue buff-centric build from Faker, but it does give him health and armor. And given that he didn't want to fully commit into Zonia, which is a lot of gold spent on the stasis effect, this is the most power he felt he could pick up, but also have respect stats for someone like the Zed.
Yeah, possibly early game emergency as well, given the fact that he wants to create space between him and both Khan and BDD if he meets them in a side lane. Next Dragon is going to be an Infernal Drake, though, so we're looking at a possible team fight to come out if SKT does want to try and contest this. Looks like it's going to be the top side of the map that SKT are focusing right now.
Khan has gone very offensive with this, but it ended up being the Merrill
Wow,
Nomicon. May still be a Banshee Veil later, but looking for pick power as early as possible. Like you say, these Drakes are being contested. We've had a series with Rift Herald being contested, Infernal Drakes mean that Drake has to be contested. Herald was not taken this game.
Well, Weaver's Wall comes down. Prey gets himself onto the right side of it as Faker just committing to this one. Prey flashes his way out, and there's the barrel. Blank gets him out of the way. There was no vision, but Faker still picks up the kill.
Dark Passage not available from Gorilla. No heals, of course, means they do get the pick, and you'd imagine the Infernal Drake. Cuz can go pretty Rambo for the steal. He does have Dark Passage.
Well, Cuz is looking for it, but doesn't pick it up. It's actually Bang that secures the Dragon.
Yeah, Cuz got the smite a little bit early. No smite coming through from Blank that time out.
Well, a lot invested as they were just going for the steal. Not any sort of fight. Khan could have teleported, decided not to as Faker possibly in trouble. He's got a lot of health. But the rest of his team is waiting in the wings.
It's a bit of a tester from BDD. Wanted to go all in, but was waiting to see how quick the reactions were. Spatially aware of the fact that Bang and Wolf were close, and Wolf still had Wild Growth available.
Well, the hook isn't going to land, but is he far enough out of position? The flash has to be used. Piercing arrow not going to find the mark. Once again, the Dark Passages from Gorilla always making sure that Cuz can go aggressive.
Hook not registering. Meant the kill was not observed, though. Man, if you walk near an unwarded brush,
oh yeah,
it's not a pick comp like you think. You know, it's not the pick comp where there's Renekton and really obvious pick tools, but they are certainly there. And
all right,
Khan gets the damage. Got the damage on Huni, but didn't get the face check.
Yep. Sometimes you just need to yell at someone, man.
I've been there. It feels like you do it at the screen every time you cast.
I do. It's kind of my job.
What's your problem with screens, Alex?
Well, these ones are kind of small.
That's fair.
I don't know.
That's what you're screaming. It's like screaming, you're like, wish you were bigger.
Yeah. Yep. Oh god, there's a... Okay.
Don't touch it, Alex. Keep away from the reference.
It's only making it worse. Okay. Well, Phantom Dancer is picked up by Bang, as it is by Prey as well. No one going for any Hurricanes. Going to try and make sure that these 1v1 scenarios are going to be okay by both of these AD carries, trying to keep themselves alive as much as possible. Bang with a slight item lead. The fact that he could possibly be going towards either QSS or a Hex Drinker.
Faker close to his Zonias. Imagine that Fiendish Codex. And completes it just as we speak.
Yeah, nice.
So suddenly he's less susceptible in side lanes. Now, if it's a long enough lane, Zed can still have kill pressure. You just basically get in there into melee range, start autoing, and even if you don't use ult, Zonia's going to have to be used at some point.
Longzhu now not with the lead that they had in the last game. Of course, it was still very close at this point last time around, but Longzhu need to find an avenue back into control.
Yeah, control wards is their best way to do that. They have a very good pick comp if Thresh is hitting hooks, and to make that happen, needs to be with vision disadvantages, needs to be playing around objectives. So the more wide SKT can make this game, i.e. the more they can make them play 3 lanes and not have to respect the pick power as much, because Longzhu's comp is just so much weaker in the open.
Thought that might be a Weaver's Wall opportunity, but Faker a little bit too far away up towards the top side, skating his way down now as BDD allows this wave to crash. He's going to head back home and see which items he decides to pick up. Could be something like a Hex Drinker.
I wonder how early you go Guardian Angel in this game. I think Guardian Angel maybe now.
Yeah, BF Sword.
BF Sword. It could still be the Duskblade, which is a very powerful choice for the Zed, but Duskblade or GA, depending on scenario, seems to be the likely pickup.
Picked it up in his last game as well, as I think that was an arrow landing on the blank.
It was.
I was glancing down at my sheet of paper, and of course an ultimate gets thrown out.
Scouting arrow.
That one happens. Hawkshot was on cooldown and doesn't have Scrying Orb either. Needs to utilize drastic measures as, yeah, Prey is going to get potentially caught out. As that minion needs to die. But Prey is going to survive, just able to create enough distance. BDD continues to split push on the top side of the map. Khan on the bottom side doing the same thing, and Longzhu's 1-3-1 composition in full effect at this stage. And what is the answer from SKT?
SKT lane assignment is important. Huni has great itemization for trying to deal with Cassiopeia in a side lane, but woeful itemization for dealing with Zed. Wits End, Frozen Mallet just wants to chase down the Cassiopeia in a long lane and kill her with auto attacks. Even has the QSS to not have to respect the Petrifying Gaze as much. But that does mean they have one less option. They are not equally flexible compared to Longzhu. We're pretty happy with any lane assignment. So SKT will continue to try to rotate Cannon into the Cassiopeia lane. That means they're often going to be second to rotations. And someone like Gorilla with basically anyone from between Cuz, Prey, and Khan can make pretty aggressive rotations through the enemy jungle, put down control wards, and try to get the same picks that we've alluded to throughout the majority of the first 26 minutes.
Yeah. Now Khan's going to be able to go back, grabs himself his Void Staff as item number 3. Has probably stacked up that tier to almost maximum, so that Seraph's Embrace will be coming in very soon. As BDD cleans out this wave very, very quickly. Now with all of that flat AD that he's built up. 30% CDR. Certainly feeling like a happy Zed right now.
We don't see the priority on rushing Seraphs. Now, Seraphs was really important for, say, someone like Faker in Game 1, but here, you look at SKT's comp, they're not diving the backline. That's not what this comp does. Taliyah does damage to the front line, finds it much harder to damage the backline. Varus can poke, but again, is largely going to be hitting closest target. And it's not an AP cannon, it's an AD cannon. So SKT are more about playing the side lanes and specifically killing the front line. So having a defensive shield feels like if Khan this game has to pop a Seraph's Embrace, they've probably already lost the fight.
Yeah. Well, that's Guardian Angel completed here for BDD. The old image of the Guardian Angel as well. Of course, that one has been updated.
Not yet, Atlas. We're living in the past. 7-10, baby.
Oh, yeah. It looks pretty now, though. I got very confused. I was playing. I was like, where's my Guardian Angel?
Did you have a chain vest and a Negatron cloak in your inventory?
Oh, yeah. I'm bad at my job, Pop Smithy. Prepared the items.
Didn't need me to tell you that, apparently.
Hey. I finished my Dead Man's Play, got my Wits End, and then built my Guardian Angel.
Boom!
Hey. Yeah.
You're playing Fiddlesticks, though. That's my bad.
That's not even Criddle Sticks. That's just silly sticks. All right, well, Gorilla going to get piercingly arrowed. The outer turret is going to fall in the mid lane. Top lane is going to be the answer, though, from Faker, but can Longzhu find anything more in the mid lane as they're possibly getting surrounded, Vision being fought for, and Longzhu winning that battle for the moment with the 5 team members here.
I have to wonder, what is SKT's win condition this game? To me, it's get Huni in a side lane against Cassio, get kill pressure on the Cassio, build a Hurricane, and then try to make team fights work. Because 5v5s are very hard to navigate here for SKT, given that Cannon is so fiercely single target without a Hurricane, and is always not the best team fighter with the on-hit build.
Well, BDD not wanting to face check that
He saw
one.
Lulu that time.
Oh, there's the pick, possibly onto Gorilla. He gets kicked back, but look at the damage from this Cassiopeia. Deathmark comes in the back line as there's Bang. He's going to be taken down. BDD gets himself to safety. Huni now doing so much damage. Prey picked off once again, but in goes Kuz. There are so many damage threats on this Longzhu team. And Kuz is going to blast plan his way out. The leap's not there, though, and the double kill comes in for Blank. It's a 3 for 2. As Longzhu have a very strong Cassiopeia to try and get themselves some more. Seismic shove not there. BDD actually caught with his pants down just a little bit, but flashes instead of losing that Guardian Angel. Huni towards the top lane just wants to push this one forward.
So hard to evaluate these fights. These are not traditional team fighters in the way they're kind of put together in this particular game. See the Zed living longer than expected. Got the kill on Tavares. Nice cash in terms of the new passive on the ultimate there as well. Picking up that kill, we'll have to check in and see how much was there. This is an emergency engage from Longzhu because Gorilla was dead. All right, but into the back line, nothing Bang can do, dies there. But the teleport is perfect, and even though it's not an AP cannon, both Prey and Kuz were disabled for the majority of this fight. Kuz may get out. But a 1-for-1 trade, support for jungle is not ideal. Just so strange to see a team fight where at the end of it, Kennen and Zed are still alive chasing down members because everyone's kind of built for split pushing and picks, not necessarily the team fights. Speaking of being built, Huni doesn't have teleport.
Yeah, there's no teleport, so we've got 5 members strong of Longzhu, and look at the damage onto this Baron. They've got a Mountain Drake. There's the hook, and it is going to be a slightly late QSS onto Bang. Blank wants to try and steal this one away, but Kuz, he backs out of this one, doesn't want the 50-50, and SKT still have this Baron leashed.
They want to finish it.
Kuz, can he actually get in here? He will have the leap. It's going down so low, but they want to try and get him out of there. It is going to be Blank that secures it, but there was no vision, and SKT grabbed themselves the Baron buff.
Yeah, the control wards there was so important from SKT. No real re-engage. Prey goes for cheeky recall, not going to get it. Another death comes on, piled onto the list. Longzhu were outthought there by SKT. They had more tools, they had the control wards, and no way for Longzhu to truly contest the Baron.
Yeah, now the Renan's Hurricane comes in for Huni, so he's not going to be spending as much time in these side lanes because the minion waves just will not last very long. SKT will take their first turret of the Baron buff. It will be that mid lane inner. Huni will shove up this bottom lane as well, and once again, SKT, that top wave does have to be dealt with as there's the Deathmark. Blank might be out of position. Well, might. He's definitely out of position. Hook's going to land from Gorilla, and he actually picks up the kill there as well. So this might halt SKT momentarily.
Yeah, it's going to stymie the Baron buff, which is a win in itself for Longzhu Gaming. Huni's still going to bring up a minion wave, though. And Longzhu do not have the best tools to deal with Baron buff minions. Melee range wave clear from the Zed. Cassiopeia going to take even longer taking down single targets against the Baron buff. Only Ashe really has reliable wave clear in this scenario, and she doesn't have a Hurricane, so it's not to the same level that other Ashe builds would take you. So relieving pressure, picking up the pick was so important because that's kind of their wave clear. Killing one person, forcing SKT to back off, and buying time rather than killing minions at a quick pace.
Yeah. Well, Blank, he didn't quite get the memo. He's also trying to build a Guardian Angel like me. It's not true. It is, of course, the adaptive helm. It is coming. I had you for a second.
Gargoyle Stoneplate.
Gargoyle Stoneplate, sorry. Of course, so I do get it wrong in the end.
Gargoyle Stoneplate's so good on Gragas because his damage late game was always the criticism, right? We're like, well, he has a strong laning phase, but Seamus damage does nothing in the late game. You don't need to do damage when you're this tanky and this disruptive as a Gragas. It helps him retain his identity so well as Prey's going to pop over.
Oh, Kaz actually is to throw down the ultimate. Has a few charges of that. He's going to be able to get himself out.
But yeah, putting damage into Blank will be fruitless in a team fight.
Yeah.
And that, if that means that Prey is wasting auto attacks and does nothing, that's pretty big for SKT if they can deal with the diving threat of Cousin BDD.
Well, now BDD dealing with that top wave. Hawkshot did fly through as Khan. Looking to try and deal with this. The barrel does land. Seraphs comes out, but he's just going to be destroyed. Wolf, in fact, picks up that kill. Wally's trying not to take it.
Team that has controlled red side vision seems to be the team that has won games in this series. Khan found all on his own. These champions don't have the tools to deal with the Baron buff, so while they had to recall, while it was delayed because of Blanks being picked off, SKT will now be knocking on the door of an inhibitor.
Yep, 30 seconds on Khan as well, so there's 5v4 to be utilized by SKT. Only a couple of minions remain though, as Prey does turn up. No Hurricane, but still deals with the wave with the volley. EEW also enough to deal with this mid wave as well. So Huni stymied. SKT now with a fresh minion wave will shove this bottom lane.
12 seconds until Khan comes. He does have a teleport ward, but it might be too late.
Yeah, Faker actually flashing forward, but they take down the turret. Huni is going to be able to get the stun on Cuz, but he takes the Dark Passage. BDD throws down the Death Mark, but the GA does come in. He's not going to be able to get the follow-up damage that he requires. Does make his way out, but is taken by Blank. Securing that kill quite easily. It is going to be Bang that picks up the next one, and they're falling like flies now. SKT, this is the dominance we expected from the world champions, and they wipe out 4 members of Longzhu.
Yeah, the smart play around Baron was really the knife in the backside of Longzhu. It took so many risks, went innovative, but the innovation will not lead to a Game 2 victory. No sweep for Longzhu Gaming, and we all invited a Game 3 between Longzhu and SKT. Great series so far, and we'll keep going.
This is exactly what we wanted, Papa Smithy, so it's all evened out. The early game did belong to Longzhu for a small amount of time that series. They got a lot of dragons. They did have lane control as well, dictated exactly what items their opposing laners were going to buy, and then had the right idea switching things around. But SKT, they just teamfight so well, Papa
You bring in Blank, and suddenly the whole team as a general seems more respectful. It seems like there's one more voice that's saying pull back, or one more voice that's focusing on control, rather than one more voice egging on the dive. It's not the, I can get them, it's the, this is what we can do, this is what we control. And in general, specifically the play around Baron, where they cleared out the first attempt, got the control wards on it, no real re-engage. You also notice they randomly DPS'd it after a inane amount of time. They weren't really committing, and then instantly took down the Baron. Cuz was too late to jump in. Very different controlled SKT. And SKT with Blank remains undefeated.
Yeah, just stunning. And Faker had an interesting item build this time around. Decided to go for that Rylo's Crystal Scepter, but he was pivotal towards the end of that game. And actually, control is the aim of what they were actually doing in that game as well. Like, everyone having the ability to slow people down, control the pace of the game, was beautiful to see.
I mean, they had 2 assassins, the Zed and the Kha'Zix jumping in.
Yeah.
They were tanky enough not to die initially, and then guess what? Rylai's slow, other slows, getting a pick on the person, looking for the pick, slowing down the assassin, and changing the course of the game was the strategy with the Rylais.
Yeah, it was absolutely stunning. And remember, Game 3 going to be coming up very soon. We're going to have the side switch as well. We'll see whether Longzhu's red side dominance is going to prevail, but we are going to have a short break. When we get back, SKT Longzhu, Game 3.
such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope.
Sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's
Welcome back, OGN Legion, to LCK Summer. We are at Game 3 between Longzhu and SKT. SKT evening out the score with some pretty gigantic Faker damage there in the mid lane.
Yeah, Faker did well. Longzhu tried so many innovative picks, bringing back the Cassiopeia top lane to try to focus down the on-hit cannon. Definitely a new strategy to try and tame the cannon. Look, cannon was held in check, but unfortunately, the comp from Longzhu fell apart towards the end. Really good Baron play from SKT, I think, was the thing that separated the two teams. And the man that came in, the man that this season has only ever really been used to bail SKT out when they're down, does his job again. 7-2-9, 100% kill participation. Blank is doing his Bengi impression. He's doing it damn well.
Most certainly is. This was his first gank, but you have to remember what he managed to accomplish at level 1 as well. Kaz's day was ruined very early.
A lot of plays this game, a lot of outplays. Some good scoreboards for the side of Longzhu. BDD going largely unkilled for the majority of the game. The picks didn't always register. So much put into Wolf, but then you see change of aggro. I think Prey actually used attack move and hit the control ward instead of the Lulu. I mean, they didn't even get the pick in that scenario, and Prey, unfortunately, was really focused down by SKT fight after fight. He was on his trademark Ashe, but just didn't have the impact of game 1, because this time SKT won the 2v2 with that assist from Blank, and from there, the game plan came together for SKT.
Yeah, Blank, of course, distracting everyone, but was BDD still able to get the picks? Oh, man. This game felt like it was that one Baron play, this one Baron play that really secured the lead for SKT that they were never to relinquish. Longzhu went for it. It was aggressive, and you understood why.
And then they waited for the barrel roll there, and then comboed all the damage perfectly. There was actually no half second to jump in and get the smite. Really good calling from there. Found Khan was overextended after the fact. Good control performance from Blank, as expected. Big cheer from the SKT fans, because he's unfortunately in this awkward spot where he doesn't get many starts, but when he comes in, always it is those high-octane games, and still undefeated for the year. Can't really argue with the results.
Making it 6-0.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
It's not a lot of games, but the percentage looks good.
You know how I feel about small sample sizes, Bob.
Yeah, that's
Smithy.
your favorite.
I'm all about it. Oh, yes. And you saw that fade to Kaz as well. Back-to-back Kha'Zix games. The first one did go well, but it wasn't really all about the Kha'Zix that time around. And maybe there's going to be a different pick as we hop into Champion Select once again. Some blue shorts to be donned by SKT. They move to the other side of the rift.
I wonder what this means for the jungle pool, though, Atlas, because it was 3 red side jungle bans that prompted Longzhu to first pick the Kha'Zix, and from there, SKT got access to the Gragas that bring in Blank certainly promotes over someone like Peanut that can play Gragas, but is much more skirmish-orientated than Blank is.
Well, so far, the top lane is where the focus is. Cannon going to be banned away by Longzhu, so not going to go for any fancy strats, and we're going to continue on this path as J4 going to be taken off the board by SKT as well.
And I feel like SKT is fishing for Elise or Zac. They feel like they can get one of them because Longzhu are going to double ban here, first top, then mid lane. And now SKT, we know they have a Zac player. They also have an Elise player if Blank wants to jump on those picks, and they can force one of the two by just banning something that isn't one of Elise or Zac.
Well, you have to feel that it has to be the Zac, but Zac is going to be banned by SKT. They've done it on blue side both times this time around.
With Peanut, I understand. With Blank, I am surprised they still don't want to go to the Zac. Could just be lack of practice. We only have seen the single Zac game this season from Cuz. So Elise and Lee Sin left available. Could look for a trade here if you want to, even though the matchup can certainly swing.
Galio left available, and that's going to be the last ban here for Longzhu. So you're right, Elise and Lee Sin both up.
Elise higher priority because it opens up AD laners that are popular in every lane. You know, we've got the likes of the Lucian tops, also the Zed as we saw in game 1. So a facilitator for a more open draft is the Elise, so no surprise the SKT drafting that first. Cuz has Lee Sin if he wants to follow the tier list or can go in a different direction.
But there's Ashe and Thresh both available as well, as Longzhu consider the Thresh to be the priority here, and Cuz is going to lock away his Lee.
We'll still visit that. The Olafs are certainly dried up here. In the most recent week, and we saw our first Nidalee yesterday, and that didn't find too much purchase either. SKT have been responding with the Varus over Ashe in a lot of games. Ashe available to them for the first time here.
Yeah. Opting in for this one, Bang has been showing certainly priority on that champion. Played it a heck of a lot of times, actually.
I
Be locked in.
wonder if BDD wants to play Talia, because Faker has played a lot of Kassadin in solo queue. So they went for it in the first game, double banned after taking Talia at the last pick in the first round on red side. Intrigued to see if they want to do that again. SKT just putting as much power in the laning phase as possible on bot lane.
Yeah, and it is going to be once again. That's 3 games in a row now that we're going to have Varus and Lulu. Of course, SKT very comfortable with that lane. Can flex it, most certainly, but that's going to be the Fiora locked in for Khan. Pretty solid draft so far, and I say solid for Longzhu just because these are certainly going into those lanes. Not a lot of flexibility here on Longzhu's side.
And I'll take the other side of the solid coin. Khan is an excellent Fiora, especially in solo queue. You can understand blind picking it here, but you're blind picking a carry top laner against Huni. And if Huni is willing to get creative, something like a Riven, for example, against Fiora, if we're treated to that, that will be the icing on what has been a very tasty cake so far. So seeing if he'll just go for a more reliable tank or go into a skill matchup against the Fiora is going to be a really fun one to track, because every time I see someone taking a skill matchup against Huni, I remember some of the outplays as recently as MSI, and I say, okay, you're rolling the dice.
Yeah, most certainly are. Zed is going to be the ban here from Longzhu, though. They understand that Elise is going to open up a lot of options in the mid lane.
And it's looking like a first pick Talia in the second round with the Zed ban.
Ooh, the Kalista going to be taken off the board. I thought it might be the Caitlyn. And I hope that Longzhu do have some sort of plan, as there's the Zarya. They do have something up their sleeve.
Get the Overwatch out of your head. It's a Zarya, not a Zarya.
I said Zarya.
It sounds like Zarya.
I know.
Now we've both got Zarya.
Basically sounds the same. They start with different letters, though.
Now, will we actually see picking for comp here with the Rumble? Rumble, obviously, one of Huni's best champions, went through the picks and
true.
both sets of bans, but Fiora can certainly run away with this lane, and they will. So they don't go for a carry first carry matchup as we might expect. Go for the much more standard. And it felt like one team was going to blind pick the Talia. It is SK Telecom.
My god, that is a lot of magic damage on the side of SKT.
And it's a true 5v5 comp. As you say, Magic was just going to be getting a lot of value on the side of Longzhu, and he sees a Talia. We'll consider the Kassadin once again. We've seen these really risky drafts from Longzhu pay off, but taking Fiora and the Kassadin, and hell, a losing 2v2 lane. This is Longzhu going all in on Cuz, getting them through the early game, and it's not on Zac this time. It's on the Lee Sin. Low wave clear on the side of Longzhu. Lot of scaling, but this is the sort of comp that will be unthinkable before the Doran Shield buffs came through. But I don't know if Doran Shield's going to be enough to carry them through the early game against SK Telecom.
And this is exactly the same as the composition that they were able to win out with when they had the Zac, apart from the Twitch in the bottom lane, which is now replaced with that Zarya that Prey is going to be hopping onto. And is that going to be enough with the early game pressure that Lee Sin will be able to provide over a Zac? And then we've got the Zarya instead of the Twitch to try and buy a little bit of room as well. I'm not sure whether it's necessarily going to work as well, but they did find a victory with a similar comp last time we saw it.
You just see where this comp could win for Longzhu, but the amount of risk here, again, unthinkable before the Doran Shield changes. Makes you look at SKT of a much more standard comp and could very much run away with this game. Taking Kassadin against Faker has usually been a failure, but it's a great matchup for Kassadin. after level 6. SKT know that. They will play around the pre-6 window very extensively. Prey's going to be jumping on Xayah, which is a really interesting choice. A lot was available. Could have been the Caitlyn to go more standard and just wave clear in the mid lane. Instead, he goes Xayah. Longzhu going all in to pick up a famous victory.
Yeah, and we know that Prey has been favoring a lot of, just the standard AD carries. We've got Caitlyn, Varus, and the Ashe being in his certain wheelhouse. Has he been secretly practicing this Xayah? Has he got it prepared for us? We'll have to find out right now as we hop onto the Rift. Whoa. Well, the leaders of these cheers are certainly excited, Papa Smithy, and I certainly am too. The deciding match, our final game of the night, SKT versus Longzhu. Oh, and we've got Praise Xayah as well, asking so many questions. BDD once again on the Kassadin that he's 1-1 on at the moment, but when he lost that game on Kassadin, he still went 4-1-3. This guy is a beast.
Prey. That's not necessarily a brush you want to face check, especially with Faker now walking up as well.
Well, there's infinitely more damage being achieved by SKT early on. This Prey's looking to try and go back now before the minions spawn, get his health back. Should be okay.
Once again return to why Longzhu feel like they can go for a draft that anyone can see is very risky. They have Kassadin, one of the weakest laners, pre-6. They have Fiora, who offers no wave clear apart from Tiamat procs, but can run away with the game. The 1-3-1 the late game, if you strap 6 items on everyone, it's happy times for Longzhu. You win almost every game. But that's going to be very, very difficult for them to pull off. They've allowed Elise to go through, which makes SKT one of the strongest dueling junglers, one of the most contested champions actually right now. 100% picked bans so far in Champions Summer. With 7-1 before this game has started, so the win rate has been there as well. And the reason why people feel like you can go for scaling is that they say that Doran's Shield 2 health pots is enough to get any risky pick through a laning phase. And I think in terms of 1v1, it's not far from the truth. It is very, very strong in helping Fioras and Kassadins get through the laning phase. That's why we see triple Doran's Shield on all those riskier picks on the side of Longzhu. But when you factor in the Elise, and especially in Elise, gonna get down and dirty very early.
Yeah, Cuz could find himself well and truly cocooned right now as in comes Blank. Cuz should be able to at least get out of this one, but the Thunderlord's procs and Blank is going to be able to take control right here. Wolf, he's going to make his way over. Blank will steal away this blue buff. So once again, disrupting Cuz in the early game.
And stopping the Lee Sin from hitting level 3 and being there to potentially counter gank when Blank enters lane. Thresh and Xayah are not going to be able to win the push war against Lulu and the Varus, who can start pushing from level 1. So that's why Blank's job is to basically keep tabs on Cuz and allow the natural pushing lanes to do their thing. We talked about a draft like this between Jin Air and their opposition Everate very early in the day with 3 pushing lanes. Your goal as the jungler is to basically shut down the impact of Lee Sin when all your lanes are in great spots.
Well, BDD avoids the cocoon, but does have to flash out of the way of the seismic shove. Blank successful gank once again as Cuz is going to at least not get 3 buffed.
And SKT are pushing in, trying to work out where Cuz has gone. They imagine he would recall. They don't have complete information on where he went subsequently as Khan face checks Rumble.
Yeah, and he's overheated there as well. Khan struggling against Tooney. That was a good trade, but
Cuz is still level 2.
Oh, God. Oh, Blank's going to turn up here as well, so Cuz, he's going to make his way out with his double buffs. There is vision available once again for Blank on this Krog camp.
He's just answering vision though, so he won't contest. Finally, Cuz has been eluded of level 2 for almost 4 minutes. We'll get to level 3. BDD may be flashless, but Doran's Shield means that he can stay in lane for now.
Doran's Shield also fantastic against the incremental damage that Faker will have available to him.
You see that BD's going the new school. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, Bang is actually going to get
Turret
played back
aggro.
here. Oh my God, the autos are coming in. Bang's going to die. First blood goes to Gorilla.
Sometimes in the 2v2, even there, Gorilla can make it work. Weaving in the hook as Wolf tried to get a counter kill, won't. Didn't use Ignite, but wouldn't have been enough to pick up the kill. but a lane that had been pressure to SKT the entire time is turned on its head just because Gorilla saw a hook and he took it.
Yeah, he most certainly did. Now Wolf, he probably wants to hold on to this minion wave if he can. It's only now that Prey's been able to even out the CS. That is going to be cannon minion falling down as well.
If you're given no pressure, then you can actually hold it. I mean, the cannon will go over to Varus. Didn't happen this time. Kaz can't really work out whether he can go in aggressively on Elise. The answer is no.
Yeah, both teleports to be used to head back towards the top lane as well as Huni makes his way back in. As himself, Doran's shield of his own, as well as those boots and an amp tome. Khan already back up here. He's gone the soldier build.
And guess what Gorilla says? He says, well, I got the kill in lane. Time to get my boots and start a roaming.
Oh, yeah. And this is what we want. It's 3 games in a row on the Thresh. Even in the game that they lost, Gorilla was still able to make the plays.
But what does he really have to work with, Atlas? Maybe he can clear some wards, but it's a level 5 Kassadin, so that's not going to lead to any... Or is it?
As he skirted the vision. Oh, my goodness.
He saw what he saw. He was going for some sick geometry there. Vel'Koz was watching on, nodding his head, but couldn't make it happen.
We still need that Professor Vel'Koz.
I agree.
Oh, it's important. As Longzhu once again looking for Faker, and they'll find themselves a control ward.
If BD had the flash, then there is more kill pressure onto the Talia, but level 5 no flash means that even with Gorilla coming in, there was not going to be realistic pressure onto Faker with both summoners up.
Well, both AD carries going for the double longsword build. We've got an extra pair of shoes here for Prey though.
Didn't really get to mention it, but that Fire Touch is the new master on Kassadin. Max Q, basically throw out your Q and Death Fire Touch and do fine in trades. Does mean that a lot of Kassadins are going 5 points into Q before maxing E. Used to be 3 Q, or basically as many Q as you felt you needed for laning phase.
Yep.
Then maxing E, but does mean that you're less team fight ready early, but if you leave lane with an extra 20 CS, maybe it was worth it.
Prey unable to find the double daggers here in this lane so far. Bang still with a heck of a lot of control. 10 CS in the lead as he makes his way back forward. Prey probably would have liked that kill that Gorilla snapped away from him, but these Moby Boots will help Gorilla as the game moves forward. Kaz once again dealing with full vision availability from SKT, but Blank as well discovered on the map.
Unbeknownst to him this time, so Kaz can just play respectfully.
Moves on over. Oh, that was adorable.
They want more as well.
Well, Hook's once again going to land onto Wolf this time. As he's burning down, the flashes come out. Wolf, will he actually fall? Gorilla, he's going to follow forward. The last auto attack's going to get it as Prey is being hunted by Bang. He doesn't have flash, but oh my goodness, the snare's not there, and Bang gets himself under the turret, and they go 2 for 1 in favor of Longzhu.
Yeah, it goes 2 for 1, like you say. Bang, in the end, just committed to not allowing the Xayah to stay in lane, potentially push up the minions. Minion wave wasn't in a great spot for Bang, so very questionable. Obviously looks comical when he's obviously jumping into his doom, only getting for best a 1 for 1. Speaking of 1 for 1s in mid lane.
Seismic Shove just going to be waited for by BDD. Has the Rift Walk, so Blank's gank attempts are most certainly not going to be as easy than they were pre-6. Classic Kassadin story. I feel like we go into the memory banks every time a Kassadin's being played because he was such a pivotal pick a few years ago.
A lot lower in power level, specifically around his ultimate being gated by cooldown at first level and mana even stronger than it was in the past, but Kassadin still Kassadin turned out.
Yep. No Chains of Corruption for Gorilla to worry about, but still wants to deal with this control ward that keeps regenning itself frustratingly.
Does lose out on 2 wards, which with only a single ward left on his side stone, maybe actually none, can't really tell on our small monitors.
That doesn't actually have any left as Faker seismically shoves BDD back. Still loses a lot of his health, and BDD has a few more of them up his sleeve in this lane as he gets the mana back with that Nether Blade.
Real kill pressure. Needs to be Rift walking onto Faker, who doesn't have barrier or any defensive tools, only null magic mantle. Every time Kaz picks up camps in this red side jungle, and he's going to be wondering how, given that he's had the lane pushed in on the Fiora the entire laning phase, and now he's even going for a roam.
Actually looking for BDD potentially as Faker is going to head back, so just keeping this turret as healthy as possible. is Huni. Force Pulse doing a fair bit of damage.
He doesn't want to back yet. You'll see he's very close to teleport.
Yep. Couple of points in that Force Pulse. The new and improved Force Pulse as well.
It's kind of interesting on whether it was improved. It has more range by 15, which is kind of a neither here nor there thing. And I think the Cho'Gath changes when they made Feral Scream updated, I guess you would call it, in terms of when it acquires targets. Before, if they were in the cone when you cast it, it would hit, whereas now the change to both the Feral Scream and the Force Pulse is that it's registered after the animation, so you can flash out of it. I think it's a nerf, just given that you got so many of those wonky kills that the enemy was frustrated about.
Yep.
And the flash window was a lot less clear. Now flashes, there's more outplay to it, and 15 range doesn't feel like much of a buff. Taking a cooldown, second cooldown off it many patches ago was an outright buff now? I don't think so.
Well, in comes Kaz as well as Gorilla. He's going to get locked down. Bang. Ultimate is now running
Damn.
on him. As Kaz, takes so much damage. Blanky gets kicked back. Kaz still alive. Dodges out of the way of the piercing arrow there as well. As Huni throws down the equalizer, Grand Challenge was used from Khan, but he's burning down to this flame spit of the flash. Huni wants it underneath the turret. Good riposte. Khan saves himself. He's got teleport available as well. And that is a flashless rumble now towards the top side.
Kaz is being greedy here.
Yep, the ward was there, so vision was gained. BDD, he wants to be able to pick up this kill onto the Elise. He hops his way forward. Blank had the cocoon ready as Faker. He's going to turn up. Cuz throws himself in there.
Prey's
Prey.
alone.
Yeah, wrong position in the dark passage. Not going to be enough. Featherstorm comes in. Prey does at least get Blank to be snared, but he lands another cocoon and bang, grabs the kill onto BDD. Prey still under fire. The threaded volley grabs another one, and it's a disaster for Longzhu.
Big mistake from Prey walking up when the W was already used. Dark passage on cooldown. No flash. Only the heal coming up at the last second. No way to get out. So 2 kills unnecessarily put over. As Riposte will stop the seismic shove from meaning more, but Fiora doesn't have a lot of wave. They're going to take at least a bit of damage on the mid lane turret.
Yeah, it's not a disaster yet for Longzhu, but it's 1,000 gold now in favor of SKT. And you always feel, with certain matchups, 1,000 gold lead doesn't mean anything. But when it's KT, they can make any sort of lead and snowball. It just feels like if a game is in favor of SKT, it's so hard to bring it back.
And look, you get the war stories, you get the PTSD like you mentioned when SKT pick up a gold lead, but you also have to cast the game, well, I hold the thought as, I feel like BDD also kind of overestimated his burst damage and ended up just harassing, but the moment Dark Passage was down, Prey had nowhere to go, admittedly. You noticed he was being harangued by Wolf and Bang in the bot side as well. Then BDD jumps in, he gives up his life. No way for Prey to fight in the backline either. Just a kind of collapse of communication. Kuzco just backed earlier, and none of this would have happened. But you also have to cast to the pick and ban. The pick and ban still is a late game smorgasbord for Longzhu. They've got everything in the late game with the Fiora split push, Kassadin split push. Building against both is almost impossible, and Rumble will have no lane to safely just walk around with teleport in the late game. So 1,000 gold is actually decent from the side of Longzhu Gaming. If they stay within 5,000 or better, 15 minutes, 25 minutes further on, you have to like their scaling. And SKT, drafted and played around getting a fast lead, they really haven't got much of one so far.
Well, the Rift Herald is going to be started here from Blank. One
Really
of the earliest that we've seen.
Really high priority one, Atlas, because the wave clear, like we said, almost entirely absent on the side of Longzhu.
Yep, this tower is going to fall down. Huni's going to grab first turret blood by himself and extend that lead that SKT have to just over 2,000. Blank wants to make sure that these structures keep falling.
Longzhu have to focus on so many things, like keeping these risky lanes afloat, that they can't contest Rift Herald like SKT tried so hard to do in Game 1. Great scenario to have Rift Herald for SKT, and it could also be the sort of thing that will actually open up a big gold lead. It's 2,000 now. Kassadin, unless he gets a lot of relief from the likes of Gorilla and Prey, will struggle to keep his turret up. And the pressure lead that SKT drafted for will actually come together maybe a little bit later than they would have hoped, but in the 15 to 20 minute passage of time.
Yeah. Well, Prey has the awkward build of the Essence Reaver. Couldn't afford the needlessly large rod. Sorry, needlessly large rod. BF sword when he went back last. So it is that cloak of agility as well as the hammer. And a cheeky dagger there as well.
Build together doesn't really do much, and he's quite a lot of gold away from an item that's only really a building block. Essence Reaver itself doesn't give really any level of power. Longzhu have continued to be contested at blue buff by SKT.
Well, Faker actually in trouble here as there's the kickback Cuz. Oh, but the wild growth is available from Wolf. They managed to get the grand challenge. Cuz makes it onto the healing field, but there's the equalizer. Cuz is burning down. Oh my goodness, so close. This is why you pop your potions, ladies and gentlemen.
13 HP, like you say, watching the mid lane, Rift Herald summoned. No way for Cuz to be there. Both Prey and Gorilla pushed under turret, will lose the mid lane turret as you expect.
Yeah, Longzhu able to get something back, but there's the Feather Storm. Prey saves himself. And there's another hook onto Bang. The box comes in, more turret shots. And Bang, just a lot of unforced errors in this series, in this game.
Yeah, I mean, to be hooked into turret twice is unacceptable for Bang, given his reputation, given how he's usually so sure-footed about dodging these skill shots. As far as I can tell, had boots too at the time, had flash at the time. You know, Faker, Bang have always been famous for holding on to summoners, only using them when forced to. Bad calculations twice in a row, but speaking of calculations...
Yeah, Longzhu trying to get out on the bottom side. Double teleport is coming in. Prey manages to flash his way out. Has he bought enough time? As BDD, Force Pulse doesn't connect. It's a good repel from Blank, but he may still fall. Khan, a lot of damage. BDD grabs that kill. And Faker, no more Banshee's Veil. Riposte comes in. That seismic shove didn't work, and a double kill for the Kassadin. Feels like disaster for SKT as Wolf still playing aggressively. Huni, remember, very, very strong. But another Rift Walk comes in. Force Pulse again, not finding the mark. Lunges help get Khan out of the way.
Up.
And a hook comes in. Equalizer only onto BDD. He's the target that they want, but locking down a Kassadin so hard.
Yeah, he had to flash out, though. Didn't have the Rift Walk available. Too high a mana cost. But he's going to continue to invade, at least get some information where he can. And Cuz gets no free jungle camps on the bot side. That's what we've learned.
Oh, yes.
So we'll see the long replay. Gorilla actually flashes for extra length on the Dark Passage. Means that Prey lives a lot longer than perhaps SKT would have wanted. And then, even though both turrets are up, it's still a long lane when Kassadin's level 11. The first kill onto Blank. Gorilla able to provide reinforcements. Nowhere for Faker to go. The downside in laning phase post-6 is that Talia has no answer when you're able to gap close. Nice turnaround. Big cheer from the captain of Longzhu, Gorilla. He's feeling this one. That gold lead, remember we were talking about what is the acceptable gold lead when you're against Fiora, Kassadin, and Xayah. Is it 5,000? It's 10,000. It's definitely not 1,400 gold Atlas.
Yeah.
So Longzhu are very happy with where this game sits at 17.5 minutes.
Yeah, and look at the Kassadin as well. 3-1-0. BDD always seems to be able to find kills, even on these scaling champions. He was 2-0 on the Zed last game. And now he's 3-1-0.
And he hasn't been greedy on the side of scaling. Kassadin scales, but Kassadin is Kassadin. Needs the catalyst to get through laning phase. Still is going Hextech GLP over the Rod of Ages. This game will probably be won and lost in the next 10 minutes. If he builds Rod of Ages, they lose the Baron, they lose a couple more Drakes, 5 more kills go to SKT. The game's probably over whether he's cashed in his Rod of Ages or not. So going for the GLP, wants that extra nuke to pick up the first kill and try to keep in the fights at this point in the game.
Well, Wolf took a little bit of damage from that double dagger blade caller combo. But this is going to be Mountain Drake falling in favor of SKT. 18 minutes for the first dragon of the game. Extremely late. Still is going to fall down. Sonya's Hourglass done for Huni. There's a Weaver's Wall popping out once again. Good cocoon lands. As there's the Dark Passage. Prey, he's going to be safe. Longzhu, they're sending the cavalry in, but this is going to be the tower falling. And the whole outer ring now dead for SKT. 3 turrets to none.
Blank gets the smite onto the Gromp. Cuz denied another camp. Gorilla once again heads up with the Dark Passage, but SKT, they are not slowing down. They want more.
Yeah, they're going to get the seismic shove onto Gorilla as well. Shutdown gold comes in. Kick back onto Blank, but he has the repel as Cuz, he's going low once again. Bang grabs that kill. SKT looking so clean in these coordinated fights.
There's a 4-man unit. They have the shields. They have the utility. Everyone getting to melee range is being mown down. And that wave clear, the lack of which we've spoken about multiple times, preyed upon by SKT. They had 2 inner turrets aren't going to be cracking the base this early, and Khan is still a lifesteal item short of actually being able to duel with the Rumble, so he's still giving up free CS to Huni.
He's got a cute little dagger here as well. As Faker, he's possibly going to fall as BDD, okay, does have the support of Wolf. Wild Growth wasn't available, but BDD didn't want to go overly aggressive.
Even if he used the GLP, wouldn't have had the damage take him down, and Wolf had flash up to potentially get him out with the flash Wild Growth, so no kill going to the way of BDD.
No Wild Growth available, actually. Just a lot of respect given as Faker still had his flash, I guess, but I thought, you know, BDD being BDD would have possibly tried at least one more.
And notice that Khan reads that there's Rumble on this team, no true tank. Elise also is going to be building probably into the Haunting guys, and thus Leandri is going to go for a solo queue build. A lot of people swear by Trinity Force on the Fiora for that dueling. Certainly will allow the closing to be strong against Huni, but the build gets more and more expensive, Atlas. Doesn't have the lifesteal to be able to just shrug off the damage from the Flame Spitter. And it does feel like it's going to be 2 items to take down Rumble. And then if Rumble's teleporting around, winning team fights with the Equalizer, it's not going to be the biggest factor. The most Khan can say is, well, the Rumble's 0-0-0, so he hasn't been able to make the plays around the map. And when I hit 2 items, he won't be able to make the plays in my lane.
Yeah, the problem is that that lead is now stretched to about 5,000 gold. Prey has his Essence Reaver, he's got his Zeal as well, so that cooldown reduction is certainly stacking up.
It is crazy to look at Longzhu and be like, they're really looking for fast forward. They're like, okay, I need my 3 items on the Xayah. I need 2 items on the Fiora. But that 2,000 gold is coming at a time where SKT is much stronger than they are. Double Haunting guys for extra power in the early game. Double Magic Pen and the Banshee Veil respect here from SKT. Longzhu basically cannot look for a 5v5 fight. Everything on SKT is stronger than Longzhu, barring some crazy turret dives, or turret hooks, I guess, like Bang has eaten. So losing the minimum is something only the best teams are capable of. SKT is the best team ever at understanding when they are strong and when they are weak and playing around that. Longzhu need to realize right now they are desperately weak compared to SKT.
Yeah, especially now that Leandri's Torment has just been finished up. Huni has made it 3 masks for the side of SKT. So you mentioned early power in magic damage. It's only accentuated now. There's the Equalizer. They're looking to try and clear out this minion wave, and Huni does so successfully. This tower nowhere near going down. In fact, all of these outer turrets are so healthy for SKT.
Longzhu's best play here is to do their best acting impression. Walk up, look aggressive, look like you're going to contest, and force SKT to back away. Return to your lanes. You know, they need to be able to push out top lane, which Kassadin is entering now. They need to be able to push bottom lane. If they can force SKT to do anything when they are in a power trough, delay SK Telecom, then that's Longzhu winning, even if the scoreboard won't reflect it.
Yep. They're keeping that gold lead about the same. DDD. There's this one out. Huni's going to shove this wave all the way up to the inhibitor turret. Khan's looking to go back. We'll see what he decides to pick up, whether it's the Trinity Force or anywhere closer to the Ravenous Hydra. Actually decides to cancel that back. This minion wave will be coming forward, though.
Damn, triple Leandris.
Oh, man. Like I said, it's a masky build. Baker gets yelled at by Baron.
I wanted to make a very on-the-nose mask reference about obfuscating something, but I'll hold off. Game is high drama. Again, so much power early for SKT. Consider that magic resist is a couple of Merc Treads, a Hex Drinker, the Locket, but it's not going to be there anytime soon. And Trinity Force is complete. We're getting there. 2 items on the Xayah, 1 big item on the Fiora.
Chains of Corruption do come down, but Prey...
Equalizer's a good one.
Yeah, Featherstorm does come in, and yeah, it's a fantastic Equalizer, but can Longzhu actually find an engagement
Do they
here?
need to, Atlas? That's the question.
Cuz. Yep, struggles to keep his health bar. He's going to go straight back home. 4 versus 5 situation now, as a couple of ultimates now on cooldown, make that 3.
They don't have the greatest wave, that's why they're feigning all-ins, but the all-in, I think, will be at their own peril.
Oh, Prey takes so much damage. The heal was used. Really good Dark Passage, but the GLP does a lot of work from BDD. Flashes his way out. There's another Wild Growth onto Huni as he goes golden. Oh, Kazi was looking for blank, but doesn't get it. Still, no picks to come in, and Gorilla doesn't find the hook. SKT, low health bars. But lower on the side of Longzhu.
Oh, so hard for Longzhu to contest their mid lane turret not going down. The inner does survive. So many summoners used. A lot of people going in and quickly having to make evacuation maneuvers. Don't know what Cuz was doing, trying to dive in, looking for a kill. That was never going to happen. But Longzhu lose a Drake, don't lose their turret, and can reassess and keep piling on the gold. And we're getting closer and closer to 2-item Fiora and 3-item Xayah. So that was actually, unlike what it looked like, an objective going to SKT and nothing for Longzhu. A small win for Longzhu Gaming.
Yeah, it's a difficult game to navigate, Papa Smithy, just given all of that late game power that you're talking about.
Because it feels so bad to give the minimum. If you're a player in this game, you don't have the benefit of the HUD showing us the overall gold, right, between the two teams. You feel bad because you gave up an objective and you didn't get one on your own. That's all you see. You hear the Drake being taken and you're frustrated, but the best teams understand what that means in the context of the bigger picture. They don't have Coma in their headsets during the game. They don't have the extra information, but Longzhu should understand that they are in a fine position in this game. Are they in the driver's seat? No, but they drafted Fiora, Kassadin, Xayah. Being in the driver's seat against SKT was never going to happen pre-30 minutes.
Yeah, and it just feels like when Khan can pick up some magic resist as well as those first 2 damage items, the Ravenous Hydra and that Trinity Force this time around, he will be in a great position to go up against Tooney, but like we've been saying, it's just items upon items this Longzhu squad needs.
It's also levels. Getting another 3 levels into BDD, who's a level behind Faker. Khan has had to sit back, so he's a level behind. Those levels are, of course, artificially growing the gold lead. It reads right now at 5,000, but it is actually more than that because of the levels.
Well, Khan lunging his way forward.
Suspicious.
Yeah.
I think that Kassadin was spotted on a ward coming down as well.
He's going to back immediately. Both teleports available here from Longzhu, so having the teleport users on the bottom side of the map is fine. Faker splitting on the top side.
They don't have any control on their red side jungle, so you can see they're going to be slow. They may have to give up the turret. Not quite, but Longzhu again showing restraint. I'm sure Hachani would have been diving into that jungle to put down vision and died instantly.
Yep.
Don't call it a comeback.
Yeah, I know. I was waiting for I was trying to figure out a way to do it, and then I sort of hated myself for even thinking about it. See, you are actually having an influence on me, Papa Smithy, with my terrible jokes.
I like the restraint.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Play-by-play cast with restraint. It's the next level. Not every game is the best game ever. Not every low-hanging fruit needs to be grasped for.
What are you saying? You're not making any sense to me. A seismic shove going to go wide, Cuz was already out of the way of that one. Spray. Oh, okay. They'll exchange a Dark Passage for a Chains of Corruption. Longzhu will take it.
And it's also kind of big. It tells you where the game is at, where Longzhu, after that heroic, I guess you could say, defense of the inner turret, can actually push a minion wave right on the equator, I guess you would say, of Summoner's Rift and get out, draw an ultimate, and actually trade up. It was a Dark Passage for an ultimate, and they got that minion wave, and suddenly a pickaxe and a BF sword. Infinity Edge is cheaper, and we're getting there, Atlas, slowly.
Yeah, slowly but surely, and we know what Prey can do in a late-game team fight. He's done it before, mostly on champions like Ashe. This time, Xayah has a lot of damage potential. His hook is going to land. We've got a Q there as well. We're just hunting. See what SKT have planned next on the side of Longzhu.
Series like this are why I love the LCK, because it goes against all expectation. Pre-season, you wouldn't have known this would be a big game. After the first week, you're like, okay, could be interesting, but Longzhu could just get run over 2-0 by an SKT team that didn't even need to get out of first gear, let alone second against BBQ. I'll hold the thought.
Yep, Prey gets back. It's a double knock-up with the Wild Growth as Hooney. He's taking a lot of damage. Prey in a decent position, but Gorilla isn't. Faker's going to be able to lock down that kill, but Prey so far forward. He has the Featherstorm available, as Khan. He's going to get into the backside. Bang! It's going to be the grand challenge used on him, but Khan has to get himself out. Longzhu, they've only lost one now. They've grouped themselves up. Khan even gets himself out, but SKT with a man advantage should be able to take this inner turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, they'll definitely get the inner turret. Only Gorilla died, only level 11. We'll get back in, 28 minutes in, not the longest respawn. So they don't give up Baron for a single pick. So often the case against SK Telecom in the mid game. They get the red buff as well, so they're getting small objectives. SKT considered their options when it came to diving a turret, won't get to. That turret lived probably 10 minutes more than SKT would have liked. Couldn't get it about 5 minutes ago. when they went for the last invasion. Thought Khan was just going to suicide into the back line, but didn't fall. Starting to get some base stats now at level 15. And we reset once again. 3,000 became 5,000, becomes 7,000 as Wolf.
Yeah, Wolf is going to get caught out of position. Kicked back, delivered to Prey. That is going to be the pick that Longzhu wanted. And even if this buys time, it's still good news. The mid lane may get broken open. Longzhu, can they get the maximum from this?
Have they weathered the storm? That's the question. Fiora went the Hex Drinker, so another incremental item. They get the mid lane turret. I have a sneaky suspicion that Prey does have access to Infinity Edge, given that he's been sitting on the BF sword and pickaxe for a while. Clearing vision. Longzhu couldn't get to this Baron to ward it 5 minutes ago. They get there now. They don't lose that inner turret at hilariously low health value. We still don't know if they've weathered the storm, and even when they hit their items, there's no guarantee you out-teamfight SKT in the late game. You could name maybe 3 teams in 3 years that actually had a squad able to out-teamfight SK Telecom in the late game. EDG, MSI 2015, one of the few that spring to mind.
Oh, 5,000, 6,000 gold, approximately the lead here for SKT. They've got double Mountain Drake as well, and with a third now heading towards Summoner's Rift. We've got SKT grouped around it, and this will mean Barons fall so quickly. Blade of the Ruined King, triple Leandries, and 3 potential Mountain Drakes is despicable amounts of Baron damage.
Makes you wonder if SKT should have been more assertive around that objective before. You're right, they have serious amounts of speed at clearing that objective with current health everywhere.
Well, Kuz locks down the blue buff, and is
Smites
smite
it.
down for about 15 seconds, and that spells Mountain Drake 3 for SKT.
But Longzhu were never going to be really jumping up to contest the Drakes. Again, another fairly free objective is Weaver's Wall. Optimistic from Faker.
Yeah, very aggressive Weaver's Wall there as well as another Dark Passage. Gets a Longzhu member to safety. Gorilla has been on point with that cooldown.
All Malmortius completed for the Fiora. So going for more of a battle build. Battle beard is what I was looking
Bada boom. Well, does give him that lifeline as well, so there's some life steal.
I think we'll get finally a true read on where Xayah's late game power is. I've been more and more adjusting my expectations upward of Xayah in the late game. There are certainly fights where things get away from her, she can't chase, and she doesn't put out incredible damage, but if the fight comes to her, then we've seen very impressive things from 3-item Zyra, and that's been achieved by Prey pretty early.
Yeah.
May want another Zeal item. The Hurricane can be very strong on Xayah, but
Something like a rapid fire cannon as well has been an item that we've seen Xayah's pick up.
But there's also damage to respect, and the Vamp Scepter suggests Blade of the Ruined King or the Bloodthirster. It still could be the Mercurial Scimitar, but doesn't feel like there's massive value from it in this game when you have access to the Xayah ultimate anyway. So something to allow him to duel with the large amount of flat magic pen on the side of SKT might behoove Prey.
Makes some sense to me, Pop Smithy, I like it.
It's his debut on the Xayah in competitive play. Prey has been one of our best AD carry players at picking up new champions, kind of counterpoint to Deft, who always struggled with new champions, Kalista and others. And Kalista and Jhin both spring to mind, whereas
Xayah as well. I mean, he's had one of the worst performances on that champion so far, has Deft.
compared to instantly, Prey famously great on Jhin, great Kalista player as well. Different AD carries, of course. And, well, he's all alone here, Khan, so what does this mean for the map? It means that Kasten's coming bot lane.
Yeah, and he is. Riposta's going to come out. They are going to lose the Fiora, but BDD looking for the damage onto Bang. And now you've got the rest of the Longzhu squad heading down towards the bottom side, but there's the Weaver's Wall. Faker, he's not going to take it himself. They do make sure that they secure just the 1 kill. SKT now with so much control.
But this should mean Baron. They need to actually slam dunk this Baron. The items work for it. The champions work for it. The Mountain Drakes are set up for it. SKT need to make that Baron play soon. They're just not willing to pull the trigger. They're respecting the fact that Kuz on Lee Sin can always get the steal.
Yep, and they don't want to go for that 50-50 scenario as Wolf tanks up the queue.
This has to be the time. They have so much Baron. It's insane.
Yep, 15 seconds as Gorilla. He's getting forced to flash out. Kuz still looking for his way in. They are going to slow down on the DPS. There's now Gorilla. He wants to find his way forward. Kuz is in the pit, but Blank locks down the Baron. Kuz at least escapes for a small moment. Faker will pick up the kill. Now Prey. A lot of damage coming in, but it's a double kill now as Gorilla's going to fall down. Khan just couldn't even utilize his teleport to try and get into that fight. Longzhu had already lost.
It was a really close one. Both smites were used, so I'm going to try and actually track what happened here. SKT, as always, stopped DPSing it early. Longzhu didn't have the most damage over the wall. First smite comes in. Let's watch it here. First smite comes in from Lee Sin. Actually, second smite from Elise. Great job securing it from Blank. I guess we should expect it. This is his wheelhouse. Pulls off the smite, necessary in that position. Had the advantage of having extra wards, really weighted down, but we send those Baron steals be crazier. No steal this time, and Longzhu, even with all their scaling, against a Baron buff now, if they can't burst down the first member, this comp might not come together.
Yeah, can you scale past this kind of massive gold lead as the grand challenge is going to come through? Fantastic shields, though, on the side of SKT, and there's still Azonya's Hourglass from Huni. He is going to use it. Flame Splitter, lots of work done.
Zaya's dead already.
Yeah, it is going to be Huni traded for it, though. Blank falls down, but look at the health bars. They're so low. Bang! Over the wall. He's so healthy. Double kill for BDD, but he falls down, and it's only Khan remaining, and he's now trying to run away, building as much time as he can. But SKT will get so much from this, especially with triple Mountain Drakes.
Yeah, Zaya was exposed. Prey actually dies with his ultimate up. The Featherstone wasn't even used in the fight. There's no peel for him as Khan wants to turn around to kill.
Yep, looks for it. Actually does a decent job there onto Faker the Flash. Oh my god, finds the weak point now. Wolf, he's in trouble. The double kill for Khan! And he'll now go back to base. They'll lose a turret, but that was a beautiful play.
Yeah, he does clean up a little bit. Maybe this means there'll be less objectives, or there could be a turnaround play as Bang respects him enough to back away. They don't lose the inhibitor in that spot, which would have been just academic if it was 3 members grouped together, forcing down the turret. And so often, those long extended runs away lead to a kill, lead to more objectives. The respawn timer is disconnected from the rest of his team, and you get punished more. But Khan turns around against a full health Faker and the utility short of the wild growth available from the side. The flash there, he held onto it the entire time. Definitely looked like they overdived. They didn't win a 5v5 fight, but they got pretty damn close.
And they still saved that inner turret towards the top side of the map. So Papa Smithy, they're grabbing everything that they can. They lose the inhibitor turret, though, on the bottom side, so base broken for SKT. And they have over a 10,000 gold lead at 37 minutes. Somehow still feels like Longzhu are in this series, but it's getting harder and harder for them to figure it all out. It is going to be Prey picking up his last Whisper. Khan not going to get seismically shoved this time, but he's getting controlled here by Faker.
Still at 3 items, hasn't shopped since picking up the Ravenous Hydra. He's going again.
Yeah, Grand Challenge comes in. He doesn't get the stun on the riposte, as now he's just trying to lifesteal back up. Look at all the worked ground that's here as, okay, Faker just walls the wrong direction. There's another hook onto Wolf. The Q lands as the Elder Drake has been started.
Oh, Khan still wants this.
He does. Faker
He's got his cooldowns back up.
He's going to be backing, but look at this. The pebbles come out. Seismic Shove doesn't find the mark. Threaded Volley not there either. Cuz just keeping his eye on everyone, and oh my goodness, it is on such a knife's edge. Every single play can go one or two ways.
And at some point, you have to really recognize that Longzhu have made this the closest series, but with SK Telecom that we've seen in a long time. Sure, it's not a 2-0 victory like Samsung were able to inflict on them on the second day of the season, but a week in with SKT getting the reset with their win over BBQ. Longzhu are taking it into the late game. They've gotten through the early game on such a hard comp to pull off. The greed in the draft hasn't necessarily paid off, but is close to paying off. Elder Dragon.
Yep, Cuz not able to get in there. Chains of Corruption just to make sure that Cuz isn't going to flash for any sort of smite.
Khan is split pushing, has teleport up, level 18 on the Fiora.
Longzhu, do they have the wave clear to actually stave off SKT
Nope.
right now as they push forward? Exactly right, Papa Smithy. You've answered it. And with an Elder Drake, I don't think Longzhu are going to go for any sort of 4 versus 5. Tower will fall on the top side of the map for Longzhu. But now with Elder Drake plus triple Mountain, it's a bit of a disaster. So Inhibitor will fall down. SKT not going to push too far forward into the base. They just back away. They do not want to go for any sort of trade.
And Khan understands that, hey, we don't really want a team fight 5v5 against 3-stack Elder Dragons, so that's why he just goes for what he hopes is a trade. Faker's here.
He's just going to take a cheeky Krug camp there as well as SKT unable to lock down the Fiora, and she'll just utilize this as a way to walk towards the bottom lane and threaten the outer turret. Feel like that was actually all planned.
I think with all complete knowledge of what happened there, Longzhu probably got the most they were going to. 2 turrets. They gave up a inhibitor, but they weren't going to be able to 5v5 it. Initiating fights still pretty hard for Longzhu, and Thresh in the late game isn't the same terror that he is in the laning phase. Just ask Bang.
Yep.
The items continue to pile up. They got what they wanted. They got late game with Kassadin and Fiora, and yet there still is some ambiguity over who will win this game. Rumble hasn't necessarily made the plays you'd expect. 0-1-5 with a team that has 14 kills. But if it doesn't work now, then the investment wasn't worth it, because they've gotten to that late game point, Atlas. It's 10,000 gold, but that gold is meaning less and less as time goes on.
A lot of that gold lead actually is on Blank over Cuz as well, when both of these junglers are going to be mainly utility, where gold isn't as relevant.
You say that, but
move further.
Blank's got a lot of ability power.
Oh, actually that, okay, just having a look at those items, yes, okay, Blank, he is just another AP carry, never mind.
No lockets or dead man's plates there.
That is some seriously solo queue stuff, I love it. Absolutely fantastic, as Faker breathes on the top inner turret, and that's going to fall down.
And they want to kill Rumble.
Yeah, well there's the flash, Grand Challenge comes down, Huni does have the Zhonyas.
It will die eventually.
As Khan is tanking the turret forever, that equalizer is not going to be enough. Khan decides he's just going to hang out in that healing field. Hook doesn't land as Weaver's Wall just breaks off this team. This 3-man squad comes in, good shove back on Gorilla, throws the box down, but is still going to die. Prey gets the root caller down. Oh, sorry, the blade caller down. He's not an Ivern.
Khan's back for the fight. BD's here too.
Now, so much lifesteal for Khan at the same time. That extra Vamp Scepter doing some work. Okay.
We will lose most likely a second inhibitor unless...
Well, Blank does Zhonya's. Everyone seems to be able to turn gold right now as Faker taking a lot of damage. Prey, BDD, he's trying to launch his way forward. Bang.
How much more can they get?
Okay, throws out the Soup Soaker. But he's just standing on these pebbles. Khan, he will fall down, and now SKT turn it back around. Grand Challenge, not going to do anything now.
Prey's running away, so he's doing no damage as he returns. BD doesn't have the health bar. They still will lose the second inhibitor turret. Seeing Prey zoned away from damage. Actually, here's the teleport. They still want this.
Okay, teleport comes in. BDD looking for the kill onto Bang. Answering teleports there, but BDD waited a little bit too long. The teleport is cancelled.
So much happening there. You might wonder, why doesn't BD go in? Polymorph and the extreme damage of 6-item Varus means they can't follow through on the initiation. BD knows he'll be turned on, doesn't have any armor in his build. Speaking of turning, Longzhu's turning on to Baron.
Yeah, well, Bang, he's going to get flayed back as well. So much damage to come out. That's the pick. It goes to Prey there as well. Weaver's Wall comes in. SKT wants to block off this Baron.
And also to waste Longzhu's time. Remember, double inhibitor is down in their base. They cannot play monkey business around the Baron for too long.
Well, Kaz also can't wait on his own at all. These Nexus turrets are at least going to be kept alive.
No teleport for Khan, so only there to wave clear in return. A long death timer at 43 minutes into the game for Bang.
Okay, BDD launches himself forward. Longzhu, they're looking for Faker. Banshee's Veil still up. And we'll turn back onto this Baron once again. Look at the damage from Longzhu.
It's going to be given up by SKT. Equalizer thrown down. It's going to take a big fail smite.
Yeah.
Oh, Kaz was not risking it. He wasn't smiting at 900, Atlas. He was waiting.
Certainly didn't happen that time as Bang, he's about to respawn. Elder Drake number 2 going to be coming up relatively soon.
Oh, the ultra late game is here. So close to it. Almost 6 items on every champion. Fiora 1 item short.
Elixir of Wrath actually picked up here as well as Seismic Shove gets Faker another blue buff. He's got 6 items. We've got 6. Luden's Echo on Rumble. Only Huni. Oh my god, that's fantastic. But it's Mercurial Scimitar done for Khan as well, so having that extra utility with that item, the extra movement speed so important as Bang's going to lead the charge down here. Can Khan actually burst him quickly
Khan
enough?
was like, I want... No, okay. And Khan is one item short of maybe having the build he needs, because you remember that Spirit Visage and double lifesteal was so often the build for these
now
Fioras.
it's even better.
Well, it didn't fit Bloodthirster in, so it's actually going to be a little bit less, but I take what you're saying. You do get 30% extra healing on the Spirit Visage. And Spirit Visage is doing just the most work you could ever hope for, as Longzhu have kind of gone for the builds they need, which is stack magic resist and kill bang is kind of the build here. No one's building armor because there's only one physical damage dealer on the side of SKT. So hard to breathe. Again, it feels like we're already fast-forwarding to September, late August, looking into the playoff matches, but we're only week 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, this inhibitor going to be under fire. Now Prey looking to try and clear out this minion wave. Will do so relatively effectively. Rapid fire cannon that we were talking about before has been completed for that 6th item for Prey. Does
feel like Longzhu kind of have to make the miracle pick. Someone like Gorilla, only person that can really create that. If either Kassadin, Lee Sin, or Fiora open up, Polymorph, other answers will be there. Lulu has always been the bane of melee initiators, so still very difficult as, well, there's one tool for SKT down.
And Chains of Corruption going to go wide. Bang, lots of damage as Prey just pops him. Cuz looks for it, gets the kickback.
Bang's still alive.
Yeah, he is still alive. It's going to be Blank picking up a kill. Huni grabs another one as Prey. He's dead. That is so much of the consistent damage now eradicated, and Bang back to half health. It's going to take a hero play. Oh my god, he pops over Faker. He's going to be dead. Khan throws down the Mercurial Scimitar, and now he's taking them on a merry ride.
He flashed over one of the thickest walls, instant killed the Talia. Faker will wonder what hit him. Still 4 members of SKT though. Huni trying to stop Khan from coming in the back line.
Yeah, and this inhibitor will fall down. The mid lane one is looking to be ignored on the side of SKT.
Of a hero?
Oh my god, BDD took so much damage there as well. 3 inhibitors down. SKT pressing forward. 2 dead versus the 1 dead on SKT's side. The first Nexus turret falling down so low. Blank falling. Oh my god! This is massive from BDD as he launches his way forward. That's a triple kill. Khan grabs one. That's the ace for Longzhu.
And can they end the game? They're going to try and turn it around. The death timers are so long.
They've got teleports. They're heading down the mid lane. They've still got Baron buff as well. Double super creeps careening down all 3 lanes on the side of Longzhu.
Prey has to stay in base. We'll slow things down. 40 seconds for Bang, 45 for Blank, 40 for Huni. Faker is alive, but this is more than Longzhu could have hoped for after the last fight.
And Faker, the champion, has to hold on for as long as possible.
Wall's a good start, no minions.
Yeah, but Longzhu look like they don't care. They're just going to tank this one up.
The backdoor bonus is pretty relevant. It's taking forever to kill this inhibitor turret.
Yep, and it's BDD that was tanking it up first, is now 4 members strong, bashing down on this
They're not going to be in the game, I don't think, Atlas. I don't think they can do it.
I don't think so either. This inhibitor will fall, though, so Longzhu, some respite, cuz please bash it at least once. Okay, I am shaking all over Papa Smithy. It still feels like we don't know who's going to win this game.
They've got 1 inhibitor back. That's something. Baron buff will be spawning in a couple of minutes. That's something. Elder Dragon number 2 spawning in a minute. What can Longzhu contest? Because it still feels, if it's true 5v5, SKT have to make a pretty big mistake not to be shut down by... Not to be able to shut down with so many tools. It feels like Wolf holds all the power. Weirdly, the Lulu holds the game in her hands because Polymorph, Wild Growth, the shields, Mikhail's Crucible, so many tools to answer one of Longzhu. But if you all commit until you die, the game is over anyway. So for it to be poised at 48 minutes, oh my goodness.
This is just terrifying. Khan now has 6 items. The Guardian Angel now completed. Decides to forego that Spirit Visage for that extra life as Cuz just needs the 1 kick. We always talk about Lee Sin in the late game. And now SKT positioned around this Elder Drake as Gorilla possibly caught out of position. That was Chains of Corruption going wide.
BDD is far away. He will be spotted on wards though. SKT are chasing.
Gorilla down to about half health. Cuz as well, he's taken a lot of damage. Huni, he's been chunked Prey. Did a lot of work as BDD jumps his way forward. Bang! Has taken out Cuz before he can do anything though. Redemption trying to keep the Longzhu members alive, but there's the Weaver's Wall. The Equalizer down as well. Cocoon lands double kill for Bang as SKT take control. Khan should go down to the Guardian Angel. No, look at the lifesteal. It's ridiculous. And no one on SKT's dead just yet.
Says a lot about the champions. The fight isn't over in a 3v5 scenario. SKT will back off. They still have minions. They still have options. BDD, well, that's Rumble dead.
Yep, Huni is most certainly not alive anymore. There's now BDD forced to go back. He needs to try and defend because that last Nexus turret is so important. Poor Elder Drake makes this even harder for Longzhu.
I don't know when to breathe, Atlas.
Neither do I.
It feels like every time I do, we might miss something because across the map, so many objectives are happening. BDD forced to recall, has teleport. They have to give up Elder Dragon 3-stack once again to SK Telecom T1. Utter madness, this game is still going. The Weaver's Wall to stop the backdoor, introduced the backdoor bonus, added what, 30 seconds of life to SKT, and that allowed the respawns to come through. The fights are continuing to go as, well, Faker was in vision when that happened, so that's bad.
That is certainly unfortunate.
He was
Maybe
typing.
It's a bait.
Nope, it's not a bait. But speaking of baits, I actually want to follow that point because you talked about Cuz finding the kick.
Yeah?
He's probably never going to get the kick, but honestly, him blowing a polymorph, him blowing anything, might be allowed, if it allows BDD to come in and just be, he killed him with a Q. Holy crap.
Yeah, but look at the build. Huni's got no magic resistance.
It was a single purple beach ball. It's not supposed to kill you.
Oh, we're all so on edge. Oh dear, I believe Huni may have even had the Zhonya's available there, just didn't expect said beach ball to really take him down. Elder Dragon still rotating on these SKT members.
This game can change in an instant. That kick you speak about, Wolf being too slow on a polymorph, someone being burst in an instant, which we already can tell, BDD, Prey, Khan, all of three can do that. The game might end and SKT will wonder how. Speaking of Khan, he's going to walk in, proxy the wave. He wants to force SKT's positioning, which you wouldn't think at 51 minutes with 2 inhibitors down, now only 1, that a Fiora could do that, but realistically...
Well, inhibitor is about to respawn here as well, so Khan wants to be ready to take that one down as soon as it's available. He has teleport. Remember, this is Longzhu with a double teleport composition, but Gorilla, he's being caught out. Cuz is there. He's landed the Q, but doesn't want to go in onto Bang. That is one pick that may have won SKT the game.
Yeah, they're going to try and go in. Weaver's Wall to stop the people from backing. One teleport coming in, this one from Rumble. Fiora will meet the Rumble.
Oh, BDD!
Huni's interrupted!
He's jumped on top of him, has to use the Zhonya's there as well as Prey. He's also hanging around the side, but Huni, he's still alive. BDD is able to take that one down. Zhonya's used. He flashes forward. Rift walks there. Cuz wants to keep him alive, but Bang refuses to let this game go.
Prey's all alone.
Yeah, he's got the Feather Storm. It's going to be all about when he gets to use it. In goes Khan, but it means he's not in the base, taking down more inhibitors.
Doesn't die, doesn't give up Guardian Angel either. This game continues.
Oh my god, Cuz gets himself back to full health, but one inhibitor will fall down. SKT, they know they are so frail. Blank, he's got the repel. Faker wants that Banshee's Veil back up.
They're still chasing. They don't want to give SKT any free time. Everyone's at 6 items. Wards can't go down because there's no space for them. This game is seesawed so many times, they broke the damn seesaw. They had to find another one.
It's 53 minutes in, 22-22. SKT just hit 100,000 gold. Oh my god, Papa Smithy, please check my pulse.
You're still alive,
I'm actually
but only
shaking.
just.
This is out of control. I think I've said that about 4,000 times, but I honestly don't care, ladies and gentlemen. There are only so many words a man can say.
You've invoked God so many times today, Atlas. This is the sort of game where when you've invoked God that many times, I think everyone's allowed to put up their hand and be like, maybe that was too much.
Yep.
The blasphemy has been real.
That's like some sort of REM situation. Oh my goodness. 3,000 gold in the lead is Khan, actually, as there's a hook to land on the Wolf.
They'd love to kill Lulu first. Lulu cannot face check anybody. If she dies, I think Longzhu win because they don't have polymorph, they don't have Mikhails, they don't have the extra tools to be able to fight. But SKT, again, they're making the best of a bad situation. No one can enter lane against Fiora, so they're going to try and rush down Baron. But how much is Baron worth at this point in the game?
But look at the commitment here from...
Doesn't get it.
Oh my god, okay, so that is going to be a lot thrown in onto Cuz trying to land that steal. Prey just looking for the roots onto these members because if they can stall this one out, we've got empowered recalls, but oh,
they didn't
is
even
it
get
going
the
to
turret.
fall? No!
They stopped the recalls.
They have, that is the inhibitor falling down. BDD, he does have The Rift Walks, he wants to go for this one. He's so incredibly low. We'll have another Rift Walk, but Huni grabs that kill. Khan, he wants to be able to get back home. They at least get the inhibitor on the bottom side of the map.
But look at the death timers, Atlas. It's 70 damn seconds for BDD to come back up. 5v3, no wave clear. They have to go for this backdoor mission. SKT want a front door. And Longzhu, in other MOBAs, this would be illegal. You're not allowed to backdoor Atlas. There's nothing honorable about what Longzhu were doing, but this is all they can do.
Well, Prey and Gorilla are going to shoot themselves forward. Faker clears out the minion wave on the bottom side, and Khan can't deal with the super buffed minions from that Baron
Prey
buff.
and Gorilla versus Bang and Wolf in the base. Blank stopping it being honorable. He throws in the lantern only on one, and they have to
there's
initiate.
the flash. The Featherstorm comes out. Prey, he's still alive. Blank uses the Zhonya's. Wolf flashes forward, gets the polymorph, and now the Nexus is going to be taken down. SKT, after 55 minutes, dispatch Longzhu, but this series was unbelievable.
People are basically standing here. That is the level of applause. It deserves a standing applause. Wonderful game of League of Legends. The brightest spot we've had in summer and the best game we had all year. Sorry, Telecom War #1. We find it here. SKT against a draft that's so strong in the late game, could not make mistakes. So many times were forced back when they went 5v3, 5v3 so many times, and yet it felt like Longzhu would still find the way to get over the line. They look crestfallen, and you can understand that, but they forced the 4-time world champions in a row, if you include MSI and Worlds, into this. They forced them to the last possible minute, just like that Telecom War. SK Telecom T1 is your winner. Cuz feels the pain of defeat for the first time as a pro player. We are the victors. SK Telecom, the team, are the victors, but we, the viewers, got to see a wonderful series that went both ways. I'm just losing the ability to make coherent sentences because this series was amazing.
Yeah, you mentioned that it delivered. I have a feeling that if this was a best of 5, I'd need like a 30-minute break to ice my throat moving into game number 4.
We only have 2 casters per night. It feels like we need to like call Achilles.
Yeah.
Get in here, mate.
Please sub in for me, and I'm sure he'd love to as well, because this series was out of control good. Oh.
And after this, Longzhu and SKT are both 2-1.
Oh, and then you've got Samsung sitting at the top of the table saying, "You played well, guys.
Samsung's like,
to be undefeated."
Man, we got SKT at a good time. And that one-match victory could mean everything at the top of the table. No league is more cutthroat than the LCK. I'm not talking about the level of competition. That's implied. But guess what? If you finish first or you finish second, the difference is massive. You get to wait in the final, skip a best of 5, and one-match victory. Went against Longzhu, went for SKT, went against SKT against Samsung. The greater than chains are going to start to grow because there's a lot of parity among teams in the LCK in summer season. And the what-ifs when we get down to our 18th match of the season are going to run real for both teams.
Yeah, and you can see the crestfallen faces of Longzhu Gaming. This is so early in the season. There is so much League of Legends to play, but they still know that any sort of victory over SKT is so important.
Atlas, there are 3 players on the Longzhu team that have never tasted defeat on Longzhu. Khan, new into the lineup, not a rookie, but certainly new to top-level play in Korea. Cuz, only his 3rd best of 3 ever. Welcome to best of 3s. And then you have BDD, who, of course, felt the defeat many, many times on CJ Entus, but as a starter on Longzhu after a great start to the season, came in with a 24.5 KDA before the day and certainly acquitted himself very well. Kaz is the one, of course, you feel the most for as his 3rd ever best of 3. The what-ifs are going to reign supreme, especially for junglers who, if they got that smite right, could have made the difference in the game. This is the sort of series where VOD reviewing it would take 5 times as long as what was, a 50-plus minute game.
Yep. And it'd also be so heartbreaking as well. They'd be able to see the moments where maybe something could have been, some skill shot could have been an inch to one other way and things could have all changed.
And then you have Blank, who still is undefeated in 2017. You wonder how he can't be a starter.
It's true. And look at Bang. This is why he picks Varus game after game. 55,000 damage.
I wish we could have win-win there, Atlas.
Yeah.
One team has to lose. That team is Longzhu Gaming, but
remember, the real winners are us. You said it already. And if this is a preview for the rest of the season, I'm going to need to make sure that I don't speak at any other time other than on an LCK desk.
I've got 2 best of 3s tomorrow.
Oh, and Blank is going to pick up the MVP.
Double.
That is back-to-back for the undefeated SKT jungler for 2017.
Incredible series.
I feel like the MVP could have almost gone to anyone. But he's going to even things out with Cuz as well. So both of these junglers picking up 2. But having 2 for 2 on Blank's side is
How do you
pretty
find
good.
a replay package for this game? We had, what, 20 team fights during the game? Double digits for sure.
Yeah.
The last one's on a razor's edge. SKT always trading up, but then the pesky Fiora in the backline. Then double TP, potentially taking them down.
And then the double kill from Khan as well. We have to see that despite the SKT victory because it was so good. Khan has been
The
a
smite
highlight
here.
reel tonight.
The last smite, I think it may have been the Baron after this. It might be this Baron as well. Let's watch it here.
Oh, that's like an explosion almost instantly.
No, this
from
was the
1,000
fight.
health.
Cuz smites first, Blank
Yeah.
smites second. His smites were true. What can be the difference between a victory and a loss? Any of those Barons have gone the way of Longzhu and not been another tool for SKT to abuse the low wave clear on Longzhu's side. Somewhere Zyrene is being like, I have to pull out a replay from this team, from this game. How do I do it?
Well,
Teamfight breakdown. Gonna be
probably,
interesting.
yeah, probably just like make a breakdown of the entire game. Just have it a really long one. Ignore the fact that, you know, you need a video of a certain length. You know, just do a 57-minute breakdown.
You could play a 10-minute video highlight in 2 times speed and it would somehow just leave you wanting still. There was so much happening in this game, so many different initiations. Lulu being able to thwart all of them was real feels bad, man, for a lot of the Melee champions trying to make things happen in this game. Wolf will say something about him being an MVP, 10 out of 10, etc. So many insane fights. Picking an MVP was a disaster in this one.
I didn't actually know, honestly. And yes, I believe I voted for Blank, but it could have been anyone.
Here's the only question I'll wonder. Do you go in for a Baron steal at 50 minutes? Because
well, that would have won them the game. They would have just flat out won.
I always ask, is actually giving up your life for a buff on 4 members worth it? And I'm never sure at 50 minutes in with 70-second death timers. Another thing to wonder, I'm sure Kuz will ask the questions.
Yeah. I'm just thinking with a Kassadin with Lichbane, with a Fiora who does so much damage to
I'm
turrets.
holding up
Look,
my hands, Atlas.
We won't know, but we are going to go to our MVP interview with Blank. And here's Joel. Take it away, mate. We need a rest.
Thank you very much, guys. But Longzhu Gaming, with their heads pulled down, they can keep their heads on high because they provided the best form of League of Legends entertainment we've seen in months. And we are here with SK Telecom, who in the end pulled off a 2-1 victory against these guys. And we are here with the only MVP of the series, Blank, for the interview. I think it's been about a year since I've been sitting here in the interview. It's been such a long time, so it feels very different today. He was asking where the former host was, but just regarding all that, what we need to talk about the game. How was the game overall? Yeah, it feels like, you know, when we were actually in the game, we didn't feel all the shaky or the jitters or anything like that, but only after the game ended, we just kind of realized how incredible the series was. But, you know, all things aside, I played well, so nothing else matters. And you seem like always that closing pitcher that really closes out the game for SKT, even if when they're behind. But what does that feel like? And the thing with, you know, Peanut and me, it's just like they don't really have a favoritism going on, but they always want the best player in certain situations. They feel like when Peanut is behind, they want me in. Was there a specific order put on your side once you were subbed in for game 2? You know, I think first of all, with first pick going to the jungle, and I think, you know, getting that first priority and picking picks and bans and really, you know, up my pressure on, you know, me having to perform well. Weren't you confused with all the confusing picks that came on the Longzhu side in game 2 with top Cassiopeia and the Zed?
하긴 했는데 어차피 한강하면 저희가
Yeah, we really didn't expect a top Cassiopeia, but we were kind of looking to the team fights and we knew that we were stronger and we didn't worry too much.
그렇죠. 근데 사실 2세트 초반에는 이제 좀 먼저 키를 상대가 내주면서 시작을 했단 말이에요.
And second game, you guys started off giving off a kill to Longzhu, but had to go with that.
미드가 집 타임을 잡는데 제가 좀 욕심 부려서
Yeah, I think I was a little bit greedy when, the mid laner was supposed to recall back to base, but, we tried to be a little bit more aggressive, and I think that was a little bit of my mistake in going too aggressively when not needed.
저희가 바론을 먹고 미드 2차 쪽에 지나가는데
And after, getting the Baron, we should have went to the second tier turret, but I thought, I saw the Longzhu side. I thought actually that was us, so that was a little bit of mistake of communication.
정글러 티어에 대해서 생각이 조금씩 다른 부분들이 있는데
And I'm sure a lot of junglers right now in the LCK have a lot of different choices on what the top tier junglers are and what is Gragas picked towards you.
전에도 그라가스를 많이 플레이했었고 요즘에도 많이
It's more of an experience thing. I played the Gragas jungle for a while, and even though it's not the best pick, it's still valid right now in the current meta. And I think just me having practice on that even in recent times, that kind of affected my pick today.
장면이 준비되어 있습니다.
We have one of the video highlights from the many highlights I'm sure we can show from this series. Weren't you surprised when Longzhu was trying to go for the bust here?
아 여기서 제가 먹죠?
This is where I get the Baron. Pretty sure. Oh, good job, me. Good job, me.
그때 코멘트보다는 감상하는 느낌으로 그렇죠. 그리고 장면들이 워낙 많아서
Of course, we have a lot of highlights to show, but it just goes to show that no matter what highlight you show, he's just gonna compliment himself with blank. And but we want to move on to the third game, though.
앨리스를 가져왔단 말이에요.
You picked out Elise, though. But what is your
일단 지금
thoughts on the pick?
좀 1티어 같은 정글러고 앨리스도 좋긴 하거든요.
And Elise is a top tier pick and one of the top tier picks you can choose from.
네 그렇죠 뭐. 예,
And that's probably what I think of it. It's just a good pick right now.
또 뱀픽으로 재밌는 좀 무서운 조합을 가져갔거든요.
And third game was no difference on the Longzhu side, picking up a few of these funny picks that we didn't expect from them.
적인 콜이 계속 설계가 됐던 건가요?
But how was the structure over that? Trying to counter that picks.
제가 그냥 뭐 이렇게 할 거니까 뭐 이렇게 해줘라.
I was trying to be a little bit more initiative with the strategy that we were going to initiate, and I was telling my teammates of what to do and what to do in certain situations. I think they followed through very well.
콜에 의한 그런 움직임이었다 이런 말씀이셨는데 사실 3세트가 좀 계속 엎치락 뒤치락 하면서
And game 3 was really back and forth between you guys.
진행될수록 뭐 팀원들끼리는
And I'm sure, what was the coordination like as you got later into the game?
뭐 계속 콜이 오고 갔는데 뭐 딱히 특별한 건 없었고 그냥
Yeah, we had a lot of shot callings going between our teammates, and I think nothing was really other than just like being focused and also I think trying to be concentrate on the actual objectives as the games got later into the game.
언제쯤 게임은 이건 확실히 우리가 이겼다 이런 걸
When did you decide and when did you know that you guys were actually gonna win the game?
그게 졌잖아요 저희가.
Yeah, we lost our 2-1 battle against the Fiora, and we lost our two champions, and
거기서 이겼다.
that was a situation where we could have lost, but getting the Fiora back on our side and killing it off, that's the moment we knew that we were gonna win.
그래서 3세트에서도 좀 준비된 장면이 있다고 합니다.
We do have another video highlight prepared for game 3.
하죠. 여기서 마지막 상대의 승부수 장면이었던 걸로 기억해요.
And this was probably the last
바론 스틱까지 연달아
fight from Longzhu, trying to get to that Baron steal.
하지 않았나요? 만약 바론을 뺏겼다.
바론 뺏겼으면
If you had lost the Baron, what would have happened?
적으로는 안 뺏겼으니까 괜찮은데 그때는 조금
Yeah, not that because it wasn't taken, we were not so worried about it. But if it was taken,
계속 보거든요.
I was always trying to see what they're trying to go with the Baron steals. But
네. 옛날에는 많이 뺏겼었는데 지금
yeah, I've had instances before that I had the Baron stolen in crucial times, but because of that, I worked extra hard, trying to get it back. But you guys know what I mean. And Blank seems pretty confused about what he's trying to say, so harder with the translation.
오늘 또 그래서 블랙 선수가 나와서 결국 다 이겼어요.
Well, of course, in the end, Blank, you came in game 2 and still stayed undefeated
의식하나요, 그런
in
거?
2017. Do you kind of worry about your record?
있지만 뭐 괜찮은 기록이네요.
I try not to worry about the record, but it seems alright.
이번 시즌 센터가 될 자격이 일단 있으신 것 같아요, 역시. 그렇죠. 혹시 그 화제 영상
Oh, did you see the video regarding the center of the LCK? Did you see that video yet?
항상 뭐랩 같은 걸 좋아하기 때문에.
You know, I'm a big fan of rap, and
여기도 랩의 신이 한 명 있거든요. 아니 지금 오늘
we also have a rap god right here, right standing right beside me.
이랬는데 어디 한번 뭐 안 됩니까?
Do you want to show an example of your rap skills, considering that you're a rap god yourself?
제가 또 프로듀스 그 뭐야 롤에서 했던 거 한번 조금만 보여드리도록 할까요?
그럼요. 예.
And show a little example of it.
He tried.
That partially ruined his career for a bit, so
이렇게 하기 쉽지 않은데.
good job, Blank.
그럼에도 불구하고 이렇게 또 응해주셔서 너무 감사합니다.
마지막으로 할 얘기가 있는데
I do have one last thing that I want to say.
그랬어요. 예. 진행까지 야 완벽하네요.
다음 상대가 위너스인데 그 미드 라이너 선수 세티드 선수랑 좀
Our next opponent is Ever 8 Winners, and
제가 무조건 다
Septid is one of those players that we have close eyes upon, and
사과의 말씀을 드리고 싶고
I do want to say that, you know, regarding some of the things that I said, you know, along with the team, I do want to apologize for the things we said to Septid indirectly.
언급하기 좀 힘들었던 부분인데 또 이렇게. 예. 그럼 여기 또 많은 분들이 늦은 시간에도 불구하고.
But also, you know, with the fans here staying until late to cheer you guys on, would you want to say anything to them?
정말 고맙고
We thank you so much for coming today.
그런 분들이기 때문에 제가 또 여기 자리에 있다고 생각합니다.
And I'm sure because of your guys' support, that is the reason that we are here today, you know, playing our best.
사실 좀 많이 힘들었었는데
And it was a bit of a struggle, you know, moving forward in my career as a professional player, but
하다 보니까
I think, you know, with enough support and with enough, you know, power from you guys.
팬분들 때문에 제가 있는 것 같아요.
And what I want to say in the end is that because of the fans, I am here today, so I really appreciate you guys. And a sweet interview from Blank, but that is the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel, and also thank you very much to Blank. I feel like don't quit your day job applies just a little bit here, because those rap skills were certainly not as good as his Gragas and Elise.
Look, he's feeling a bit rusty, Atlas, but not in the League of Legends discussion. He has not played a game in over 3 months. No competitive games. Sure, solo queues, scrims, very different beast to have to come in.
Yeah, completely different patch as well.
29th of March was the last time he played. We are now on the 7th of June, so long ago did Blank last play, but his heroics, double MVP. They're 1 game behind Longzhu, which is awesome to track.
That is absolutely fantastic.
8-0 on the year.
JAG GreenWings
Yep.
are now theoretically one above the both of them is amazing. Tonight, JAG GreenWings made it to 2nd place.
That was today.
I love LCK.
LCK can be great. We're both sweating here from all the action.
Yeah. It's also extraordinarily hot.
That's true. Our voices strained as well.
Oh, yeah. But I wouldn't want it any other way, Pub Smithy. And tomorrow night, we've got MVP versus Samsung. Samsung hoping to continue their undefeated streak as then Afrika Freaks take on BBQ Olivers, who have had some rough ones in the past, but of course, Longzhu Gaming and SKT, no slouches whatsoever, and BBQ Olivers had a rough start to the season, having to take on the both of those.
Finding it hard to think forward, but we're going to continue pushing forward. On Saturday, OGN will be back. Jinair
Top
versus
of the
Longzhu.
table matchup.
Jinair versus Longzhu, like you say, is 2v3, and then SKT versus Ever 8. Will SKT stamp out whatever Ever 8 showed earlier in this season and really confirm themselves to be the team we know them to be, or will Ever 8 and Septid, you know, Septid being compared to Faker so much.
Yeah.
I'm sure Faker has something to say about that as well.
And then it is going to be BBQ Olivers versus Rocks Tigers. KT Rolster versus MVP on Sunday. Still so much this week's LCK action to come. And I have no idea what the standings are going to look like by the end of the week. But I'm so excited for Jinair versus Longzhu.
These are words we didn't expect
I
to
know.
say.
This is the best thing about this the entire summer split is the fact that we can say that sentence and it doesn't sound ridiculous.
It's amazing that the present we want to unwrap is who is better, JAG GreenWings or Longzhu Gaming? That's really the question we have right now.
Yeah, and it's so exciting to see. And look, you can see both of us well and truly frazzled. It has been an honor to cast for you this evening. These games, even the first series as well, Everate versus Jinner. Jinner putting on a clinic, but doing it with such refined style as well, means that going into the series against Longzhu, it most certainly is a hype matchup. Oh, Papa Smithy, do you have anything left in the tank? Anything you want to say?
I do. I love you all. Thanks for watching.
Thanks very much, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Like diamonds crawling on you. I fight to the nail. You're with me with the golden lead. I'm bad for the season. Don't make the light wrong. We're fighting wrong. Love ain't no game, 'cause they feel the same. We're fighting wrong. Love ain't no game, 'cause they feel the same. Watch me burst into flame. With me with the golden lead. Got battle for the shooting this. Don't make the light wrong. We're fighting wrong. Love ain't no game, 'cause they feel the same. Light wrong. We're fighting wrong. Love ain't no game, 'cause they feel the same. Don't make the light wrong. We're fighting wrong. Love ain't no game, 'cause they feel the same. Light wrong. Like diamonds crawling on you. I fight to the nail. With me with the golden lead. Got battle for the shooting this. Lead us to order. I am the hungry Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore